afternoon from the Belasco Theater here in Los Angeles as we get set for an exciting doubleheader of Nintendo tournament action. Of course, coming up later, we have the Super Smash Bros. Invitational 2018. 8 players representing 6 countries as we get an early look at Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. But first, we have the grand finals in the Splatoon 2 World Championship. And to kick things off, let's welcome to the stage producer for Splatoon 2. Put your tentacles together for Mr. Nogami.
ハローエブリワン皆さんこんにちは。私は人の姿に変身する不思議なイカを研究しているイカ研究所の研究員です。
Hello everybody, I am a squid researcher from Squid Research Labs, and as you know, I make it my business to study a mysterious form of inkling life.
スプラトゥーン2ワールドチャンピオンシップもいよいよ決勝戦です。
Well, we have finally found our way to the grand finals of the Splatoon 2 World Championship.
皆さん、昨日の大会はご覧いただいたでしょうか。
I hope you were able to tune into some of our preliminary matches yesterday.
Thank you. どのチームも本当に素晴らしい戦いぶりでしたが、今日はその中から勝ち抜いた2つのチームによる対決です。
We witnessed some truly excellent play from all 4 teams who fought their way to this stage, but today, it's finally time to see the top 2 teams face off.
もう私が多くを語る必要はないと思います。オーディエンスの皆さんもプレイヤーの皆さんも思う存分楽しんでください。
And I think that's all I really have to say. I just want everyone here in the theater, everybody watching at home, and all of the players to get ready for some inktastic action.
Thank you. Good luck.
Good luck.
Give it up one more time for Mr. Nogami. And with that, we welcome you into the grand finals of the Splatoon 2 World Championship. I'm your spray-by-spray host, Jordan Ken, and joining me, as always, the 2 finest Splatalists in all of Inkopolis, Ashley Esqueda and Charles 9 Whitehead. And before we get to our thoughts, let's take a look at what we saw from the ink pools yesterday. All of the semifinal action that we saw here at the Belasco Theater. We saw these 4 squads battle it out in some truly epic matchups. Set to Destroy X falling to the back squids in match 1. The GG boys representing Japan get the victory over Yeah Nah. Set to Destroy X gets the victory over Yeah Nah in the match 3, and then match 4, the GG boys secure the #1 seed in the semifinals over the back squids. And so we saw some terrific action, and I want to talk to you guys. Your thoughts on yesterday? I think we're still trying to catch our breath from everything we saw there, Ashley.
Oh my gosh, well I think you could easily call yesterday's last match a pretty big upset. I mean, the defending champions, USA, get taken down by the back squids after some intense play. It went to 5. I can't believe it. We were totally losing our minds. And 9, I mean, I think you of all people, I mean, backstage afterwards, we were just like shaking each other. It was so much fun.
I could barely breathe. It was so intense. And I've watched a lot of sets of Splatoon, believe me. I don't know if I've ever seen a better set of Splatoon than we saw yesterday between Set to Destroy X and the back squids. I hope that today's set can measure up.
Well, we have our 2 finalists, the GG boys from Japan and the back squids from Team Europe, but let's get to know our teams just a little bit better.
Ink, used in ancient cultures to write sacred texts. It drips. Sometimes it drops. Early monks used it to create quiet masterpieces. Gutenberg pressed it. And today, we use ink to determine the winner of the Splatoon 2 World Championship, where 4 teams come together to compete for the coveted Sterling Squid. Representing Japan are the GG boys. Dynamon returns with his new team after splatting out over 800 teams in Japan. and is now looking to bring that sterling squid home.
I am Dynamo.
Etona, Taich, Yamamichi.
We are GG Boys.
And representing Europe is Back Squids. The winners of the Splatoon European Championship, this German team brings a fresh name and team spirit aplenty as they take on the rest of the world. Hey, you're supposed to smile here.
He's smiling.
Hi, I'm Dean. I'm Eiko.
I'm Watson.
I'm Kaito.
And I'm Magic K. Rose.
And we are the Back Squids.
Now that we've met our teams, it's time to split!
Over 1,500 teams and regional qualifiers. We're down to our final two, so the bracket's pretty simple at this point. You have the GG Boys from Japan taking on the Back Squids from Europe. The winner of this best of 7 will be crowned the champions of the Splatoon 2 World Championship. And 9, let's take a closer look at the Back Squids from Europe as far as what they were able to accomplish yesterday to find themselves here in the finals.
Well, anytime you go up against Set to Destroy X, you know you're going to have to deal with intense frontline pressure. The backliners that they ran, you see here on the sniper, that is Echo, and of course, Majin using that rapid blaster. It's so important that you're able to control the pressure. You see some great snipes right there, and the opponent has to deal with that. They can't keep running into the wall. Sometimes they do. They took advantage, and of course, Watson right here. Yesterday's human highlight reel seemed like every time there was a big play, he found himself in the middle.
And it was exciting because in that semifinal against Set to Destroy X, we got to the 5th game, and it was 2 points on tower control that separated either one of these teams from making it to the finals.
And on top of that, maybe the biggest pop-off that I've ever seen. The chairs were flying, headphones were flying. You can see it right here. Poor Kaito almost gets knocked down right here, has to get caught up. We have our people there in the back helping them stay up. But that's the raw emotion that you want to see. And if you thought that was big, if they pull off this win today, watch out.
And going up against them will be the GG Boys from Japan. Ashley, they overcame over 800 teams in their regional qualifier. What did we see from them yesterday, their undefeated route here to the finals?
I mean, yesterday we saw a lot of GGs. I mean, that is what they are known for, and that is what they brought to this tournament. Yamamichi out in that front line alongside Taiji, alongside Taiji was absolutely indestructible. I mean, Yamamichi by himself, it's like having 2 separate players for each one of those dualies, and you know, nobody could stop him. And so I think today, if Back Squids wants to get some work done, they're gonna have to figure out how to neutralize Yamamichi.
And with Dynamon also, we saw him switch between that Dynamo roller and also the heavy Splatling, so very versatile from their backline player.
Really great job of giving cover, making sure that his frontliners were able to do their jobs.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the route that we will have for our championship. It's a best of 7. We'll be exploring each game mode except Turf War. We already covered that. So let's start with Splat Zones, followed by Tower Control, Clam Blitz, Rainmaker, and then if necessary, Game 5, we'll go back to Splat Zones, some more Tower Control, Game 6. I think everybody here would love to see 7 games. That would be concluded with Rainmaker. And then you look at the basic principles of Splat Zone, and with these teams, we obviously know it's a very easy goal. It's a matter of just getting ink in the zone and controlling it. But 9, oftentimes, it's really about making sure you can secure the zone and then get that push as you look at the rules over Splat Zones.
And there kind of is a flow to it, an ebb and flow, if you will. Whenever you have the zone, you know your opponent is going to build up their specials and use that to push back in. It's all about saving your specials for that moment and using that to kind of thrust aside that initial push and keep control of that zone.
And Ashley, a lot of times it's making sure that you are making those calculated pushes. Like 9 said, you want to make sure you've got a numbers advantage and some specials ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and of course, you always want to keep your eye on the clock, because at some point, you know, that music's going to kick in, and if it's close, you're going to want to get in there and really manage your specials as tightly as you can. And so communication is so key.
You talk about that. Communication not only is it important in relationships and life, but also when it comes to team play in Splatoon here, 9. And tell us a little bit more about these special communication devices these teams are using.
Well, they are special communication devices tailored specifically for this event. You saw it in the early video. There are some sick decals on the side of it. And like you said, there's only 4 people out here. They all need to be informed. If 2 of you go down, that's half your team. You're not going to get anything done.
All right, well, looks like our players are in the lobby right now getting set. And Ashley, just a reminder, they only get the main abilities with their clothing and decor. You don't get those sub-abilities, so that's going to change some of the things these teams do as they get set for Splat Zones.
That's right. You're not going to see a 12 stack of swim speed today. So they're going to have to be a little more discerning, a little more judicious on what kind of loadouts they have. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the weapon loadout is. But, Nine, what do you think everybody should be choosing in the way of? I mean, yes, we saw a lot of rapid blasters. I mean, I think that's the order of the day. But what else besides that do you think we're going to see?
Well, a healthy dosage of rapid blasters, a healthy dosage of inkjet. If you can use either one of those things, one weapon actually is both of those things, the rapid blaster deco, so best of both worlds. But I think these teams, especially on this first map, Splat Zone's Walleye Warehouse, are going to use some ink armor. We didn't see it as much, but I know the NZAP a very popular pick here because it's so easy to get locked out.
Well, you mentioned the stage that will be on Walleye Warehouse. And Ashley, what do you notice about this one when it comes to Splat Zones?
I mean, I love Walleye Warehouse because there's so many ways to get into the center of the map, and a couple of them are ink-proof, right? So you have some grates that you can walk on. You don't have to worry about getting locked out of that lane. So I think that's going to be the most exciting part.
Well, let's go with the signature. Let's get it cracking. Game one of these grand finals. The GG boys from Japan in the orange taking on the back squids from Europe in the purple. And let's look at this loadout here. Nine, any surprises?
Well, we do see that NZAP 85, a weapon that's kind of fallen out of favor recently, but like we mentioned earlier, very popular there for the ink armor, although already Yamamichi going down. This is a great opening for the back squids.
Kaito getting the splat right there. 430 in this one. Early advantage right now for the back squids. 83 to 100 as that score continues to drop for the back squids of Europe. They've got a 4-3 advantage on the map, and Ashley, they wasted no time at claiming that splat zone.
No time at all, and Watson is doing exactly what I said they needed to do, which is neutralizing Yamamichi before he can even get close to anyone else on the team.
Echo with the Stingray, another Stingray being deployed by Dynamon. Is Stingray on Stingray. And we have the GG boys seizing control of the zone, putting that 38-second penalty on the back squids. Nine.
Yeah, and it was great that Dynamon was able to not go down in that situation. A trade is not what they wanted because they did not have as much pressure in the middle. It allowed them to continue to put pressure down with that Stingray, although it does look like it switched all the way back.
Back squids reclaiming control of the zone. 51-87 as they cut into that penalty. Kaito with another splat on Yamamichi. 4-3 on the field, 4-2, and you start to see the forces for the back squids here actually push forward and try to keep the GG boys at bay.
Yeah, I really like seeing what Echo's doing here with the splat lane. He is literally keeping everyone out of this lane that Dynamon is trying to put some ink down on so that they can get around and try to flank.
Back squids looking to make a statement in game one against the GG boys, but here come the boys. They're back in town and they've got control of the zone at this point. And Nine, you look at Yamamichi on that inkjet, pairing it with the ink storm. Beautiful use of both specials.
Absolutely, and you know, Yamamichi at the beginning of this match kind of got caught out by himself, maybe a little bit too aggressive. I like that he didn't go in too deep with that. He's applying pressure here, but he's not too far from the rest of his team.
Yamamichi dodging and rolling, trying to super jump back. Here comes an inkjet and a baller being deployed for the back squids. Zone is at neutral at this point. Reclaimed by the GG boys. They're now just 18 seconds away from tying this game up. We've got a 3-1 advantage on the field for the GG boys as another back squid goes down, and it looks like Yamamichi has found his rhythm, and now it's the GG boys putting pressure on the back squids, Ashley, as Japan takes the lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they do best. They are so good at making sure that if there is any tiny bit of taking a step too close to their base, they can take advantage of that and really convert.
And that'll do it. The GG boys turning the tide of momentum against the back squids, locking things down and getting the victory in Splat Zones. And Nine, we really seem to see the GG boys settle down and really play some excellent play, and they stayed alive and put the pressure on the back squids.
And at the beginning, they were getting separated. They were starting to get a little bit staggered. We saw almost immediately Yamamichi went down, but once they got locked out that second time, they grouped back up. They used Dynamon's Stingray to push back in. Even if you don't splat somebody with it, sometimes the damage is enough so that someone else can come in and get that assist. And at that point, it was all about the lockout.
But also the back squids coming out aggressively, Ashley. They were able to secure the zone, hold it for the majority of the match early on, but then you saw the GG boys take control of it. And splat zones is a hard mode to come from behind on, but we saw the GG boys able to accomplish that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is at the very beginning, I think you were right. I think Yamamichi maybe got out there by himself and was maybe a little bit exposed and was able to get splatted a couple of times by the back squids. But then once they all kind of found their rhythm, got together, communicated with each other, again, like I think we started seeing a very team-oriented rush at certain points where Dynamon was giving them lots of cover with that Stingray, and I think that led them to victory.
GG boys take the first game in this championship final, best of 7. Up next, we have tower control. So let's take a look at the basic layout of that for those of us that haven't had a chance to play this glorious game mode. Ride the tower into the enemy's base. Yes, it's a tower in tower control. Surprise, surprise. The tower moves automatically on a set path once a player is on it. And if the battle ends without the tower reaching the goal, the team with the lowest goal distance wins. But we talked about this yesterday, 9. Those checkpoints are going to be different in every single stage, and being able to manage and get past those checkpoints oftentimes makes the difference.
And if you do have a Stingray, you're going to use it. If you're not tired of Stingray, you will be by the end of this mode. Stingray is so powerful for clearing off that tower, especially if it gets stuck at that checkpoint. You know exactly where everybody's going to be. Just clean it up, let your frontliners go in. It's a nice back and forth.
And what we saw yesterday with the GG boys, Ashley, we saw Dynamon using that heavy splatling on the tower, and instead of using the charger, you look at the ability of the heavy splatling. What advantages does it have?
I think for Dynamon, I mean, he's a roller guy, right? So I think we see a lot of the heavy splatling as opposed to a charger, just because, one, you can put down so much ink on the ground and give lanes to your teammates, where with a charger, you're maybe putting down a little bit less ink. You have to be a little more precise, and also you leave yourself open to people coming around and flanking you from behind.
9, let's chat about some sub-weapons here. What do you think plays well in tower control?
Well, if you've got a bomb, now's the time to use it. Pretty much all of them great, but if you have some toxic mist, you know, it's not a bad idea. The people who are on the tower, they're going to be trying to fire back at you. You throw that toxic mist on there, suddenly they don't have those resources, makes it a little easier to stop that push.
We'll be doing tower control on Wahoo World. The players changing their abilities, changing their weapons at this point, but you look at Wahoo World, a level that just dropped recently like it's hot, and your thoughts on what we're going to see from the stage here, Ashley?
I am really looking forward to how these teams handle tower control, because this map is so new. It's the newest map, and they've had the least amount of time to work on it and to really figure out what their strategy is. So we might see some improvisation here as we kind of get closer to the end checkpoints.
Let's get set for game number 2 in this grand final of the Splatoon 2 World Championship. A wonderful crowd here at the Belasco Theater on hand to see who will be crowned the champions of the world. You're going to have the GG boys of Japan in the blue, the back squids of Europe in the green. Let's take an initial look at the loadouts and please guide us through this, Professor 9.
Well, this was the money comp for them last time. We saw that incredible Game 5 tower control match. It was Echo on the Charger and Majin on this Rapid Blaster Pro. Echo, like you said, Ashley, a big responsibility, needs to get some picks early on to help start this push.
Dynamon not wasting any time getting control of that Stingray. A splat for splat, but already a 3-1 advantage on the field for the GG boys, but the tower gets stuck right there. Taiji trying to make some ground, ink some turf right now. Going to use that ink jet, trying to put some pressure on the spawn of the back squids, but now it's 4-4 on the field. Tower reclaimed by the GG boys as Dynamon trying to lock things down like a padlock, Ashley.
Yeah, I think that was really smart by Taiji to get forward, try to keep people away from getting toward the tower so that they could put some numbers up on the map.
At 9, we see Kaito at work at this point. What have we seen from the back squids in their strategy early on?
Well, actually, things were looking kind of bad for them. Yamamichi was taking the attention of 2 people, but Kaito was actually able to almost single-handedly push in and get the splats necessary to stop that. We do see the Stingray here. This push might be a little bit delayed, but their defense has been strong so far.
You saw Kaito with the inkjet and a couple of GG boys swimming out of harm's way, and now Watson once again with that slosher. We know a few teams yesterday were seeing buckets in their nightmares thanks to Watson and what he was able to do. And now the back squids have control of the tower. They start to improve their scores. Watson continues to provide some support. Yamamichi, though, gets the splat on Watson, trying to put some pressure on the tower. And that's how you play some defense right there, 9.
How many times are we going to say this guy's name? Yamamichi found a way behind all of that pressure, took out the defender of the tower, and it gave his team the chance to come back in and clean it up. What a play.
And so now using the Ink Storm, Ink Jet by Yamamichi being deployed as well, too. So you've got a couple of specials in use right now for the GG boys, and a couple more in the tank. Keep an eye out for the Stingray. Oh, Yamamichi. putting on a clinic for right now until Watson's able to stop things. Ken Watson, that baller against the Inkjet, taking on two GG boys. Oh, look at the splat as Taiji goes down, but enough of an effort there by the back squids, Ashley, to try and slow the progress of GG boys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, gosh, Watson is just such a menace. I've never been more terrified of somebody carrying a bucket in my whole life, and honestly, it's working for him because Echo is on the tower and they are riding it in.
68-75, tightly contested match here. No team has cleared the first checkpoint. Oh, Echo! Unbelievable one shot right there, 9, as the Stingray able to pay back some retribution for the GG boys.
Dynamon is one of the biggest buzz kills I've ever seen. They had all the momentum going there, but he did not go down. They do lose the lead, but they're in a much better spot to defend this, though the super jumps are back. This is getting dangerous.
The back squids putting some pressure on the GG boys, but the GG boys climb back up on top of the tower. 4-2 on the map, 2 minutes left. 14-point advantage for the back squids of Europe. Can they swim their way into a victory in game 2? Taiji with a couple of forces right now. 4-3 on the field. They're looking for a big numbers advantage. Inkjet ready to go. Oh, but gets splatted just in time as the back squids continue to provide some defense. We're at a minute 45 here, 9. You've got Dynamon on the tower. What do the GG boys need here to get this push to the checkpoint?
Well, they need this to be a big Stingray, and Dynamon once again winning the battle of the Stingrays here. He's not going to be able to get on the tower at the time, so they are going to lose it, but he's going to be able to get some super jumps here. You see both Taiji and Etana jumping in. They're going to need to play very clean right now.
Dynamon picking off members of the back squids like he's picking berries right now. 1-0 advantage for our best of 7. The GG boys trying to tie things up here in tower control. You see the baller being deployed by Watson. Can we see that famed defense of the back squids? But no critical splat by the GG boys. 1 minute left. Inkstorm being deployed, and you have an Inkjet ready. But Ashley, back squids getting on the tower. Here's where they have to make this defensive stance.
They have to make a defensive stance, but Taiji is making it very, very hard for them right now. He's splatted 2 people. He's on his way back to the tower, dropping bombs immediately, protect himself. You got people from other GG boys jumping into the tower. It is getting crazy out there.
68-54, GG boys on the tower. At 9, you look at the clock, and right now it's not on the side of the GG boys. This has to be most likely their final push of the match.
It's going to be. He's got to be able to find this Stingray right here. Dynamo not going to get the better of it here. Taiji was there with the assist, but that allowed Watson to sneak back in. Can Yamamichi stay alive long enough here? Watson finally goes down, but because of the geography of this level, it's going to be difficult as a flank comes in.
4-3, GG boys and Yamamichi's got the Inkjet ready. They've got to get past the first checkpoint. 10 seconds left. Can they force overtime? 2 more GG boys remain. Oh, but Kaito picks him out of the sky and pops the Inkjet like a balloon. But we're in overtime. GG boys lose the tower, and the back squids come from behind. About 2 minutes left in that match. They turn the tide. And 9, how about the defense? That's what got them into these grand finals yesterday. They show that tower control defense. You see the passion, the communication, the back squids getting it done.
And you can't say enough about Kaito's performance in that game. I know we saw some highlight stuff there at the end, but so often you saw him engaged in those one-on-one duels with Taiji and Yamamichi, 2 of the best frontliners doing it right now. More often than not, he came out on top in those situations, and we will not be bringing out the broom today.
And Ashley, we saw a lot of Stingray versus Stingray, and it seemed like a critical point at the end where you had both of those, and the back squids were able to get that splat on Dynamon. That really seemed to secure the victory for them.
It really did. I mean, I would say that was the clutch moment where if Dynamon had survived through that entire Stingray and had taken out Echo, instead of it being a trade, I think this could have been a very different end.
Just an exhilarating match. Let's go ahead and look back at some of the replays here. And 9, walk us through what we're seeing here, because we saw the momentum swing side to side throughout this match, but here's Watson.
Watson, and when you use a weapon like this on the slosher, you see that you've got some raised area here. It's going to allow you to kind of take advantage of it. But as we see there, Yamamichi using that stealth jump to come in, put pressure on the tower, and you see they kind of just close in on it. Everyone is aware of where that objective is. And, you know, because of the layout of this level, if you get stuck down there and it moves up, you have to jump back up to the top to get on it. And I'm glad that you mentioned that final splat being so important. They didn't have time to get up there before the respawns happened.
So now it's 1-1. We're guaranteed at least a game 5. So that's a treat for everybody here. Both these teams, as you see how evenly matched they are, Ashley, and the passion and also the organization we're seeing from both of these teams, these pushes. What can you say about the back squids and what we've seen the last couple of days from them?
I mean, gosh, I am so impressed with the level of play that they have brought to this tournament. The shot calling has been very good. The communication has been so good. And honestly, seeing them watch each other's backs, it's so different than when you play Splatoon 2 and you're just by yourself and you're playing Turf War. You know, to be able to play on a team of 4 people who are all communicating with each other, I mean, the level of absolute, like, just pro play is so wonderful to see.
Well, let's get set for our third game. It will be Clam Blitz, and here's the explanation behind that. You toss clams into the enemy basket. First team to score 100 points wins. Find clams scattered around the stage. Round up 10 clams to receive a power clam, which resembles a football, which it's not a court 9, but it's on a what? Field is the magic word we're looking for. You'll still get the sporty sports, my buddy. I tried to set you up.
I'm not going to entertain you. I am not going to do it today, sir.
A power clam is needed to break the basket's barrier. 1 clam equals 3 points. A power clam equals 20 points on the field of play out there. And this is one of those game modes, 9, where it can be a little chaotic. You talk about clam management and the currency that's on the field at this point.
We call it the clam economy because it's so important to have your clams. We saw yesterday in the Set to Destroy X versus Back Squid's game, Set to Destroy X had moments where they were pushing up, but they just didn't have the clams to follow it up. Because of that, teams will sometimes wait until they have enough of those power clams to really make a dent, because there is a penalty associated if you aren't able to score enough points.
And you don't want to give a pity clam to the opposing team, especially when they're already in the lead.
They're getting set with their gear and their weapons. It will be Clam Blitz on Manta, Maria, and Ashley. You look at Manta, Maria, in the middle of this stage is really where things happen, being able to control that area. But what else do we recognize about this level?
I mean, I think this is a really long, thin level, right? And so and it's also a little bit of a smaller stage. And so with Clam Blitz, I think there's a lot of verticality of that crow's nest. I think we're going to see a lot of, we're going to see some long range action here. I'm hoping Dynamon's on that Splatling again, and I think Echo is almost definitely going to be on a charger.
Players in the lobby, they're getting set still, and we talk about having the power clam here, 9, and obviously it gives up your position, but these teams are so good at communicating. Let us know a little bit more about how these teams break down these stages and communicate where people are and some of the terms they use.
Well, the easiest terms that you'll see are left and right. Sometimes simple is best. The real key is making sure they're quick call-outs because you have to know where the opponent is at now.
Let's get set for Clam Blitz on Manta Maria. You've got the GG boys of Japan in the purple taking on the Back Squids of Europe in the green. And let's break down these loadouts here and some of these main abilities. We saw a lot of stealth jump there, 9.
Anytime you have a long map like this, you know you're going to see a lot of super jumps coming back in. It's just an inevitability. If you're going to do that, very common to see some stealth jumps to just make it a little bit easier.
Kaito getting the splat on Yamamichi early in this one. 4-3 advantage for the Back Squids. Neither team with a power clam. At this point, you're looking to get 10 clams to get that power clam. You, of course, can share clams with your teammates, pass them off, and when you get splatted, Ashley, you're giving up clams as well.
Yeah, you're giving up the clams to potentially to other team, but if you can keep them away from it at least until they disappear, you're probably in a much better place.
Watson with that slosher trying to cover some ink. And 9, we talk about this. You focus on the objective of the game, but you want to make sure you cover the turf and give your team plenty of space to move around.
Right, the fundamentals of the game never go away. You make sure that you control that turf, you give yourself the lanes, and it's an added benefit here in Clam Blitz. You can see the clams that are under your turf, so it's one more reason why you need to control the map.
Dynamon with a power clam. You see the GG boys trying to be the first ones to get on the board, waiting to find an opening. Looks like he has a chance here if he can toss the power clam. And he has a completion with the barrier, and now it's the early advantage for the GG boys. However, the Back Squids are able to stop everything and do a complete wipe of the GG boys here, Ashley.
That's one of the things that is so dangerous about doing those really big pushes with 3 team members or more, is that you're really risking an entire team wipe, and that's exactly what just happened.
And 9, you see Majin dropping the power clam, another teammate picking it up, and when you talk about having 3 power clams on the board, that changes the priority for the GG boys.
Zach, where do you put your defenses here? There's too much pressure coming in. They're going to set up this jump. The baller has gone in and watched them. Here they come.
Here they come.
1, 2, 3.
Execution is flawless from the Back Squids. You saw the baller roll in there, explode, and 3 super jumps by the goal. You can't write it any better than that, 9.
That is exactly what you want to see. Textbook play, but you're seeing now Dynamon going to try to do the exact same thing. You see 21 clams there at the top of the screen, so they have the resources they need. They're going to need their own Slosher Deco to build up a baller, though, before they can get too deep.
Dynamon with the power clam, trying to chase down a few members of the Back Squids. Back Squids shifting to more of a defensive focus right now. They see the threat coming. Oh, Dynamon with 2 direct shots. That rapid blaster at close range can still get the job done. Dynamon trying to avoid the splat, but gets hit by the Back Squids, and now it's 2:15 left. 3-2 advantage on the field. And once again, Ashley, that defense from the Back Squids showing its head.
All you have to do at this point, if you're the Back Squids, is play really great defense. And unfortunately, Etona has a ball ready to go. So if GG Boys can get a couple of power clams going, I think this could be real dangerous for the Back Squids.
Under 2 minutes left, Etona getting the power clam. However, you've got another one for the Back Squids at this point. And 9, both of these teams have a stiff penalty, so it's going to be a coordinated effort if you're looking to improve your score.
It is, and I love the way that Back Squids have been playing this defense. They know that they can't let the baller get close. This might be an awkward angle for them to hit in. They do score, but I don't know if they were able to get any other jumps. You see Taiji coming in is actually able to go through and gets a crucial double kill.
Huge.
We'll see if this is going to be enough. The next baller comes in.
Taiji, and you saw the other power clam, and now the GG Boys are building up their lead. 29-40, but a 30-point penalty. Look at the timer at the top of your screen as well, too. That still has plenty of life to it. You can keep tossing clams as long as there's some purple there. GG Boys looking for one more clam. Can it get there in time? Oh! The door is closed on Taiji, but they have built themselves a 17-point lead. 1 minute left. If you're the Back Squids here, Ashley, you got to shift from defense to offense at this point.
They're going to have to get very aggressive, but they're also going to have to be really careful because, again, you're going to have to make that run successful. Otherwise, it could end in a team wipe.
Echo with a power clam at this point. 42 seconds left. You see the bubble blower special ready to go. A power clam on the field for the GG Boys. And 9, you've talked about it. It's clam management at this point. Are there enough on the field for the Back Squids to make a comeback?
Well, anytime you see 15 or more, or 20 or more at this case, that means that there's not a lot of clams for you to work with. They're going to need that power clam and a lot more points. Watson's going to be forced to use this baller pretty far out. They're going to have to make this push the old-fashioned way, and it looks like they might.
Oh, the GG Boys able to shut the door on the push of the Back Squids. And here comes Yamamichi. They're going to go ahead and just to get the KO. They send the Back Squids to the canvas on Clam Blitz, and they're now up 2-1 in these grand finals. And that's what we saw. We knew that the Back Squids had to become more offensively minded here, 9. And because of that, the GG Boys were able to play some defense and then close the door on this match.
And that was just dirty. They snuck behind there. You saw at the top of the screen, one of the members of the Back Squids had super jump there. They thought they had it, but that allowed the GG Boys to sneak behind them, score, and there was no one there to play defense.
And Ashley, we saw at the end of this game, the job that the GG Boys did of gathering the other clams to make sure there wasn't enough money in the bank for the Back Squids to make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of the game. It's a strategy to play a little bit of keep away with the remaining clams on the field. And so they did an excellent job of getting in the lead and then saying, you know what, all we have to do at this point is just keep the clams away from you so you can't get any more points.
One of the highlights of this matchup, 9, was this 3-player super jump into the baller.
Oh.
You called it as it was happening.
Beautiful.
Show us what we're seeing right here as 3 power clams on the side of the Back Squids.
Well, you can't draw it up any better than this. You see Watson was able to sneak all the way back through. He even jumped down there to the bottom in order to make sure that his team had just a little bit more. Taiji got there, but got there just a little bit too late. And Taiji, once again, this time, sometimes the great players make great plays. You see a full wipe there when Taiji was in a bad situation that allowed his team to jump in and was really the MVP of that game.
And it seemed like that was most likely the most critical point. Sure, you'll see highlights of that triple super jump, but Taiji's ability to lock down the base, get that wipe, really secured the victory for our GG Boys.
Yeah, I mean, Taiji and Yamamichi are just incredible frontliners. They're so good at winning those one-on-ones, and that ends up in conversions, and you are going to be in a really good position if you can win those one-on-ones.
2-1 advantage in our grand finals, courtesy of the GG Boys. We get set for game 4. It's going to be Rainmaker, so here's a rundown for those of you at home so you can follow. You're going to carry a mystical missile launcher, 9. Love that term right there. Called the Rainmaker to a pedestal in the enemy base. The Rainmaker is initially located in the center of the stage and is protected by a barrier. If the battle ends without a KO, the team with the lowest goal distance will win. And take us through some high-level strategy with Rainmaker. Where does the coordination begin with this mode?
Well, you want to make sure that you have an alleyway secured before you make that push. There's, of course, moments where a scramble occurs, you take 2 or 3 down, and you just run it all you can. But these teams are so good at identifying where the Rainmaker is going to go and being preemptive. Don't be surprised if it takes a 2, 3, maybe even 4 down situation before they're willing to pick up that Rainmaker.
And a lot of times, Ashley, with that Rainmaker, you really have to be efficient. You've got to stay on the back line, it seems like, because you do want to plow your way forward, but you have to let your teammates clear the way and clear the threats for you as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of trust involved in Rainmaker, I think. So you have to really trust that your other 3 teammates are going to be taking good care of you and giving you some time, one, to load up the Rainmaker and actually fire it, because there's a little bit of a delay there. And on top of that, create those lanes for you to get you closer to the goal.
And you look at Camp Triggerfish, which is the stage that we'll be doing Rainmaker on, and what do you notice about this stage as it pertains to Rainmaker and how you navigate this map here, Ashley?
Well, we have that giant gap in the middle of the map, and I think that ends up being a little bit of there's a little bit of a back and forth across the way, as you would as summer camp, of course. And I think it's going to be a really fun thing to watch some of the longer range weapons get across that divide and really start picking off people.
And 9, as far as loadouts go with particular weapons, you know, we've seen a wide variety already in the first 3 game modes, but Rainmaker, what do teams tend to typically focus on?
Well, Stingray, especially on a map like this, going to be very popular. It's a long, narrow pathway that teams tend to run, but don't be surprised if we see something with a wall, because teams tend to go on that netting on the left side of the map. We might see that brand new fresh Glugadoodly that we saw. Got the baller and just as I say it,
the man does not even need a crystal ball to call that out. You see the Glugadoodlies. GG boys from Japan, the GG boys from Japan in the yellow, and you've got the back squids in blue for Team Europe. 2-1 as we get set for game 4, and Etna already with the Rainmaker trying to advance and improve on the score, and the GG boys trying to make this a quick one. You see the suction bomb in the way of Etna, just being very patient as his teammates can clear things out. And 9, this is one of those game modes, if you blink, it could be over.
I was about to say that exact thing here. It's not going to be enough. They are going to be able to slow it down there, but you can see there's still 3 members there. This one's going to go even further, and Yamamichi is all up in them right now.
Yamamichi trying to clear out the threats, but the back squids do a great job of fortifying their base. You've got a 4-1 on the field advantage for the back squids, and they're going to go take that Rainmaker and just clear it on out of here. You clearly don't want that right by your base. They're going to just guard it, let it reset. 4-3 on the map, and here we see Echo with that charger once again. Ashley, and picking people off once again.
Absolutely beautiful. Echo is so good on that charger, and I was surprised he wasn't on it last game, and I am just more than happy to see him on it this one.
3:50 left in this one. 3-3 on the field, make that 3-2 now, courtesy of the GG boys. They have the advantage and the lead, 30-0 at this point on Camp Triggerfish. And what we've seen already, 9, is every single stage has a particular route you can go with the Rainmaker, and the GG boys wasting no time building this lead.
They're being kind of greedy here. You see they're putting pressure on both sides at the same time. There is that nice little ink rail that kind of allows you access to both sides, which is not something that was there in the Splatoon 1 iteration of this game. Already they're going for more. You see Etna does get taken out pretty quick. This is a good Stingray. It's going to do just enough to take them out there as a 2-down situation. Again, it's solid defense, but we got to see some offense.
Echo getting the splat on Dynamon and stopping the movement of the Rainmaker at that point. Kaito using that splatter shot, trying to create some more ground for his team to operate. Great defense so far from the back squids, but we haven't seen a shred of offense from them. Inkjet ready to go for Kaito. You've got Wadston on the ground with that slosher. 3-3 on the field, 3-2 advantage, and this is maybe where the back squids can make an offensive push, but they have to deal with Dynamon and that Inkjet, Ashley.
Yeah, that is very dangerous. It looks like Watson just got splatted, so it just gave Dynamon a whole lot of real estate to work with Itona right here. Got people jumping in already. Here's Yamamichi. Now, again, you've got 3 of the GG boys right there on top of the Rainmaker.
2:25 left in this one. 2-1 advantage in the games. If the GG boys can get this, they'll have a huge 3-1 advantage getting set for game 5. However, a couple more splats. Yamamichi getting splatted by Etna. Etna with those dual squelchers, putting in some work right now. 2:10 left in this one, 4-4, plenty of time here. However, if you're the GG boys, you know that you've got the lead. Do you shift to a defensive mindset here, 9?
I don't think you change up the game plan whatsoever. As long as you play within yourself and you don't go too crazy here, I think you can play offense. That's not a spot you want to be. I'm a little bit surprised to see him moving towards the Rainmaker here. There might be a chance for a push on this left side.
Majin trying to keep a couple of the GG boys at bay with that rapid blaster. Here comes Echo with the Rainmaker. Baller on baller crime. Those both negate each other, but you see the splat on the left-hand side of your screen. Echo needs a convoy. Looking for some help to help improve that score. You've got those cargo nets. It's going to be very difficult to navigate. Trying to avoid the splat option. Oh, Echo getting behind the defenses, but it's not enough. And you see the score there, 9. It was 30-30, but because the GG boys got there first, Backsquid's back at 31.
Can they get anyone up there? Kaito's got to run up there and grab that. The Inkjet's not going to be able to do so. The splash wall might have saved him. Kaito is able to get one, but they're going to need someone else to come back there and pop it. Kaito can't do it himself. He has to focus on the threat that's ahead. The Stingray up to help them. Can anybody grab it?
Kaito gets a couple of splats. Here comes Majin, and the Backsquids take the lead. Here comes the slam dunk, and the Backsquids able to do enough and put some pressure on the GG boys, and they lock this thing up here, Ashley.
Wow.
2 games to 2.
I mean, I really thought that Rainmaker was gonna go away. It could have had to have been the last second for that Rainmaker to still be on the map, and Majin just picked it up and jumped over the top of someone and walked it in. It was crazy.
9, how about that concentrated push at the end? It just seemed like it was an endless stream of Backsquids deploying right in that area of the map against the GG boys, and the GG boys unable to reset that Rainmaker. Let's take a look at the replay from all of the action that we just watched. And 9, you look at how much these teams were battling back and forth, but here comes Echo at the pivotal moment of this match.
So many things going on right here. You see Majin had already worked around that backside and was able to get Echo this far into it. He jumps up here, throwing caution to the wind, but the splash wall just enough to slow it down. But credit to the Backsquids there. They gave themselves the position to super jump in. You could not have timed that dual special push there any better. Yamamichi trying his best, but with coordination like that, there's nothing a single player can do.
The 4-0 wipe like Charmin at the end right there. Excellent job. And you see the Stingray getting the critical splat, able to stop things right there. And Ashley, we now have ourselves at least a game 6.
I mean, this is what we all want as Splatoon fans. This is the thing you want to see. We wanted to see a real championship match, and that is exactly what we're looking at.
We get set for a game 5 in our best of 7, and both of these squads back and forth, and that's a huge match right there, 9, because if you aren't able to get that victory, you're now down 3-1. You would have to beat the GG boys 3 times in a row to become victorious. You now give yourself some breathing room.
And you look at how that third game went. It was the Backsquids who got off to that big lead there with that incredible 3 power acclaim score at one time, and then it was the GG boys saying, we're just going to take the win right out of those sails. That time the roles were completely reversed. It was the GG boys who came out on top at the start, but credit to the Backsquids, they just kept fighting the whole way.
And Ashley, the GG boys got out to the huge lead, the early advantage. It looked like they were almost about to win the game the first 30 seconds, but you saw the defense from the Backsquids. They never give up. They always believe, and that's so important when you get to these grand finals.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I'm always impressed with all 4 teams that have played in this tournament is the ability to remain calm. I know that whenever I am in a situation similar to that while I play Splatoon, I am a panicker. And I'm like, oh, I got to pick up the Rainmaker because it's just sitting right there in front of me. And these teams show incredible restraint when they know, like, no, I'm not the Rainmaker carrier. I'm going to wait for my teammates. I'm going to have a coordinated push. Like, we're going to do this together. And they've done, all of them have done such a good job at that.
Game 5 will be splat zones in the Reef. And Ashley, it was one of the first stages many people got their hands on when they first played Splatoon 2. Tell us about this stage, especially as it pertains to splat zones.
I mean, I love the Reef, and I think that this is the map that the teams have had the most time with, I would say, out of all of them. And so the Reef is the one that, you know, I feel like it brings us right back to classic Splatoon, the fight on the bridge. It's time for a fight on the bridge.
Splat zones in the Reef. A couple of scoops of vanilla ice cream when it comes to game modes here. Just under 5 minutes, you have the back squids in the blue. And then in the green, you've got the GG boys. And tell us about the loadouts we're seeing here, Nine.
Well, this is not a map where you're going to bring out your long-range weapons, and we already see Echo making his presence felt on that blaster, but it's going to be a 4-0 wipe now from, again, both of these short-range compositions, but now the lockout starts. If you remember, the first Splat Zones game that we saw started exactly like this. Can the back squids turn the tides?
Watson with that baller ready to go, trying to avoid both a sprinkler and a couple of curling bombs and an inkjet. It's raining down ink all over Watson. He goes ahead and deploys the baller to help protect him, but here comes Etna trying to turn the tide, trying to get the zone. Oh, critical splat from behind, and already the back squids out to a 50 to 100 lead here, Ashley.
I mean, this has been very good play. They took out Dynamon on that roller very early on in the match, and I think that was so key to help them take over the splat zone, but it looks like GG Boys took it right back.
GG Boys, they grabbed the zone. It's now 80 to 50, and that clock continues to tick, and we talk about that lockout phase. This is very similar to the last matchup on Walleye Warehouse we saw here, Nine. The GG Boys able to reclaim the turf and then put the pressure on the spawn for the back squids.
And the positioning of Dynamon here is going to be so important. He knows he's got the longest effective range of all the weapons currently on the map. That's why you see him sitting there at the front of the bridge. He knows they're going to come from that way, and because he's been positioned so well and assisting his team, it's starting to look ugly.
GG Boys take the lead. It's 30 to 50. That clock continues to tick. Very difficult situation for the back squids. They've got 4 squids out there, make that 3, but only 1 special ready to go. Can Watson put some pressure? Kaito gets the splat on the backliner of Dynamon. Trying to get another splat. Critical double splat, and I think those splat bombs might take out the spawn. And yes, you've got a 2-0 wipe for the back squids as they now reclaim the splat zone here, Ashley.
That was a huge, 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 huge clutch play right there by Majin. I mean, being able to stay alive through all of that is massive, and that is why they are in charge of that splat zone right now, and they're going to go ahead and clear out that penalty.
Dynamon going to deploy the ink armor. You see the lead at the top of your screen, 13 to 39. GG Boys trying to make it a 3-2 advantage. That clock continues to tick, but it's 3-1 on the field. A couple of specials ready to go for the GG Boys, Nine.
And that was one of the most crucial 1v1s, and unlike earlier in the set, this time it was Taiji beating Kaito on that. You saw them both stopping and just shooting at the opponent, but Taiji won that. They were really close to getting the lead.
13 to 26. You see the GG Boys are having to overcome and erase that penalty they currently have, but they have a 13-point lead, 2:18 left. Taiji in the inkjet. Oh, he gets Kaito, but he's hungry. He wants some more. He's going after a few more back squids. Unable to eat right there. Here comes the baller. Watson trying to get into that zone. Enough to get a few sprinkles of ink in the splat zone, but it's not enough. GG Boys about 20 seconds away from victory, and Watson goes down. And Nine, it looks like this is when the GG Boys take control of everything, close it out. It looks like it's going to be no issue whatsoever, and they get the victory. They make it 3-2 as we get set for Game 6.
Second verse, same as the first. Exact same thing there. They came out into the lead, all guns a-blazing there, but the lockout phase, you just saw the GG Boys a little too good at it. Japan really focuses on splat zones. They run a lot of splat zones only tournaments, and you saw right there as we see Dynamon there coming out on top of that scorecard.
And Ashley, it was very similar to the first match of splat zones, like Nine pointed out. The back squids taking the early advantage, but the GG Boys really settling in, recapturing the zone, and then locking out the GG Boys by really dominating their spawn.
Yeah, I think that we tend to see the GG Boys come out really aggressive on splat zones, and basically the strategy there is we're going to come out really aggressive. If we can take over that splat zone, great. But if not, that's okay. We have plenty of time to regroup, take it back, and go ahead and move forward from there. So I think that they have enough time and sort of the luxury of being really aggressive on that first push because they can always just come right back.
And Nine, you talked about a big-time 1v1 matchup. Let's roll back the replay and see what you were referring to. This was a moment where really this game changed. You had the back squids really with the GG Boys on the ropes.
Yes, and right here, Taiji did a great job of using the cover of Dynamon to move in. You see taking out Watson there, and right there you can just barely see them both shooting at each other. A little bit of strafing there, but Taiji taking that completely compromised the bridge. One more goes down off screen, and it just fell together.
They get the wipe against the back squids at that point. You saw the back squids only 13 seconds away from tying them. So we now see some of the great defense the back squids play. The GG Boys give them a taste of their own medicine. We now get set for Game 6. It'll be tower control on Moray Towers, Ashley. One of the most notorious levels. Obviously,
and
Moray
also
Towers.
A Smash Brothers level.
It is,
now.
yes. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about what we see here with Moray Towers, especially with tower control.
Oh man, I mean, Moray Towers, I think you're going Chargers all day long. Echo's gonna be on that Charger 100%. We are gonna see some Stingrays all day. It's gonna get crazy out there.
And Nine, what do you think is going through the mind of the GG boys? They're one victory away from capturing the World Championship. And if you're the Back Squids, you were in this situation yesterday. You were down 2-1 against Set to Destroy X, and you're able to win the next 2 games to make your way to the finals. Tell us about what's going through the minds of these players, most likely.
Well, the Back Squids, no stranger to important wins on tower control. One of the greatest games I've ever seen played yesterday. They have to be confident. They know that this is a back and forth situation. They're not being outmatched. They know that if they execute, they can bring it to them. And I think it's almost the exactly same thing coming from the GG boys. It's just a matter of, all right, we're here. We know how we want to play this. Let's just do our thing and we'll get that win.
Players still in the lobby selecting their gear. Big time match, of course. If the GG boys get the victory, they are your Splatoon 2 world champions. Back Squids trying to force a Game 7 if they can get a victory here. Tower control last time, Ashley. The Back Squids get the victory there. We saw how well they're able to play defensively late in that match. You figure Moray Tower, though, you got to have those long-range weapons to play some defense. Well, let's get set. Game 6, tower control. GG boys from Japan. Looking for a victory. Just one win away from a world championship. Can the Back Squids, with their backs against the wall, make it a Game 7? In the turquoise, you've got the GG boys of Japan. In the pink, you've got the Back Squids of Europe. And already, we look at some of these loadouts here, Nine, and just a few long-range weapons that we see.
Only a few, but something to keep in mind is that 2 members are using a burst bomb weapon here. They're trying to use that so that they can pressure these long-range weapons. They know Dynamon is going to be able to sit back here on this flatling and make it very painful for them, and right now, it's not working for them.
GG boys on the tower. If you remember last year, Dynamon, part of that Dynamu team, they were looking to extend the match themselves on Moray Towers. What poetic justice it would be if they can get the victory here today on Moray Towers. Early on, Ashley, we see the GG boys trying to get through that first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a lot of Stingray action back and forth. I think Dynamon is absolutely going to be gunning for Echo very specifically because he wants to keep Echo away from his special for as long as humanly possible.
49-100 advantage for the GG boys in this Game 6. The GG boys get the victory here. They are your world champions. Dynamon pushing even more forward with that Stingray. Gets the splat on Echo, and that's going to pave the way. Can the GG boys close this one out? 2 more Back Squids left. Can they play defense? 8 seconds left. Will the GG boys be your champions? And they get it done. They send the Back Squids to bed. No story time. And we have our champions of the Splatoon 2 World Championship, the GG boys of Japan. You see the emotion, the joy. Obviously, round of applause for the Back Squids and what they are able to accomplish. Gave us some really riveting matches. We got to 6 games, but it was just too much from the GG boys, and especially what we saw right there, 9, Dynamon's ability to move forward with that Stingray, and that splat on Echo really told the story of this one.
That's one of the quickest moving tower control maps in the game. You saw right there, it was just one wipe, and it felt like they walked it all the way down to the 40s to that second checkpoint. And when you run with a shorter range composition like we saw there, we saw both of those short range weapons. If you do get boxed out, it becomes incredibly difficult to get back in. But once Echo went down there at the very end to that Stingray from Dynamon, like you said, Dynamon knew who the target was. They needed to take out that sniper. They did that, and they walked in at the end.
Yep. And Ashley, we got a chance to witness the championship last year in 2017.
Right.
And how
Tower
good do you think this feels for Dynamon? On tower control, their journey was stopped.
Overtime, 3 squids on a tower, and they all got splatted. It was heartbreaking. I think this for Dynamon has got to feel really great.
You talk about retribution. The GG boys are your champions of the Splatoon 2 World Championship. Give them a round of applause, but also the Back Squids a round of applause. Wonderful, wonderful job. And Nine, what can you just say about the tournament action we've seen over the last couple of days?
Well, I know I said a bunch about yesterday's action and how great of a set it was, but today lived up to expectations. We saw emotion. We saw highlight level plays. We saw weapons of all kinds coming out here, and I think it speaks to how great of a game Splatoon 2 is that you can see such a great variety of weapons.
Well, we have some awards for our victors, and for the trophy presentation, let's bring him out again, the producer for Splatoon 2, Mr. Nogami.
すごい戦いでしたよね。
Wow, what a great final battle.
もう後ろで見ていてまだドキドキが止まらないです。
I'm still all worked up over seeing that. I can't believe it's over.
優勝した日本チームの皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。
I want to say congratulations to our champions, the Japan team.
はい、じゃあそれでは、優勝した皆さんの栄誉をたたえてメダルの贈呈をしたいと思います。
Now we'd like to present our winning team with some medals.
はい、それからトロフィーがありますね。
And we also have a trophy. Let's bring it out.
はい、昨年の大会でアメリカチームが持ち帰ったトロフィー、今年は日本チームの手に渡りました。
Well, this trophy went to the American team last year, but this time it's going to the team from Japan.
じゃあここで、じゃあここで記念撮影は大丈夫ですか？
Will we be taking a couple pictures? Let's maybe gather behind
じゃあ
the
皆さん
table.
で、じゃあぜひトロフィーを真ん中にポーズをとって。
まずはチーム4人で。
持っています？重いですよ、気をつけて。せーの。
And Mr. Nogami, do you want to
そうです
join?
ね。じゃあちょっと僕も入らせてもらって皆さんで記念撮影を。いや本当に皆さんお疲れ様でした。
Good work today, everybody.
でもヨーロッパのチームも本当に素晴らしい戦いでした。
And we also saw some excellent play from our European team. Let's give them a hand.
はい。それでは最後に僕の方からちょっと挨拶をしたいと思います。いいですかね。
And I'd like to continue with some comments from my end as well.
じゃあこのままもういっちゃいますよ。はい。はい。まずはもう一度改めて優勝した日本代表の皆さん、ですからおめでとうございます。
We'll finish by sending our Japanese team off the stage with one final congratulations. Let's hear it for them.
それから本当に出場したアメリカ、ヨーロッパ、ニュージーランド、オーストラリアすべてのチームの健闘を称えたいと思います。皆さんも拍手してあげてください。
And we want to hear some applause for all four of our teams from America, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan, showing us excellent play over these last 2 days.
はい。そして本当に会場にお越しの皆さん、あとインターネットから中継でご覧の皆さん、この大会を盛り上げていただいて本当にありがとうございます。
I also want to give thanks to all of our people who waited so long to get into the hall today. Everybody watching this broadcast online at home, thank you for your support.
いや本当に全てのチームが全力を出し尽くしたもう素晴らしいもう手に汗を握る戦いの連続だったと思います。
My hands haven't been able to stop sweating from the spine-tingling matches we saw continue one after the other, and I think you can safely say that all of our players left everything they had on the turf.
で試合の結果ももちろん素晴らしいんですけども何より僕が素晴らしいと感じたのはこの大会を通じて世界中のプレイヤーが交流を深めたことだと思います。
And while the results of the tournament are certainly something special, the thing that makes me happiest is to be able to hold a tournament like this that brings players together from around the world and allows them to extend and deepen their sense of community with each other.
ゲームが世界中の人々をつなぐ架け橋になっていたら研究しているものとしてはこれ以上の喜びはありません。
And as a researcher, you know, there's no greater joy than to use an event like this as a sort of a bridge. If we can use games, things like this, to bring players together and bring them together, extend that communication I mentioned earlier.
スプラトゥーン2を応援してくださって支えてくださった全世界のファンの皆さんに改めてお礼を申し上げたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
And I want to use this opportunity to sincerely thank all of our fans around the world for their continued passion and support for Splatoon 2. Thank you so much.
さてそんな皆さんにここで一つ私からお伝えしたいことがあります。
But now that we have you all here, there are a couple of things we'd like to share with you.
発売前のスプラトゥーンダイレクトで、アップデート武器やステージのアップデートは2018年7月発売から1年で終了するとお伝えしていましたが、はいこの度武器のアップデートを2018年12月まで継続することにしました。
So, before Splatoon 2 launched, we had a Splatoon 2 Nintendo Direct in which we announced that we would be continuing to support the game with updates for up to 1 year after its release, or until July 2018. We're here to tell you that we'd like to continue updating weapons for the game until December of this year. That means new weapons.
ステージもあと少しだけ追加します。
New weapons, but we'll also be adding a couple stages, so keep a lookout for those.
映像出ますかね。
So let's see if we can get a video of that. I'd like to show you a little video. Those stages and those weapons. Let's call for it. See if we can get it out here. Here it comes.
はい。このような新しい武器や新しいステージが随時追加されますので、ぜひ楽しみにしていてください。
So these weapons and stages will kind of continue in a rollout, so we hope that you'll be looking forward to them.
そしてもう一本ご覧いただきたい映像があります。
But we have one other video we'd like to show you.
こちらをどうぞ。
Please take a look.
そうです。スプラトゥーン2の有料追加コンテンツオクトエクスパンションが明日配信されます。
So this is the first paid DLC for Splatoon 2, the Splatoon 2 Octo expansion, and it is going to be available starting tomorrow.
時差がありますので少し各地域の時間には差があるんですけども全世界ほぼ同時に配信開始されます。
Now, this will be a worldwide simultaneous release, but please check that screen that we showed earlier for the release times in your region.
アメリカの時間で言えば明日の夕方ぐらいになります。
If we were speaking from an American perspective, this will be tomorrow evening that it will launch.
はい、オクトエキスパンションは80以上のステージと新たな、ストーリーが楽しめる、シングルプレイのモードでシリーズで初めてタコの姿でプレイすることができます。
So in this Splatoon 2 Octo expansion, you will be able to play for the first time as an Octoling character as you explore 80 new stages and the Splatoon 2 story and world at a deeper level.
あと1日だけお待ちください。
Please just wait one more day.
そしてさらに
And one more thing. Oh no, we're
オ
not
クト
done.
エキスパンションの主人公である、タコガール、タコボーイ、タコのアミーボの発売も決定しました。
We've also decided to release amiibo figures for the main characters in the Octo expansion, the Octoling girl, the Octoling boy, and the Octoling octopus.
こちらは2018年の発売を予定していますが詳細はまだ未定ですので続報をお待ちください。
Now, we've decided to release these amiibo within 2018, but for further details about the release date, please stay tuned.
私からお伝えしたいことは以上です。
That is all I've got for you today.
2日間、スプラトゥーン2ワールドチャンピオンシップにお付き合いいただき本当にありがとうございました。
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Splatoon 2 World Championship over the last 2 days.
引き続きイベントをお楽しみください。
And please continue to enjoy the remaining, not avoid, you're going to be here. You want to enjoy the remaining tournament footage.
私はこれで失礼するんですけどもインクリングはもしかするとこの後も登場するかもしれません。
All right, I'm going to be leaving the stage now, but keep your eyes open. You might glimpse a couple inklings coming up.
Thank you!
Thank you very much, guys.
And welcome back to the Splatoon 2 North American Open, September 2020. Jordan Kent alongside Ashley Esqueda and Charles 9 Whitehead. We're getting set for grand finals. Let's take a look at the bracket here, and we'll go ahead and show you the two teams that will be facing off. We have FT Win versus Starburst. FT Win, as we continue to say, the epitome of success when it comes to North American Splatoon competitive play, and Starburst, a team that wants to reshuffle the deck and try and claim the crown for themselves. Let's take a look at the rules for grand finals. Just a small little change up versus semifinals here. It'll be best of 7. Yeah, that's right. Give me 2 more games here. You see the maps and the modes that we'll be going with. We'll start with Tower Control on Piranha Pit. Our winning team, each member of that team will get a digital download code for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, ARMS, and Mario Tennis Aces. So, Ashley, let's begin. A little Tower Control and Piranha Pit. And for those that are familiar with Tower Control in this particular map, there's a checkpoint when it starts to wrap around one of the inclined treadmills that is really the make or break point of this map.
It is absolutely a make or break point. And also Piranha Pit is it's a tight map. It's a quick map. Sometimes this game mode can go very, very quickly on this map. I know I have been on the receiving end of such games. Yeah, this I think might be very exciting, and I have a feeling that we're gonna see who came to win in this opening matchup.
And you mentioned Win, that brings to mind FT Win and 9. We know what they're capable of doing. We've seen it over this incredible run of success they've had. For Starburst, what did you see from them in their semifinal sweep of Supernova that gives you optimism that they might have a chance to pull off an upset here?
The thing I saw most was consistency in their loadouts. So often, if you see a team that's constantly swapping around their loadouts, it's kind of a sign that they don't have a lot of answers. But I think the fact that they could keep Jared on that Kensa Splattershot Pro, which is a weapon that's so good at taking down shorter range weapons. Brand was comfortable on that Kensa Sloshing Machine, and Ice can play every backliner in the book. I think it means they know exactly what they want to do here. They're confident in what they have. They feel like they don't need to change it. If they execute, maybe, just maybe, we can see it happen.
Yeah, they had some real back and forth battles with Supernova, but they were able to close things out, had no issues with that sweep once again. Well, as we said, tower control on Piranha Pit, and a map here once again, Ashley, where those treadmills have a lot to say as far as teams and the way that they approach. But also when you look at spawn, you have a couple of different levels that you can get to get the high ground to really play some smart defensive schemes if you find yourself in a situation where you need to have a comeback.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Ice and Biscuit facing off up on those high grounds. I think we're going to see a lot of that range. And really, I mean, I think this is going to come down to, can Starburst put enough pressure consistently on FT Win? Because FT Win is sort of a, let's close this out as quick as possible. Let's be aggressive. Let's get in there. But if you can chip away at them, if you can wear them down over the course of a game, you might get them to make an unforced error, and you might be able to capitalize on it.
And that was one thing you talked about, Nine. When it comes to tower control, you really want to have that consistent push the entire game. You want to control the map. That's really the key to finding that little crevice, that little opportunity to expand the lead or get that knockout opportunity.
It is, and this is a map where in many tower control maps, if the tower starts moving away from your spawn, if it gets further and further away, the points come very quickly, and that's why, as you two put it, this map goes by very, very quickly. I'm really eager to see what they're going to bring to the fight in order to get past that key checkpoint that you mentioned. I think Inkjet could work, I think Booyah Bomb could work, I think Stingray could work, but they're going to need to be able to do it at the highest level.
And Ashley, a lot of times when you're on offense and that tower's moving, and we know that it can move a little slow sometimes, let's be honest, you've got to be careful about when you're on the tower. You can't just ride that thing out the entire time. We've seen some of these teams make some incredible plays when they choose to hop off the tower, even though they're advancing.
We did it in the last match, right? So Ice was on the tower, and a Booyah Bomb was incoming from Supernova, and you saw him hop off the tower. And these players are so good and have so many hours logged in this game that they know exactly the range of the outside of that bomb. They know exactly the range of pretty much everything in the game. So you saw him go just to the outside of that Booyah Bomb, and as soon as it was over, he was right back on that tower. And that's the difference maker. It is the difference maker, is the thing that allows you to keep pushing, to keep putting that pressure on. And they just did a great job of it.
And Nine, as we continue to look at this high-level play, what is it about Piranha Pit that so many players enjoy about this particular map?
It's very unique, right? So many of the maps, you can tell that there's a very identifiable flow. You've got 2 or 3 ways of coming out of spawn. You've got 2 or 3 ways of attacking spawn. Piranha Pit's not a Splatoon 2 original. It came back in the original Splatoon, and because of that, it has different conventions, right? If the opponent takes your side of the map, it's very difficult to get out of spawn. So as a result of that, yes, it can be very dangerous, but you always feel like you have a chance if you hit that point of no return.
Yeah, and also what stands out to me, Ashley, is the tower is very elevated in the middle of this map. You've got to have a decent climb, and with that, there's a bit of a natural wall that divides one side from the other, and those treadmills extend east and west very far, so it isn't really easy to navigate to the other team's side. You've got to be very careful about how you go over there, and with that tower in a very interesting neutral position, you figure the action will be very furious right in the middle of the map.
I think I feel like we might see... Do you feel like we're going to see some sloshing action, Nine? I feel like we might see a slosher happening here.
Sloshing Machine, I think, is a pretty safe bet.
Yeah.
All right, well, looks like we're getting set here for tower control on Piranha Pit, as we mentioned. FT Win facing off against Starburst. FT Win 3-0 in their semifinal. Starburst 3-0 as well, too. And, you know, you look at FT Win and their championship pedigree here, Nine, and this is a team that has been on the biggest stage before. And when you can be that cool, calm, and collected in these high-pressure tournament moments, that right there is a huge competitive advantage over anybody that's trying to go ahead and take your spot at the top.
Yeah, what's the old adage? Act like you've been there before? Well, that's very easy to do when you are the only team that has been there before, since you've come together as a team. They have won, again, 4 Nintendo events in a row, 4 huge North American Opens, and they're trying to make it 5 right now. For them, this is just another day at the office. For everyone else, it'd be the biggest one of their careers. That's an advantage for certain.
And Ashley,
I
go ahead.
was going to say, especially because Starburst is a pickup team. Like this is, I mean, it's wild to me that, oh, this is just it's a pickup team. Like we're just in the top 4, we're in the grand finals, and we're playing against the exact opposite, which is a team that has been together for a very long time and has dominated the scene. So I think this is a very exciting grand finals for me.
And 9, Splatoon, the game, the franchise, the history, it's over 5 years now. Back in 2015, when we were all blessed with this wonderful game that we've had a chance to really just sink our teeth into over these last 5 years. And you just look at, once again, how the community has grown. And you were mentioning some of the numbers you saw for tournaments early on and how the engagement has increased multiple times over, and just the consistency of the community engagement thanks to the Splatfest and everything. And that's really what seemed to stand out about this game, about Splatoon 2 in this community over the years.
Yeah, it's, we've had 2 tournaments over the course of this year that got over 700 teams. Assuming every team brought 4 people, that's almost 3,000 players showing up for one event. And it's because they love this game. There are people who, of course, love different parts about the game. Maybe they like the fighting up close. Maybe they just like the idea that it's a shooter that's a little bit more colorful, that everybody can enjoy. But the fact that they continue to show up 3 years into this game, 5 years into the series, I think it shows that this truly is a franchise that is built to last.
Yeah, and Ashley, we talk about all the specifics for the different ranked modes, of course, but when it comes down to it, the basic fundamental comes down to covering the map with ink and how big of a role that plays in every single one of these modes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game, right? It doesn't matter what mode you're playing, as long as you have good territory control, 9 times out of 10, you're going to come out on top. And that's the way that, that's the way to win. It is the best defense and offense, right? Putting down ink does both. And so I think that's what makes each mode so exciting. It makes it so easy to have a comeback. Like I think that is one of the things that really makes this game in particular unique. And for me, it's so much fun and so cool to see players who have thousands of hours logged in this game, to be able to watch them and be inspired by them as a player of Splatoon, to watch them and say, oh, wow, like that's how you handle that situation. Because I've never been in that situation or played at that level. It's really exciting for me as a player just to be able to see them and take notes, right? That's take notes and maybe up my game a little bit.
We're getting set for grand finals action here, still getting a few things calibrated. Let's take a look at the rules once again for grand finals. A bit of a change as opposed to semifinal action. Best of 7. Let's walk you through here. Tower Control on Piranha Pit, Splat Zones on Skipper Pavilion, Rainmaker, Inkblot Art Academy, Splat Zones, Humpback Pump Track, that'll make a resurfacing. Tower Control on Wahoo World if necessary, Splat Zones on Starfish Main Stage if necessary, and then Rainmaker on Anchovy Games if we get an exciting Game 7. One more look at the bracket as well, too. Over 350 teams nearly getting a chance to register for this September 2020 North American Open. FT win 3-0 over Sayonara. Starburst 3-0 over Supernova, but 9, Starburst and Supernova had some real back and forth action taking place, and Starburst, we really saw some terrific matches, especially that first one, Splat Zones on Humpback Pump Track, to open up that semifinal.
Yeah, it shows understanding over all of the different modes when you have to make comebacks and you have those back and forth matches, because we've gone back to this word so many times, composure. You are going to lose leads in Splatoon at this level. The opponent will have their say, the opponent will have their day. Eventually, you will have to, in the heat of the moment, make a choice that will win or lose you the game. These players, more often than not, make that choice the correct way.
And we see those choices and how they play out. And, Ashley, we've called many of these high-level tournaments, whether it's been in person or online. And when you get to the grand finals, there's just something that's different. You just feel a little bit more gravity to each particular game and for the matches in general. And that could play a huge role in a pickup team like Starburst that's trying to do what many people haven't been able to do over the last year and a half, and that is defeat FT Win in a North American competition.
That is so true. I mean, hey, it's the cliche of the scrappy upstart, right? That's what we want to see. We want to see the David versus Goliath story. I love it. I think that that's really exciting, and Starburst is really coming in with momentum, right? So they're fired up. They've just had a sweep. FT Win maybe a little more used to the sweeps, right? And sometimes that can cause a little bit of complacency. So it'll be interesting to see how serious FT Win takes Starburst. And I mean, obviously they're going to take them seriously. They're in the grand finals with them. But it only takes just a little bit of let up for a team like Starburst to really take advantage.
And now you look at the different roles on each team. And one thing you were saying in our preparation for this open is that every team feels like they have one of the best frontliners in the world here. What is going to be the role of the frontliners for these elite squads?
The role of the frontliner is maybe the most amalgamous role in all of Splatoon, which seems like a bit of it doesn't seem like that'd be the case. It'd say, okay, if you're a frontliner, you go and attack. But against these teams, if you hold forward and attack them, you're going to get taken out. They're not going to miss. So I think what you really want to look for here is the angles that they take to get into those fights. One of the old adages, look where the opponent is firing and don't go that way. Go a different way. But that's, of course, not easy to do. So take a minute as these games are going on, if you're newer to the game, and watch how these fighters approach the big firefights. I guarantee that's going to teach you a lot about this game at the highest level.
Yeah, and it's such a good point. There's so many fundamentals that are easy to pick up, but to master this game, it's extremely difficult. Let's go ahead and get our grand finals up and rolling. Tower control on Piranha Pit. You see the tower in the middle and many treadmills to either help, expedite, or impede your progress. And we have an early Ink Armor coming out by Bursty, and it's going to be the tower claimed by FT Win in the purple to start things off here, Ashley.
That was a fast build. I mean, these teams, these players can build a special so quickly. And, look at this play. So smart, jumping back to spawn. Sometimes you just got to get out. And you want to just keep that special, hold it as long as you can. And if you got to go back to spawn, then that's what it means.
Starburst through the first checkpoint. Early lead here over FT Win, but we know that no early lead is safe against this elite squad. See the baller explode from Brand. Brand trying to back up, but it's Shaq that gets the splat. 3-2 advantage, though, here. 9 for Starburst as they make their way to the second checkpoint.
Yeah, we talked about the point of no return. I didn't think it would fall in the first minute. Like, credit Kyo here for at least mitigating some of this damage. What a fantastic opening here from Starburst. They're going to be able to clear the tower. They're going to get back on it here very shortly. This is not the way I expected this game to start.
Anthony trying to provide a little bit of support. Double splat there by Anthony. Looks like it was the splat bomb that got that one for Anthony. So well placed, eliminating half of FT Win. Tower is resetting at this point, so Starburst not really advancing the objective, even though they are splatting FT Win left and right. Plenty of time left, though. We all know in tower control, you got to consistently apply that pressure. Ashley, though, you're not too concerned about FT Win. They've shown plenty of patience and poise in similar situations.
I mean, the one thing about FT Win they have going for them is experience, right? They've played for so long together. They know exactly how to capitalize on any mistake that Starburst is going to make. And so they're just going to keep playing. They're going to keep applying pressure. And as soon as that window opens, you can bet all of them are going to jump on it.
Double Inkjet patrolling the skies for FT Win. They're trying to clear out some room. That's going to send Starburst on the retreat. And 9 once again, FT Win being patient. Even though they took that initial punch to start off this match, they're now in control of the tower.
They are, and they're in control of the map, too. You saw that Kyo was all the way advanced right under the opponent, and he's in a spot where if anybody tries to come this way, he's going to be able to get the jump on them, and firing those missiles will make it even easier. Look at the way that they are controlling this tower. 3 people around it, everybody waiting, always collecting information. And look at this. This Booyah Bomb had better hit everybody on the map, and it didn't hit anybody.
The double Inkjets coming out for FT Win. They're timing it, but they get completely wiped as Starburst doing a fine job of holding their position. They got a 16-point lead as we approach the 2-minute mark. Seems to be Booyah Bombs versus Inkjets in this matchup. FT Win, Starburst, our first match of these grand finals. Starburst trying to steal the first game here. Jared with the Booyah Bomb coming out, looking for a target. Can't find anybody, just launches it up top, trying to clear some room. here we have Starburst, Ashley. It was the thing that we saw in Anchovy games in semifinals, just apply that consistent pressure as we get a huge one-on-one splat against Kyo.
That was a big deal. Kyo is so good at capitalizing on 1v1s, and so for Jared to make that pick is just really key. You can see Biscuit laying down, he's doing his best. He's laying down so much ink, and he's got that inkjet, and he just, I mean, he is, the range and the accuracy is so impressive from both backliners, Ice and Biscuit. And I love watching them. I'm so inspired by it.
And 9, a little bit of a different situation for FT1 on this push. They don't have as much map control as they typically have. And for Starburst, you're really liking where you're at with 1 minute left.
You are. You actually saw Biscuit couldn't advance at all with that inkjet. That inkjet almost had to be used as an opening to try to give them some sort of control. Sometimes you use map control to get picks. Sometimes you get picks to gain map control. But you see right there, they've been stuck in that corner for a little while, and if they continue to trade in this situation, it's going to be Booyah Bomb Central on that tower, and they're not going to be able to make any progress.
FT1 continues to apply the pressure. Starburst just has to try and hang on for 30 seconds. Tower resets. 4-3 advantage for FT1. Starburst getting one more inkling to join the crew here. But this is going to be the make or break moment of this match. Starburst trying to hang on. Neither team losing a player yet. It's just a lot of inking going on back and forth. Here's Anthony trying to get down low, apply a little pressure and chase out FT1. FT1's on the tower. 8 seconds left. Tenta missiles coming. Anthony retreats. Here's the tower moving slowly for FT1, but they're going to have to get through a checkpoint and then some change if they want to get this victory. Overtime here. Tower's cleared, and that'll do it. Starburst taking the very first game in these grand finals. And Ashley, how about the patience and poise of this scrappy, put-together team of all these different ingredients for Starburst?
So much patience. So much patience. You saw that one exchange where just nobody was getting splatted for a good amount of time. I want to say 20 seconds. I mean, that's a long time in Splatoon, and that's the type of patience that you need. You can't be overeager, right? Because if you extend just a little too far, it could mean the end. And so they really did a great job of staying patient, knowing that they had the lead, saying, hey, listen, we just got to hold on to it. Let's take our time. Let's not make mistakes. And they took the win.
In 9, it seemed like Starburst's ability to control the map once they had the lead really slowed down a lot of those pushes that FT1 was trying to make.
It does. And again, for you statisticians out there, 11 inkjets for FT1, 11 Booyah Bombs for Starburst. Do you think you see the contrasting styles there, the ideas right there? That huge opening push that got them that lead. They were confident that if they could get that, they could cycle Booyah Bombs to, even if 2 of them were down, at least slow down the push just long enough. A fantastic game plan there. They knew exactly what they wanted from the get-go. And guys, we have not seen FT1 drop a game in one of these events in a long time. I'm getting a little excited here.
It's been 84 years.
So the first drop of ink is landed by Starburst. They take the first game in this best of 7, and Ashley, that Booyah Bomb is such a great defensive tool, and if you have a lead, you can use it so effectively to just cover that tower, and that's what Starburst seemed to do, as 9 pointed out, is, okay, we have the lead, let's just be smart, because we know that with this map, it's a very difficult map to really quickly retake the lead.
And they also knew that FT1 had to clear a checkpoint. And so to be able to win, they would have had to have cleared a checkpoint, like you said, and some change. So to be able to say, let's just hold our specials, let's hold those Booyah Bombs until we absolutely need them, until it looks like we're going to need them. If they had cleared that checkpoint, I think you would have seen more Booyah Bombs going off on the tower. But yeah, I mean, it's again, it's patience, it's composure, it's being able to know when to hold them and when to fire off your specials. I know when I first started playing Splatoon, that's like the first thing you want to do. Just as soon as you get that special, you want to use it. But the coordination of the Booyah Bomb is so key as a defensive. It's a defensive strategy that works so well in tower control.
And 9, when you get to the last 30, 20 seconds of a game, it's so important to remain on the map. You can't get splatted. And we saw Starburst do a fine job of just keeping 4 players on the map to close out as the timer ran down to 0.
Yeah, and I think for all of you support players out there, we had a great view of Anthony there towards that last 20 seconds, playing the Splatter Shot Junior, a weapon that doesn't have a lot of range, and when you're up top, you may be thinking, okay, let me jump down, let me paint a little bit, I can get another armor. No, throw bombs at the tower. You can contribute, but you can't contribute if you're back in spawn at the most important time of the game. I thought that was a great example of how you can still understand the objective of the game and identify exactly what your weapon and your kit can do best in that situation.
Coming up next, we'll have Splat Zones and Skipper Pavilion. And Ashley, you look at Skipper Pavilion, and it's one of those maps where all the action seems to just funnel downwards into that splat zone. You've got a couple different avenues to approach, but once you look at that splat zone, there really isn't a lot of different angles to approach it. Everyone's really coming from one direction, and that allows you to really focus your defensive efforts, it seems like, if you can get that zone.
Very much so, and I think range is going to play a huge role in this map. So I think Ice and Biscuit are going to be the playmakers here. I'm very curious to see what Biscuit decides to roll out with, and I'm very curious to see what Ice rolls out with. I think we might see some. I don't know what we're gonna see. I'm so curious, but the backliners in this game, I think, are really gonna make or break the ability to keep the splat zone.
Skipper Pavilion, Splat Zones, Starburst taking the first game in this grand final best of 7. All right, you won 1 against FT Win. Now you're looking for 3 more. FT Win, I'm sure, not shaken. But they find themselves in a deficit and losing a game for the first time in a long time. All right, 9, looking at this map and that splat zone, as we said before, very unique about the location of where it's at compared to a lot of other maps where there aren't a lot of opportunities to come from different angles.
No, there aren't. But the 2 angles that you can come from there almost seem equally threatening, right? You can send 2 people on the bottom and 2 people at the top, and if you don't meet that with equal ferocity on the defensive side, you are in a bit of trouble here. So you can see right now both sides are probably going to play it a little cautiously at the start, try to build up some points. It's mostly been an exchange of bombs, and Anthony finally able to get a pick with that. That might be enough to open it up. Look at how spread out the defenses were. They had to be.
You pointed out Anthony in that support role, just throwing bombs. Sure, you don't have a lot of distance on your weapon, but those bombs can cover a lot of real estate, and Starburst able to regain the splat zone after giving up 26 points to FT Win early on. Now, we see a different approach here, Ashley. We see Starburst really moving forward now that they have the zone.
I'm impressed. I mean, this is very aggressive play. I love seeing Ice down there just firing away up and over some of these walls. I mean, it's really impressive. But unfortunately, FT Win's going to take it back. And now Starburst has a penalty.
Starburst, they have faced an onslaught of specials coming out. You see Kyo putting in some terrific work with that sloshing machine. Kyo trying to cover up some territory, just cover the bases, build up special. You see Bursty in your top left with a little bit of height advantage right now, working up top, trying to cover that zone. FT Win trying to get back into this one and recapture the lead from Starburst. And now, 9, it seems like FT Win's doing a better job of really spacing out their players to cover all the different entry points into this zone.
It is, and you know, it does help when the opponent puts 3 people up on top there, almost 4 people there, depending on when Ice got there. The decision was made there to try to go all in for a push on one end and hope that the opponent would be a little spread out. Fortunately, they had enough specials to deal with it, but that's a very, very bold play to make at this stage of the game.
FT Win able to hang on and keep Starburst from building into that penalty and recapturing the lead. FT Win now going to build upon their lead. Jarrett trying to advance, but you see the Ink Storm coming through here. Booyah Bomb just outside the clouds, able to avoid some of the damage. But that splashdown, negating all the work done by that Booyah Bomb. Now it's 1945, FT Win with the lead, but Starburst recaptures the zone with a 4-3 advantage on the map. Make it 4-2. Here's that opportunity, Ashley, to start chipping away and get back into this game.
Very much so, and that 3-on-1 was, I think, a key pickoff. They're going to have a little bit of time. Hopefully it'll clear this penalty. I think it will. And but I mean, here comes FT Win, and it looks like they're not about to let this go without a pretty big fight.
And 9, what seems to stand out about this map is when you respawn and you're trying to get back in the defensive, you've got a lot of safety where you're at near your spawn to build up your special, then make that push.
You do, and now here we have the Booyah Bombs. This could be huge. Can they hold throughout this? Look at that, only 1 point they needed, but the second Booyah Bomb wasn't able to land in time. They had the 2 queued up there, but they weren't able to get it. They were able to get a couple picks, but we talked so much about the penalty. FT Win got what they came for and a little bit more. Now they've got full map control.
That penalty was absolutely huge. Starburst was just a couple of seconds away from taking a lead with 1:30 left, flirting with a 2-0 lead in Grand Finals. Now it's FT Win that is building upon their lead at this point. Ice trying to throw the Booyah Bomb, recapture the zone here. 7 seconds away for FT Win. Starburst trying to recapture it. That's going to put a hefty penalty on FT Win. Now Starburst just has to try and hold down the fort, but the aggression coming back from FT Win here, Ashley, they've got a chance to recalibrate here, but only 30 seconds left until Starburst starts chewing into that lead.
I mean, Ice really that was a sacrifice play that was very smart on his part. I mean, he just needed to get in there, needed to take that splat zone, did what he needed to do, and maybe ended up needing to respawn, but at the end of the day, like, that prevented the win, so he did the right thing.
Jared gets cornered. FT Win recaptures the zone, making things even more difficult for Starburst. Under 30 seconds left, Starburst has the zone, but they're going to have to hold out the zone for the rest of the game at this point if they want to come back into it. A tall task indeed. 2-on-1 opportunity for FT Win. Ice retreats. Very wise move here. Here come plenty of bombs. That Fizzy Bomb getting a few sprinkles of ink on Ice. Ice backing up, has the Booyah Bomb ready to go. Wants to close off this entry point. 7 seconds left for Starburst. Can they hold on and recapture the victory at the end? They have to hang on and recapture the zone. They're looking for it. It's overtime, but no! Jared can't do enough. Gets splatted. And for the second time in this match, Starburst just a few seconds away from taking the lead, but FT Win does just enough here, 9, to get the victory.
I cannot stress to you all how close they were to losing that game. Ice put 3 shots onto Biscuit before turning to go and fire at somebody else. If Biscuit had gone down, they would not have been able to get that jump in, and Ice might have 1v3'd them for the victory there by himself. But the pedigree, man, we say it so often, the composure to, even in those situations, identify what you need to do to not let emotion take over. They're probably calmer than I am right now. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. They are cool customers.
Well, it goes to show you, Ashley, that you can hold the zone for 35, 40 seconds like we saw Starburst do on 2 separate occasions. But when you get to those final 3 seconds to recapture the lead, every single decision has to be so precise. And as 9 pointed out, when you make a little slip up like that against a team like FT Win, they will make you pay.
I think if there had been any other Starburst player available in that zone, I think this would have been very different. I think the outcome of that would have been very different that game. Ice, I mean, a 3v1 for anybody is almost impossible, but for Ice, I mean, it's possible, which, I mean, it could have happened. And so I think that, in some parallel universe, Starburst is celebrating a win right there.
Makes it 1-1 in our grand finals. It's best of 7, so both teams able to even things up. FT Win narrowly hanging on to a victory in Splat Zones on Skipper Pavilion. Up next, we're going to have Rainmaker on Inkblot Art Academy. And 9, this is another interesting map where it's got one critical point, and it's that uninkable ramp to get up to the spawn area that really can determine how this match goes.
Exactly. A lot of people would call this maybe the most un-Rainmaker of all Rainmaker maps because there is only one way. You have to go up that ramp. At that point, it becomes a sprint. You can, slow down your sprint. You can stutter, step, and juke here. But for the most part, it is one path here. And I think that Ice, once again, we've been saying his name a lot, he's going to have the opportunity to really make that push difficult, not only by stopping the Rainmaker, but by making sure nobody gets up there for free. A little chip damage is going to make the rest of the job much easier for his teammates. I'm actually a little more curious how Starburst is going to make their push. They've been the more defensive team so far, a little bit more measured. That might have to change on this map.
Yeah, as you pointed out, and Ashley, typically with Rainmaker, you've got a bunch of different routes if you want to avoid the traffic jam, but you can only go up one way. When you go up that ramp, and we're going to see it multiple times throughout this match, we talk about on defense, Ashley, that you want to see the different ways the offense is coming. But when you're on offense, you also have to identify the different ways that the defense is trying to come and apply pressure to you.
Indeed. And I think we're going to see when you're on offense in this particular map, again, there are very few ways. There's one way up. So we're going to see, I think, maybe a little bit more range from the loadouts. I think Biscuit is going to be up in the middle on that tower, firing away, doing the best he can to make a path. But I mean, I think it's going to come down to, for me, I think it's going to come down to better bomb placement, right? And the Stingray. I mean, I think that's what the two things that it's really going to come down to is who can throw better bombs, who's got this. I have a feeling Ice is going to have a Stingray here. Let's see if I'm right.
Rainmaker Inkblot Art Academy. Only one route that you can go, so you better be ready. Yeah, you throw the question mark up there. Both teams certainly are ready to go. No changes here. You've got FT Win in the purple, and you've got Starburst in the yellow. 9, walk us through some of these loadouts and what to expect.
We've seen this already. We've seen it a lot. It's going to be very much what we saw in the tower control game with some minor changes here. The comps and philosophies very similar. Look at that. Kyo tried to go up there and get Ice. Ice was able to get him, and then Bursty with the Rainmaker is able to go ahead and get Ice. So a nasty trade there at the start. That's Brand down as well. The Rainmaker's been the most effective weapon of the field so far.
FT Win and the Rainmaker. I don't need your help. I can pave my own way here. You see the Booyah Bomb trying to come and negate things, but able to get that Rainmaker up over the ramp, and now you're looking for the opportunity to advance in enemy territory. One more Booyah Bomb coming out. Rainmaker hasn't been splatted. Here's an opportunity for FT Win to try and push forward, but Starburst able to hold their water, and you see why it's so difficult, Ashley. Even with those 4-2 advantages we saw with FT Win, they couldn't get it up the ramp.
No, oh man, it's so tough to get up that ramp. Let's see, Brand like just takes out Kyo. He's like, you can't hide. You can swim, but you can't hide from me. I love it. But yeah, this is the toughest. It's one of the toughest Rainmaker maps, and that uninkable surface is exactly why. I mean, this is going to be tough for either team.
Starburst's turn to try and scale the mountain at this point. 4-4 on the map. You see the Inkjet patrolling for FT Win. Shaq trying to avoid the burst from that Rainmaker. He'll go ahead and negate that opportunity for Starburst. Rainmaker pops it right there on a ramp. Just waiting to get picked up after school. Shaq applying some pressure on the Booyah Bomb. Able to get the splat, but the Booyah Bomb gets deployed. And now the Rainmaker gets lost once again in the middle of the map. So a lot of action here, 9, in the middle, and territory control continues to be important on Inkblot Art Academy.
It is, and when we talk about risk mitigation, you have seen a lot of it in this map. No player willing to rush forward unless they feel like they've got a decent look. Look at that. FT Win didn't even pick up the Rainmaker because they weren't certain that the winds were in their favor, and now the missiles are going to be there, and that's huge for the missiles because look at that. FT Win was actually 3 down at that time. Ice is going to have to try to pop this with his teammates up ahead, but they might not get anything out of that. What a huge play by Shaq.
Yeah, the Tenta missiles coming in clutch for FT Win, getting the splat. Starburst unable to hide behind that wall, and that'll be another splat for Biscuit with that Nautilus, just applying so much pressure from up above. Rainmaker will go ahead and reset. FT Win with the 67-83 early advantage. And Ashley, you pointed out those backliners putting in work, painting a masterpiece here in Inkblot Art Academy.
I mean, they've got to lay out that runway. I mean, they're giving. I mean, Biscuit. Wow, God, the accuracy with that Inkjet is just so good. He's just out there doing the work, making way for his teammates to take that Rainmaker. I mean, it's so great. It's so great. Even though he gets splatted, it doesn't even matter. He's just so good at it.
Brand with the direct, able to get the splat, then assist with the chip damage. However, FT Win pushes that Rainmaker even further into Starburst territory. That's really difficult to get to at that point. Under $1:45 left, Starburst will try to recalibrate here with the Rainmaker. They've got a special to go. Here comes a Booyah Bomb and a Baller. That won't take out any member of FT Win, though, so now 9, you don't have any specials, really, as you get set for this push.
No, you don't, and it's going to be very difficult. Look at Bursty right now, moving around here, making sure that if all else fails, he does not go down. Build up another special, throw another bomb, do whatever you have to do. But, I mean, you said it perfectly well. It took all their resources to get to this point. Now what do? You've got nothing left.
Shaq unleashing the Tenta missiles. They get a chance to slow down the Rainmaker. It's available for FT Win if they want it. They grab it. They know that Starburst is spawning right now and a chance to really advance it. They're not wasting any time. Shaq will go upstairs to try and take out Brand, but Brand doing a terrific job of winning that 1v1. Rainmaker still on Starburst's side. Under a minute left. FT Win trying to take a 2-1 advantage in Grand Finals. Brand with another splat on Kyo. You figure Starburst has got one more solid push left in the tank. Being a little bit more reserved with the specials this time. That Baller ready to go for Brand. 73-49. FT win with this advantage. And 9 with 30 seconds left, you figure you can sit back and be a little bit more defensive-minded if you're FT win.
Yeah. Most forward-pushed player there, and frankly, he's the best frontliner that they have right now in terms of the weapon. Biscuit going to use his inkjet to push this one to bed, and right now, Brand's just got to defend the Rainmaker. That's all he can do at this point. He's going to try to get a pick here, try to force people back the other way. But Biscuit's going to fire down there. Brand's going to be in a 1v4. What a way for that one to end. Painful.
Starburst unable to really capitalize with their special, so FT win just doing enough. You see how hard it is to advance the Rainmaker in this particular map. Really just 2 solid pushes by FT win was all that they needed to go up 2-1. And Ashley, it's the usefulness of your specials. You have to be effective. And we saw that one opportunity that Starburst had where they kind of whiffed on 2 specials and they weren't able to make a push when there was plenty of time left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you've got that many specials all together, you've got to do something, right? You've got to make a play. You've got to get something out of it. The return has to be there. And unfortunately, especially in that one situation where they had so many specials, burned all of them and got absolutely nothing out of it. That's tough. That's really, really tough. And again, FT1 is so good at making the most of those mistakes.
And 9, it really seemed like FT Win did a really nice job on that final push where they got into the 40s of really climbing the different steps of spawn for Starburst and not waiting for Starburst to approach them, but rather taking the fight to Starburst as they move the Rainmaker forward.
They did. And, you know, one of the key elements of that push was, stop me if you've heard this one, Biscuit's inkjet, right? Because he was able to use that from such a great distance and hit so accurately, he took out Ice in that push. And if you take out anybody, it's good. But if you take out the backliner, the stabilizing force that had kept the defense up to that point for Starburst, that was what really started that staggered spawn. And that's what allowed them to make the big push in the way that they did.
We'll get set for a familiar map and mode. It'll be Splat Zones on Humpback Pump Track. Both these teams obviously victorious on these modes on their way to Grand Finals. And Ashley, what we've seen now in 2 matches on Humpback Pump Track is that once you secure the zone, it becomes so important in the way that you're able to hold off the other team on such a small map.
Starburst is going to have to put down a tremendous amount of ink to territory control because FT1 is so good at this map. I mean, it's an uphill climb. It's an uphill climb. And I think that, you know, the FT1 is just so strong on Splat Zones, and to see them playing and be so coordinated, so composed, and have so much experience that they've pretty much seen every situation, every type of, you know, strategy. They know how to respond. So Starburst is going to have to come with some really just AAA level play here.
So a smaller map here, Humpback Pump Track, one of the classic stages that you can use for Splat Zones and really forces everybody in the action here. And any changes you're seeing with these loadouts here, 9, or are we seeing still just these consistent builds from these teams that are able to be so flexible on the map and mode?
Well, we're not seeing a change from last game, but we are seeing a change from the last time that FT Win was on this map. Take a look at Biscuit. That Explosher is not out. That one, I think, is probably going to be seeing the shelf for the rest of this event. He knows that they cannot afford to take the pedal off of the gas at all, and he's going to need to stay on that Nautilus if they're going to continue to play their game.
FT Win with the early claim on the territory in the middle. Losing control to Starburst, but once again regaining it. So Starburst unable to capitalize on some opportunities to retake the zone. They finally do apply a penalty on FT Win, and now it's Starburst actually trying to push back FT Win.
Starburst doing a really good job keeping him out of there right now. Although, I think can Bursty win this 1v1? Can he do it?
How did he get through all of that?
I don't know.
That's unbelievable. How did he get through? There were 3 people there.
It's magic. I don't know. Are they all wizards? I don't know. How do they do it?
Some of the best frontliners in the world on display. You see Biscuit with the inkjet able to push back Starburst, and FT Win. You didn't know what type of style they're going to play in this one. It's clear now. They're going to claim the zone and chase you. Unbelievable right there, 9. Picking them off in midair with that Nautilus.
Yep, and that's why we saw it. There is no way that his previous weapon would have been able to do this. being able to run in and push them back like that, that's been essentially 2 specials that he's negated. This one's going to come in. Biscuit might be able to get that one too, but great work. Ice getting that. They didn't capitalize on the zone though, and Jared's got to be very careful. This game's almost over.
Yeah, Starburst really failed on an opportunity there, and Starburst unable to capture the zone. This is FT Win all day long so far, but Starburst, there you go. Huge penalty on FT Win. Here's a chance for them to exhale. Think about what they need to do, sort of find some equilibrium once again for Starburst, because FT Win has been so aggressive early on in this match. Under 3 minutes left here. And Ashley, now we see Ice back there with that Splatling doing a fine job of just slowly advancing and playing that backline role.
He's very, very methodical, and that's what makes him so good. He's excellent at positioning. He knows exactly where he needs to be. He has fantastic situational and awareness. He knows exactly where all his opponents are and his teammates.
Starburst really doing a terrific job of getting back into this game here. Looks like they were really on their heels, but FT Win got pushed back after Starburst claimed the zone. Here comes FT Win, recapturing things and putting a penalty on Starburst. Just around the 210 mark here, so plenty of time for Starburst here, 9. It seems like once they can stabilize and not get so spread out into these 1v1s, this is when they seem like they can really go toe-to-toe with FT Win.
They can. I mean, at this point, the execution for both sides, these players are going to make the plays that they need to. It's being able to coordinate these attacks, misdirect the opponent, that next level of team play that really separates them right here. Earlier, we saw Biscuit. 3 people went after Biscuit, and that's what allowed FT Win to come in. Here, it's missiles combining with someone else pushing up. But I do want to note there, they took 1 person down, and all they lost was a little bit of zone. They didn't lose any Inklings there, so Starburst, this is their best chance.
Oh, but FT Win able to get them on the relocation. Kyo and Ice will go ahead and swap some splats, and Starburst still applying some pressure here. They're getting closer to erasing that penalty. Oh, but FT Win able to claim the zone. That is some fine defensive responsiveness by FT Win. But Starburst, Ashley, they aren't quitting. We're nearly 1 minute left in this match, and Starburst hasn't given up yet.
Now, there's a lot of fight in this team. They are doing everything they can. They're building specials actually really quickly, so they're doing a great job of building up those Booyah bombs and throwing them right into. Let's see if Ice can win this. Is he going to do it?
Runs out of ink. He got more back.
No work. We've all been.
Runs out of ink, gets a little bit of backup though, so it's 3-3 on the map, 3-2. Here's the advantage for Starburst. They've got the numbers on the map. 40 seconds left. They have erased the penalty. Now they are just 23 seconds away from claiming the lead. Last time we were on splat zones. Starburst unable to get it with just a few seconds left. This might be the chance here. 8 seconds left for Starburst. Can they claim it? FT Win's gonna have to respond quickly. They don't. Starburst takes the lead with 20 seconds left, and let's call it a knockout and send them to the canvas as Starburst battles back to tie this thing up at 2-2 and Grand Finals 9.
Unbelievable play there, and so often splat zones becomes back and forth, right? You take the zone, I take the zone. What is going to be the wrench that gets thrown in there? Kyo got a crucial double on a flank in a bad situation that gave FT Win control again, but a couple of different wins on that far left side, and then Bran having his inkjet at the crucial moment of the game. Guys, these players don't have the specials at the most important time by accident. They know when they need to have it. Having that right there made it so much easier for the rest of his team to get the picks they needed to take home that win.
Did you catch that inkjet pick that Bran had just midair, pulls Kyo just right out of the sky? I mean, that is top level Splatoon. That was amazing.
Clips the wings of the Inkjet and Ashley. For Starburst, they also did a fine job of surviving the specials that were thrown at them and never really losing the zone at any one of those moments.
They did a really good job of holding the area around the splat zone. They did an excellent job of getting out just far enough, again, out of range of bombs, every type of bomb imaginable being thrown at them, and then getting right back in, crashing in, making sure that the ground was inked, doing their best to keep that penalty away. So they actually did a good job of defending themselves from the penalty most of the time, which is, that's a great strategy.
And 9, Starburst kind of starting to create their MO, and that is, listen, we might slip at some point early on, but we are going to apply consistent pressure. You're never going to be able to just push us out of the game completely. And we saw that as they never really surrendered the zone for a very long period, no matter what FT Win was trying to do.
No, they didn't. And, you know, one thing that we really haven't talked about, all the players on this team have battled FT Win in long sets before at high-level tournaments. They are no stranger to battling up against FT Win. They're not going to fall for their tricks. It just becomes a matter of execution and coordination. So, you know, are we delighted that this is a great set? Yes, but at the same time, you can't be too surprised when it's these players at this level.
And Ashley, how huge of it was for Starburst to avoid going down 3-1? Changes the entire complexion of these grand finals, I imagine.
It really does. And now, you know, I would imagine Starburst has, you know, they're moving some momentum, right? They're to put it in a Splatoon tournament, they're pushing that tower. So again, with the consistent pressure, if they can continue to just eke away just chip away little by little at FT Win's, you know, their monolithic, amazing teamwork, I think that they can win this. Like it's completely possible. So yeah, that 2-2 makes a huge difference going into this game as opposed to being down 3-1.
So FT Win, who hasn't really lost many games coming into these grand finals, has lost 2 of them now to Starburst, and we get set here 9 for tower control on Wahoo World. And this is another one of those maps where that second checkpoint is where it seems like all the action happens. And if you can clear that one, you're going to give yourself a tremendous advantage in this particular map.
You are. And, you know, I'm running in my head how these two teams are going to attack this map. And frankly, I'm kind of drawing a blank right now. We've seen that these teams are versatile, but, you know, so often there are a couple of weapons that you usually see on this map. Neither of these teams typically brings them. So look at this. It's the tried and true, but Kyo going over to the sloshing machine. And Jordan, that's the sloshing machine Neo. That's a bomb rush weapon.
Oh, let's go ahead and do some laundry and a chance to change things up here, as you mentioned before. Getting things rolling here. Starburst. They are not intimidated by FT Win, the pedigree and the streak that they have been on. They are taking the fight right to FT Win. Starburst. Now, Ashley, we've got a larger map here, so it seems like there's going to be a little bit more strategy involved as far as your timing with the pushes.
Definitely more strategy involved with your push timing, but also in that, there's also opportunity to recover, right? So if these teams make mistakes, if there's something that, you know, they go, oh gosh, like, you know, maybe that timing was a little bit off. There is a little bit of time to recover, as opposed to a map like Piranha Pit where it is just tight and you just cannot make a mistake. You have to respond immediately.
9, you really like that 1v1 trade. It's one of those situations where, listen, you might be at a disadvantage, but if you can take the other opponent out when you go down as well too, that might be a net gain for your team.
It is. And, you know, you look at that, and I would never advise a player to do what Kyo just did. But it's Kyo, so he's going to make it happen. And again, we talk so much about them having to do something about ice, especially when the tower is in this position and you need range to combat where the opponents are defending from. Being able to take out ice in that situation really, really gives them a better chance to make this a more sustained effort.
Duran trying to back up, doing a little bit of pressure from that Nautilus to the right. Starburst with a slight 1-point advantage right now over FT Win. Oh, but Biscuit comes up and chews Bran apart. And now it's FT Win with the momentum and the tower moving forward as Biscuit heads out with Kyo on a mission to clear some room. That's going to send Starburst back to spawn. Biscuit lands. Oh, but Biscuit, that's a huge trade right there as well, 9, because you keep that tower moving.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what Ice was doing over there. They had all of the, I mean, the pedal was on the gas at that point, and the fact that Ice was able to sneak in there and get 2 picks there really stopped that push. But I think we're starting to see how this game is going to end up going. FT Win using their bombs, using some range and misdirection to force the opponents in different spots, and then when they've all come down, they push up this way. Last time it was Biscuit, this time it's Kyo and Bursty together. Now look at this, they've just traded positions over and over here at the hotly contested mid.
It's an interesting map, Ashley, because as we said, those first 2 checkpoints are some of the most difficult first 2 checkpoints you have to clear in any map when you're doing tower control, because you're just so exposed out in the open.
You are so exposed, and it's the size of the map. It's just, it takes time. And so it's just the longer it takes to get to these checkpoints, the longer you have to stay alive. And so it's, you know, you can't just all crash in and hope that it works out. So you're seeing a lot of this kind of back and forth, like Kyo, he goes in, now he's back out. He's gonna go back in and back out. There's a trade. But it's, you know, at the end of the day, there's a lot of back and forth, not only with your whole team, but just individually. You're kind of moving in, getting out, moving in, getting out.
Starburst adding a little bit more padding to their lead. Not much, though, just a 3-point lead. It's 4-2 on the map for FT Win. You've got a special ready to go. Biscuit trying to clear the way with also an Inkjet, so 9, you figure. FT Win, here's that moment, here's that opportunity. Just a $1.30 left.
Yeah, this is their opportunity. I think this lead and the rest of this is probably going to go pretty quick here with Jared going down. It does look like Bran actually DC'd as part of this too, so now the 3v4 is going to become the permanent thing that we see.
Very difficult thing to happen. It's part of the reality, though, unfortunately. And so for FT Win, they've got a numbers advantage against Starburst. Starburst trying to hang on. They've got the tower, and it's 2-2 on the map with a special ready to go. Starburst trying to hang on. Here comes a Booyah Bomb to clear out some room, though. You've got a minute left. Starburst, don't sleep on them quite yet. They've taken the lead. They're chipping away at the checkpoint. They have a 3-point lead with 53 seconds left, but it's 3-1 FT Win on this map. We've got some ink armor ready to go for Anthony. Anthony just trying to stay alive with 43 seconds left. FT Win, they know they have to make a push and make it count at this point. Here comes that Inkjet. You've got all hands on deck here, Ashley, for FT Win. You've got to make it count at this moment.
You've got to make it count, and it is so hard to do when you are down a person. I mean, we've been there, right? Everybody has been in that situation. You're in a multiplayer game, and then it just doesn't work out. And then all of a sudden, you're at a disadvantage permanently. So they're really going to have to work hard, and unfortunately, you know, 4v3 is pretty tough at this level.
FT Win, they are building upon their lead with 10 seconds left. Looks like they're going to close this one out. They're at checkpoint number 2, 7 seconds left. Now it's just a matter of time as they cover all their bases with all sorts of specials. Credit Starburst for a valiant effort, but 4 versus 3, the math just doesn't add up for Starburst. And that'll give FT Win a 1-game advantage, 3-2, as we get set for Game 6 here. And 9 early on, we didn't see the tower move much, and it was one of those maps where it's really hard to get off to an early lead because of just all the room, all the path that the tower has to cover on Wahoo World.
Yeah, all the room, all the path, and again, the fact that the players are going to be about risk mitigation, right? They're not going to throw themselves at the tower knowing that they're going to be taken out and put their team at a disadvantage. So I think that the early part of that game is probably what we would have seen for the rest of it. It's just a very, very, it's a razor's edge, right? The way that they're fighting. You saw that FT Win was finding different ways to try to flank. Then you saw a response there from Starburst where they started pre-firing in that direction. It's just a chess game back and forth as the players continue to move around the map. And now I really think it's on Starburst to pull themselves back together mentally because, I mean, they had one game stolen away from them in Game 2, a very close match on Skipper Pavilion. They had a big win in Game 4. They can go toe-to-toe. It's just a matter of calming themselves down now after that unfortunate DC.
But Ashley, if you pour your glass of juicy juice, you can look at it half full as well, too, if you're Starburst and realize, hey, we had a DC and we almost claimed that game. And then we were just a couple seconds away from the best team in North America, obviously. We've got 2 more matches. We can do this. We just got to make sure we have everybody stick together and that we really close things out. I imagine there's some good optimism on the side of Starburst.
I mean, when you have a DC, it's just, you know, it's not in your control, right? You didn't make a mistake. You didn't mess up. You didn't lose momentum. I think, you know, there's a way to just say exactly what you said, which is like, okay, things didn't swing our way that time. That's okay. Like, we were doing really great. We almost took it. I think if Bran had been there for frontlining, like, they may in fact have taken it because that was a really good push by them. So, you know, this next map is going to be very interesting to see how Starburst responds, how they come out of the gate. You know, can they keep that sort of level of enthusiasm that they may have been feeling right out of Game 4?
Well, you mentioned next map, next mode. It's going to be Splat Zones on Starfish main stage, and 9, obviously the main stage is where all the action takes place. But then you look at what you do after you claim the zone, and what are high-level teams trying to achieve when they're trying to lock out that zone on this map?
Yeah, this is a tricky one because there is an area on the right side, if you're coming out of your spawn, on the right side where you have a ton of elevation and you can build up a ton of special up there without much contesting. So look for them to put their inkjets on that side to try to push up and make sure that those specials don't get built for free. But the flanks on this map, seems like every time we see this map at a high level, there's a moment where in the chaos, somebody slips around those grates on the left or right side and really breaks the game open for one team.
Yeah, you've got multiple entry points and multiple levels as well too, Ashley, because we've seen players go the high ground and drop down on the main stage. And so there's almost too many entry points that you can't cover if you are on offense and you're trying to lock out that zone. You've got 4 players, but multiple entry points, which makes it very difficult sometimes to force the other team out.
It sounds a little wild, but oftentimes in a map like Starfish main stage, you need somebody to pull the weight of 2 players, right? You have to have like that one player who's just having a power outage. They're going off. Like they are just absolutely on it. They feel like having an extra play. It feels like having an extra player on your team. Like that's what you need in a situation or in a map like Starfish main stage.
So it's game 6 here, a chance for FT Win to claim yet another championship to add to their impressive resume that they've been building since 2019. But 9 for Starburst, you got to imagine that you're pretty discouraged from the last game, as you mentioned, but you are still in this. And Splat Zones, you won this on Humpback Pump Track. So even more confidence, even more opportunity for you to get back into this one and force a game 7 where anything can happen.
Yeah, I think they have to feel very comfortable with how they've played on Splat Zones. I know it's been very hotly contested on both sides, but again, they were 1 pick away from winning back in game 2, and they had a huge comeback, a very dominant comeback in the end to win in game 4. So I have to feel like they feel their Splat Zones game measures up, right? In every metric, they can keep up, they can take the zone, they can execute when they need to, they can win 1v1s. The boxes are all checked. I think for them, it's just going to be a matter of, again, identifying how FT Win is going to attack them. We saw on Wahoo World how they were attacking them from the flanks. I'm expecting to see even more on a map like this.
And Ashley, the consistent pressure from Starburst, they do a fine job of making sure they never get that full wipe or down to 1 player where they can always just have somebody in the heat of the battle. We saw that at Humpback Pump Track where, yeah, they took that initial punch, but then for the rest of the game, they were covering the map, covering the zone, and really FT Win never had a moment to breathe or exhale the rest of the match.
Yeah, we never really saw FT Win kind of just have an open runway, right? We never saw them be able to just run with it. They always had, Starburst was always applying pressure. One of the things that I really appreciate about the way Starburst plays is even if they're down, to 2 players, to 1 player, they make really strategic choices about when to go in and at least try to get a pick, at least try to take somebody out. And then, they really make that effort to not be staggered from each other for respawn. And I think that that's a really key strategy for, any team to try to beat a team like FT Win, because you have to have that united front. You can't really have anybody staggered. And we saw that happen in the last Splat Zone where they just barely couldn't pull it out. Ice was staggered from his teammates. And so it just ended up being one of those situations where, Ice couldn't get posted up. He couldn't set up. And then his teammates were then not having that coverage from the back line. And so I think if they can do that, if they can fix that, which they did a really good job of that in Humpback Pump Track. And so I think if they can do that and continue to do that, I think they have a real shot at winning this game.
And 9, on this map, when you take the zone, there is a bit of a drop off as you start to move into opponent territory. And it seems like you can use the height of the stage to your advantage, but the problem is the zone's right back behind you.
Yeah, the zone's right behind you. And, so often at higher levels, the match becomes fighting ahead of the zone. You don't want, if you get taken down by an unfortunate bomb, I know you know a thing or two about that, Jordan. Just
all the time.
Bomb
all the time.
All the time.
That's Jordan's nickname, actually, just unfortunate bomb.
It is. Many times I've heard that call out. But fighting ahead of the zone, there's a lot of good advantages to it, especially on a map like this. And we talked about how easy it is to build your special when you're coming out of spawn. It makes it that much more important that you take the fight to the opponent. Now, I know that FT Win has been talking more recently about reining back some of that aggression, especially on a map like this, trying to hold the zone, force the opponent to come to them and make the mistakes. But I think as so often it's a matter of adapting to what's happening now. You can't do anything, like you can't set a whole game plan and trust that that's going to work. So.
All right, we're going to restart back up at 2-2. We're going to actually replay the previous match on Wahoo World Tower Control. As we mentioned before, we had some technical difficulties. So we're going to go ahead and get a chance to run that back. So here's an opportunity for Starburst, who was maybe staring down a 3-2 deficit, to now make it 2-2, and you get a chance to retry things with your entire squad. And so, Ashley, we talk about momentum and excitement. This has to be a huge boost to Starburst here.
Huge boost. And, you know, I mean, look, that's what we love about Splatoon, right? It's fair. It's the thing we love the most about it. This is a great opportunity for Starburst. I mean, they had the strategy, like Nine said, they were doing all the right things in this map before that disconnect. And I think that this could be a real chance for them to flip the script a little bit.
Now, for both teams here, Nine, you got a sample size of how they're going to approach this map in this mode. And so I imagine you look at how quickly FT-Win can process information and adapt. That's going to be very advantageous to them to see how Starburst was playing on Wahoo World.
Yeah, I think that both of these teams are going to gain a lot from that. And, you know, seeing how they adapt in the mid-game scenarios, I think is big. And, you know, like we were talking about there in the Splat Zones games, you know, you can identify what the opponent's doing. You then have to quickly re-identify in the moment. But I'm so happy this is happening. Now there is no asterisk next to this set, and these teams can truly duke it out the distance.
I know we aren't complaining because we get more Splatoon. So here we go, 2-2. We're going to re-rack things and strike it once again with the cue ball here on Tower Control on Wahoo World. And so we saw early on, Ashley, how difficult it is to even get to that first checkpoint at the beginning, because you're just so out in the open and exposed to all the elements.
You really are, and you know, it really takes teamwork to get you in there to that tower at the beginning. I mean, you can't go, you can't be a lone wolf, you can't be a lone squid. You can't be a lone squid in this game, especially not on Wahoo World, and especially not Tower Control at Wahoo World.
Starburst wants to strike first. 4-3 advantage on the map. Booyah Bomb coming. Can they clear the first checkpoint? And that's a huge hurdle to clear for Starburst. They take a 63-100 lead, but they're able to check off the first assignment. And let's keep the tower moving here. 9 is Anthony, and that ink armor going to really help out his teammates.
Yeah, fantastic. And look at that. They were able to cycle 2 Booyah Bombs over the duration of that push, too. Now Brand's going to push forward. Are they going to walk past both checkpoints? They are. All the way into the 30s. They're going to get a jump in here to maybe keep some pressure. But I think Brand has the right idea here. Hey, we got what we came for. Let's back up and play defense for a little minute.
So Starburst striking first, getting a huge advantage over FT-Win. And now it's FT-Win that'll have to play on the offensive for the majority of this matchup here. And got no problem doing that as Shaq and the crew go ahead and get the splat, and they're marching forward with no hesitation. 4-2 on the map. Starburst gonna have to really respond here, Ashley, and this is when you got to build up those specials so quickly. You see 1, 2, and 3 ready to go here soon.
Well, there's a lot of purple ink on the ground, so I have a feeling they won't have any problem building up those specials. Got the Booyah Bomb, getting everybody off the tower. They're taking it back, but I mean, this is going to be tough. There's a lot of purple ink on the ground. FT-Win is FT-Win is maybe they seem maybe a little bit tilted about it, right?
Brandon, that baller, trying to help out the defensive efforts of Starburst here. FT-Win has to clear 2 checkpoints. That's 1 down as they move forward. It's still 4-3 on the map. So FT-Win, what kind of response did they have after Starburst got out to the early lead? Checkpoint 2, and just like that, FT-Win knocking on the door, and they reclaim the lead here. So 9, FT-Win showing that they can also be aggressive.
I'm going to say haymaker after haymaker after haymaker here. They're continuing to throw everything they have at this tower. And right now, Ice is in a pretty good position, but Biscuit has the perfect remedy for that. But then Jared responds by jumping up and getting that pick. This is what we're talking about. It's never just what's right in front of you. There's always an unknown threat on the other side. But great work to FT Win, taking a lead back after what looked like a very rough opening.
Jared doing a fine job of avoiding two members of FT Win and then getting that pick, as you pointed out here, 9, and that has turned the momentum in the favor of Starburst. Here comes Jared once again, sneaking through the ink to get another splat. And here's Starburst loaded up. 4-2, Ashley. Here's another opportunity to recapture the lead.
That Biscuit pick was a really big deal. Being able to take out that back line with that range is just really key. I am so curious what's about to happen.
Starburst. Tower gets stopped at 33. They're trailing 26-33. Tower gets sent in reverse. Starburst gonna have to recapture. It's 4-on-4, so expect a lot of action taking place here. Starburst able to squeeze through there, but just 1 point away. And FT Win able to hold on and gets a complete wipe, 9.
Unbelievable. It's not going to show up on the highlight reel, but when all those booyah bombs and missiles were going, Bursty was able to use that ink rail to get to the top. That meant that there was always a bomb on tower and always a threat that meant that they couldn't push as well. That's what we talked about when we talked about a support player on tower control.
FT Win sending the tower back. Both teams have cleared the first 2 checkpoints, so expect these threats to come much quicker here as we're under a minute left. Kyo gets splatted. Huge help right there, Ashley, because if you can turn a 1v1 to a 2v1, any team's going to appreciate that.
I mean, especially with Kyo. I think a lot of times you gotta send a second player in against Kyo. He's such a strong brawler. He's so good at what he does. And so, wow, this is just a lot of bombs going off right now.
Plenty of action on the field. 3-2 advantage for FT Win as we see Starburst. They were threatening for a second, but under 30 seconds left. Oh, no. Brand getting a huge splat on Biscuit. Brand once more, though. Nothing wrong with being greedy in this situation. Tower coming back in the direction of FT Win. Starburst has time for one more push. Here comes the baller from Brand, trying to take out a couple members of FT Win, clear some real estate. Unable to get anybody here, but it's 4-3 for Starburst. Can they hold on? That tower is moving. Booyah Bomb coming out, but take a look at your top left over here. Bursty, Kyo, Shaq, all descending upon the tower, and that is enough of a defensive effort there, 9, to close things out once again for FT Win.
You know, we talked it up earlier. We said if all 4 members were there for both teams, we were going to see back and forth until the end. We talked up and they delivered. What a fantastic game. 12 Booyah Bombs coming out from Starburst there, but it wasn't enough. And again, FT Win getting over to that alcove, that overhang on the top left before the threat was there meant that they were going to be able to stop all of that. And again, the awareness, knowing when to get over there, when you had the opportunity to. What a fantastic set these guys have put on.
Yeah.
And actually, that game was so exciting because both teams, unlike the previous match on Tower Control, Wahoo World, they cleared both checkpoints very quickly, both teams. And so then that allows you to respond much faster when you're trying to recapture the lead.
Yeah, I mean, when you're able to take that tower back and you've already cleared 2 checkpoints, well, it's a little easier, obviously. You don't have to stop anywhere. There's no pit stops. No one's taking a break. You just go. But yeah, I mean, watching FT Win get up there on that rail and really hold that ground, it was the difference maker, right? That's the thing that 9 always talks about, which is playing just a little bit ahead of where the action is, a little bit ahead of the tower, a little bit ahead of the Rainmaker. And it's that anticipation, that sort of understanding of being in that situation before and saying, okay, I know what needs to be done. I have to get to high ground. I have to play a little bit ahead of my opponents. And that's exactly what happened. And that is the 1 point difference, right? That's that slight difference that captures the win.
What's crazy to me, 9, is FT Win has a 3-2 lead here in Grand Finals, 1 game away from claiming this championship for the Splatoon 2 North American Open, September 2020. 8 seconds, and you have a different outcome in 2 of these matches, and it is Starburst with the win overall, taking 4 games. So that shows you how close Starburst has been to dethroning FT Win, but you have to make those plays in those moments when it's just 1 or 2 points away from recapturing the lead.
Yeah, that's always the thing with the champions, right? If this went different, if the coin landed on heads, if, guys, you either win or you don't.
Nine, just bringing the heat right
Ruthless.
there.
But
Ruthless nine. I like
it is because we have heard this conversation so much. There's always like, FT Win just wins. They find those plays over and over again. It's never a coincidence. It's always close, but they always manage to pull it out. And again, I think Starburst, they have the tools. They check all the boxes. There's just something. There's one element in the heat of battle that changes, and we'll see if they can find it here in these last two games.
You can check your feelings at the door when Coach Nine gives you the post-game speech right there. I like it. And so we get set for Splat zones here in Starfish main stage. And Ashley, we were talking about this earlier, just how important it is for teams once they get this zone. You got to just stay alive because you really can't close off one particular entrance. There's so many different ways to get back into this map, and it's going to be exciting to see how these teams try to play with that zone control here.
I mean, we've seen in 2 of these games that Starburst has lost. They've lost by such a slim margin. There is no room for error here. So they have really got to come out swinging. They have really got to come out ready to put up everything they have against FT Win right now.
Duran able to get all 4 members of FT Win in his sights with that Tenta missile shot. But once again, it's Starburst with an early advantage as they recapture the lead from FT Win. 82-88. It's 4-4 on the field at this point. Starburst trying to hang in there and force a Game 7 for FT Win. Just one game separates them from yet another victory in a North American competition. But so far, Starburst very comfortable playing this set on the stage at this moment. And for FT Win 9, what are you seeing from them as far as how they're trying to approach this zone at the current moment?
Well, actually, Kill got taken out there, so I think that kind of slowed their approach. You see that Bursty's moving in sort of because he has to here. They're running out of time. Kill comes back at the right moment. So, again, it's going to be Biscuit's Inkjet that's going to push them in, but that took a long time. And I think, again, you see one getting picked off here. It seems like they're just a little staggered here at the start. Starburst may have found an answer, but as always, FT Win finds the answer themselves. Now they are in control.
You see Starburst retreating back. Now it's FT Win with full control of the zone, and they're starting to march forward ever so slowly. Jared able to get out of your field of view, stay alive. That's huge for Starburst, with Shaq going to rain down some Tenta missiles. And here it is, FT Win, about 21 seconds away from tying this thing up. Can Starburst apply the penalty, or will FT Win be able to come back just in time? Both teams going back and forth for this zone. It's up for grabs at this moment, and FT Win able to recapture it. So they are just 10 seconds away from recapturing the lead from Starburst. A decisive Game 6 for FT Win if they can get the victory. And Ashley, here they come. They've got the zone, and they are pushing forward now.
That was a really big deal that they were able to take back that Splat zone before they were penalized. Man, I really, that 4-2 advantage came in very, very handy in keeping away that penalty.
Starburst gets the zone, though. Hefty penalty on FT Win at this point, so you've got some time to play with here. You got a special ready to go. We'll see if Duran uses those Tenta missiles as the Fizzy Bomb splashes its way across the main stage. And 9, what we're seeing here from Starburst is they're finally starting to push out and not play quite as defensive.
They aren't, and actually, you saw right there that Jared was sneaking up as Ice was pushing, covering fire up, and it was actually the missiles there that revealed Jared's position, so that was huge. That was a great attack. But look at this. Now Ice has an opportunity to kind of close this game out here. Just a few seconds. Everyone going to be firing at the zone. The lead going the other way. They might be able to punish this jump.
Starburst with 6 seconds left to force a Game 7. They just got to hold on, and that'll do it. Starburst forces a Game 7 against FT Win, recapturing the lead late in this one. So Starburst not willing to give up quite yet. They're trying to shine here as we get set for a decisive Game 7. You love it in grand finals. So FT Win looking at a Game 7 for the first time in a long time here. And Ashley, how about Starburst? Just the consistency once again in a Splat zone to keep applying pressure, not giving up, even though they faced a steep deficit early on.
I mean, we really said they had to make almost no errors. That is what happened. They played a very, very good, strong game. I mean, you love to see it, right? That's what we love. This is the best of the best. Like they're going the distance, and they played a great game.
So 9, here we go. Game 7, Rainmaker, Anchovy Games. It's all on the line at this point, and just give us an idea of what a Starburst victory here would mean when you look at the reign of dominance we've seen from FT Win.
I mean, that's going to be the talking point for a while here. You know, it is one tournament, right? Even a loss here today does not take FT Win off the top of the rankings, I think, for most people. But to show that this is not something that FT Win can show up to and win over and over and over again. I'm not sure that they've dropped 3 games over the course of all of the tournaments they've played, with the exception of PAX East. But I mean, all of these events, they have almost slept walkthrough. They've been able to beat all of these teams, all of these players. And for there to be just one tiny blip on that, I think really opens up and shows all of these players that, yes, you can reach as high as you want to. It's not just one team at the top. And I think if nothing else, it's encouraging for all these other players.
So we look at Rainmaker on Anchovy Games, and Ashley, there's always the decision of which route you want to take here on Anchovy Games. You can raise the platform and go directly in, or you can sort of go through the back entrance. But either way, it's a narrow alleyway, which puts a tremendous amount of pressure on any push that you're trying to make with that Rainmaker on this map.
This is a tough one to KO. This is a tough map to KO. There are only 2 lanes, means you can cover it pretty well as a team. You know, coming up, I would argue the fastest route is the ramp, is not the back ramp, the main platform.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you know, if you're coming up that way, you're giving up the high ground. You have to be really confident that you can get in there and make that platform rise and get off of it as quickly as possible, so that, you know, you're not on the low ground anymore. So this is going to be a very interesting game, I think.
Last time these two teams faced off in Rainmakers on Inkblot Art Academy, we saw FT Win get the victory there, and it wasn't really much of a push based upon that map here. 9, Anchovy Games, Rainmaker. It is very fascinating to see the approach that teams take here, and you really just have to make sure you can't make that one big mistake that puts you in such a disadvantageous state where you're now forced to play offense the entire game.
Right, because this is a map where, like you guys have said, it can be difficult to make the big push. Once you get up over that fin and get into that pit area, the points start to fly off the board. I mean, from about 40 to 20 goes by in the blink of an eye here. So there's going to be a big scramble. But guys, I'm most curious what Ice is going to play this match, because this would be a map where you could bring out the Stingray, but his Splatling has been so good.
It's been really, really good.
So as we said before, it's 3-3 as we get set for this Game 7. We've looked at the bracket before. Both these teams swept their way through semifinals, not losing a single game. Now they're facing a decisive Game 7. Rainmaker, Anchovy Games. What's at stake for the winner? Well, of course, the bragging rights of Inkopolis, but a digital download code for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Mario Tennis Aces, and ARMS. But as we said, FT Win, they've been so impressive over this past year and a half in North America. Can a new team jump onto the scene and really mix things up in Starburst? They've already made a lot of noise here, but a victory would go a long way. And so if you are the Starburst here, Ashley, I imagine you feel like you're playing with house money where, hey, listen, we have nothing to lose. We've pushed them to the brink. Let's just go out there and play loose and play free.
Sure. I mean, that's, you know, I think that there's a little bit of an advantage in the fact that they're a pickup team, and maybe, you know, that gives For the Win a little bit less time to suss out their strategies, to really know. I mean, they all scrim against each other. They're all playing, you know, against each other all the time in ranked modes. But I definitely think that there is maybe a little bit of an advantage to being kind of a little mysterious about your strategy, right? So it's because they're a newer team. There's maybe a little bit of mystery there.
Yeah, 9, I'm looking at what you said also about the decision between the Stingray and the choices for Ice, and Ice has really played a pivotal role in so many of the victories here for Starburst. And I imagine here, what would you do in that situation if you've been so good with the primary weapon, but you know that a special might be better suited for a particular map and mode?
Well, now you're really putting me under the gun with this one. I think I'm going to go back to the default that is used all across sports, ride the hot hand, right? Your Splatling has been great all over the course of this, and you didn't use it the last time you were on Rainmaker either. And I think that probably is telling. Inkblot Art Academy is a good map, to use Stingray on. You can set back, you can attack the opponent from distance, there's a nice angle you can set up. If you didn't use it there, that may be the proof that we need to see that Ice isn't going to use it here.
And sometimes you're just feeling it, right?
Yeah.
He's just feeling it. He's in the zone with that heavy splatling. Like we just, you know, you let Ice pick whatever he wants to pick, right?
So a Game 7 and Grand Finals. It's all come down to this. All the splatting back and forth between Starburst and FT Win. And Starburst was facing elimination in Game 6. They're able to get the victory in Splat Zones on Starfish main stage. And it will be exciting to see what happens here. Teams finally getting calibrated, getting set for this Game 7. You know that they're probably thinking about a lot of strategy here. And you know, Nine Rainmaker, it can happen and be over in a blink of an eye if you are able to play it the right way. And you really have to be careful about when you're on defense, it seems like, of not giving up too much precious space. And you really have to make your specials count, especially on defense.
Absolutely, it's risk mitigation. Ashley, let me take you back to PAX. We said on Game 7 there that was where Kyo needed to come up and play big. He has switched to a weapon we have not seen him use over the entire tournament. The Soda Slosher, the most aggressive of the sloshers. He sees blood in the water and he wants to make his claim.
Kyo is so good at I mean, he's so aggressive, and the combination of him and Shaq is just unbelievably strong. It's so great, and I am very excited to see what he does with that slosher. It's a risk though, right? It's a risk to switch to something you haven't been playing this entire time.
You've got 3 members of FT Win on that left platform at this point, so they're a bit concentrated over there. You see Starburst trying to sneak over and ink some territory to make some leeway for the Rainmaker. Neither team has grabbed it. We're nearly a minute into this initial match. Game 7. Winner of this will be the winner of your Splatoon 2 North American Open September 2020. But now we've got FT Win with the Rainmaker. It gets removed, and that is a huge splat by Brand. So now let's see if Starburst can turn things around. You see the Rainmaker just sitting there for anyone to claim. I imagine they'll let that go back to neutral. Why risk the situation to get splatted here for Starburst? Brand trying to make some way here. Just a lot of back and forth action at this point here, Nine, as you really want to make sure you have a numbers advantage, especially on this map if you're going to make that push.
You do. I mean, you said it right there. It took a minute before a team finally got up onto the fan there with the Rainmaker, and we're going to be seeing a lot of that left. They're waiting for the opponent to make the mistake and trusting that as long as they have an opportunity to make a push, they'll be able to execute. But I think right now this might be a little too much respect that Starburst is giving them. They gave up that fan instantly. Look how far back Ant is here. They're going to get set up over there, and actually that's Jared going down, and again, it's just Brand's Inkjet that's holding things together for them.
3-1 advantage, Ashley, for FT Win. You figure you got to make it count at this point because you've got Starburst pushed way back, and here they go.
Ant's doing everything in his power to keep himself alive. He really was working hard there. He was trying to keep his special. He's trying to just stay out of their way, but wow. FT Win just aggressively pushing forward. They are fired up. They want to win a Game 7. I would imagine the adrenaline has got to be up there. They're always composed, but any Game 7 for any competitor has got to be a little bit more exciting than every other game.
Yeah, we saw that big splat by Ice to keep FT Win from pushing the Rainmaker deep in their own territory. It gives a chance for Starburst to finally get the Rainmaker and try to advance. But you see FT Win covering the right side. That's where Starburst is trying to make their run. Rainmaker applying a little pressure. Shaq able to avoid trouble and gets the splat. And how about that? Wow. Shaq doing all the work that you need to do to stop that advance by Starburst.
Shaq saved that game. They had an Inkjet at a great spot. They had a flanker that was coming around the other end. Shaq shut that down and was able to get the Rainmaker right here. He had to get both of those, so that push might still be going.
You're going to see the Rainmaker resetting a ton here because it takes a lot of effort to get to the other team's side here. Most teams will just let it reset in the middle here, as it does. Kyo holding down the fort right by the Rainmaker. It's going to get bursted by FT Win. You see neither team really with terrific control of the map. It's real back and forth. All 4 members on the field for both of them. Here comes an Inkjet from Brand, though, trying to eliminate a few members of FT Win, so Starburst can try and get another push. $130 here, Ashley. It's 3-2 for Starburst on the map.
That was a big pick for Brand to pull Biscuit out of the game right now, where the Rainmaker is just waiting on the platform. They're building up their specials. They've already got 2. This could go really well for Starburst. They have to be able to convert, though.
Ice with the Booyah Bomb, trying to find a spot to throw it. Just over a minute left. Starburst trailing by 32. They've got to make a significant push at this point because for FT Win, the clock is on your side. FT Win trying to get one more victory here in this Game 7, but Starburst, they've got the Rainmaker. They're advancing. Oh, but it gets stopped right there. Another strong defensive effort by FT Win, 9.
It is, and again, it seemed like they got maybe just a little bit overeager trying to make the push. I don't know if they felt like time was running out, that they were getting flanked, but they used 3 specials to get it to that point, and then it seemed like they had an opportunity, but nobody from FT Win was down yet.
So FT Win with the Rainmaker and 30 seconds away from becoming your champions. Starburst will need their best effort of the entire tournament. They want to try and keep things alive in their favor, but Bursty has no issue just staying alive, and that's going to be a difficult spot for that Rainmaker to get gathered, so they're going to have to burst it immediately. 13 seconds left for Starburst. They have a 4-3 advantage. 10 seconds left. Got to make your final push of the entire tournament here. Can FT Win hang on for yet another victory? This thing's going to go into overtime of Game 7. Starburst has a lot of ground to make up. 10 of missiles missing Ice. Ice is just sitting back. Don't forget there's a timer on the Rainmaker as well, too. You can't just sit back all day long. Lots of action going ahead. Starburst trying to get an advantage. It's 4-4 on the map. They've got some teammates jumping in behind Ice. Here's Jared trying to push Shaq out of the way. But here come all 3 members of FT Win. Now it's down to just 3-2. Can FT Win get the final splat to close things out? Starburst doing all that they can to stay alive. But FT Win, the champs, continue to reign. That's how they do it. Doesn't matter if it's Game 4 or Game 7. FT Win adds another victory to their resume. Whew. Starburst did a lot to stay alive there. We're running out of breath towards the end, but FT Win, once again, just a textbook victory. You get the early lead, you play defense, and then you don't lose your cool when Starburst is trying to make that final push.
I mean, again, I want to go back to Shaq getting that double when the push was coming the other way. That was, so often we say a push has so many boxes it has to check. You have to get an early pick, you have to have good control, you have to have 2 or 3 specials, and you have to be positioned right. All of those boxes were checked there. You had Brand's Inkjet, you had Jared on the correct side, you had the correct person with the Rainmaker, and yet Shaq made the play, held his position, and was able to do everything necessary to stop what was the most threatening push. After that, it was just a matter of them playing their game, sitting back, throwing bombs, and just win, baby. It's what they do.
It's what they do.
Let's take a look at the updated bracket. FT Win, your champions of the Splatoon 2 North American Open September 2020. A thrilling Game 7 in Grand Finals. They get the victory over Starburst 4-3. But Ashley, just the fact that we saw Starburst push FT Win to the brink says so much about the evolution of the competitive scene, especially in North America, and how even 3 years later, this game continues to evolve and change in ways that keeps everybody on their toes.
It definitely does. And the great thing I think about, FT Win has won so many matches. They've won so many matches in North America. And I think that the rest of the community getting to watch them play at this level has really, set the pace for everybody else to compete. And they have really, all of these other teams have really risen to the occasion and competed in a way that is really compelling. And to see this go 7 games, I mean, the future is, who knows what could happen? I mean, in the future, it feels like FT Win has got some real competition out there, and it was really great to be able to see this go 7 games.
Well, congratulations to both Starburst and FT Win. Starburst giving us one heck of a showing here in the finals against FT Win, but it'll be the members of FT Win that will all take home a digital download code for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, ARMS, and of course, Mario Tennis Aces. So that'll do it for the Splatoon 2 North American Open September 2020. Huge thank you to both these commentators, Ashley Esqueda, Charles 9 Whitehead. Fantastic job today. Big thank you to our wonderful crew behind the scenes and to all of you that checked out the fun action this afternoon. Make sure you continue to check Nintendo.com for all of your exciting Nintendo competitive action. From all of us here, we look forward to the next time that we can all see each other and enjoy the exciting action. Take care.
He finds them, flicks them out of the air.
And Gabe and Sprite, the awareness there, they were just ahead, ever so slightly. Gabe hops down, finishes up the fight in a clean Victory Royale finish.
Wir haben jetzt die beiden besten Trios in dieser Runde. Und jetzt geht's hier runter. Alpha mit der Doppel-Eliminierung.
Keiko con 10 puntos de salud, nada más. Como prometido, realmente la ventana de la ventanita del amor. Encuentra a Franco Cruz, lo manda para el suelo, va contra otro más. Sí, señor, revienta mi pedazo de Nietzsche y compañía.
Look at this. He's gonna make it happen. He stopped in his tracks. I mean, man.
Oh my God, Reese.
Contre le petit premier dégâts simplement de la seule pendant que Frozen pour plus d'avancer. Tyson avec 55 points qui descend dans le dos de Charger Frozen.
Tyson dropping down towards the end. There's no one left to really take him out. One edit will be another shot, another win.
What it do, Fortnite fam? What's going on? Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. It's your boy Zeke, and now we're ready to kick off the finals in NA East. You know we had to bring the boys. We got Viv and Adam. Wait, guys, what? Why do you have floral shirts? You know what? I'm not doing this. You know what, guys? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Sorry about that. What? Quick change. What? No problem, everybody. Now I'm part of the Florida Boys.
I love it.
How's it going, my
we're
friend?
so on point right now. We're good. I mean, Viv, how are you, buddy? I mean, this shirt combination is superb, boys.
Oh, we're absolutely smashing it today, Adam. Look at us. Like, we are on point, on the desk. We are a full outfitted out trio, as all of our trios competing today will be. But I guess, like, the biggest storyline of the day isn't actually our shirts, unfortunately. It's the fact that we made it to the finals of FNCS once again. So excited. And man, let me tell you guys something. That was the first time I had seen that little hype video right there. And can we just talk about how amazing of a job was that on that?
So good. I was bopping along in my seat going, let's go. Yeah, I'm 100% with you fellas. I mean, here we are, FNCS finals, 2 days of back-to-back competition, the creme de la creme of talent here. You know, there were 299 returning FNCS finalists, which just goes to show just how many players are at the top of their game back here for Season 7 finals. Only 14 players going in for the first time. So we're going to see some serious action. I'm delighted to bring the action with you guys at the desk here with the cast. It's going to be mega. Can't wait.
That's right. Now, we're going to break down all of this, but first, we got to do a few things, like talk about watch.fortnite.com. Now, check this out. Watch.fortnite.com is exactly what you're doing right now. You're watching Fortnite.com happening in front of you, but if you head over there, there's drops enabled, you've got some trivia, and there's leaderboards. They'll be on the right side of your screen, so you're able to keep up with all the action and see who is winning and vying for that #1 spot. Next up, we got to talk about this latest FNCS outfit that is taking the world by storm. It's Major Glory. She's shown up in the item shop. She's got a back bling, and of course, More Kismet created a new track, a lobby track. It is absolutely insane. It is 1000% a banger. And this is all going to go away after the FNCS, so make sure you check it out in the shop before it disappears. Okay, Major Glory, as much as I want to continue rivaling in how incredible you are, we got to keep the ball rolling. We got to talk about the tournament formats. If you've never watched an FNCS before, first off, it is incredible to have you here. Welcome. Now, previously, we came from an open qualifier round. We had 3 qualifier rounds specifically. This led us to last week, where we had a semifinals and then a reboot round, which gave us 33 trios, well, technically 30, as we prepared for the finals today and tomorrow. That's 6 games today and another 6 tomorrow, totaling 12, Vivid.
Yeah, and, you know, all the excitement, the most games that we really ever see, 12 games total. As Zeke was kind of talking about, we do have 2 days of competition, 6 games each day for a total of 12 games. And the trio that claims first place are obviously going to be crowned our Chapter 2 Season 7 champions. On the left side of the screen, you guys can see a little recap of how we gathered the 33 trios. 2 trios from Chapter 2 Season 6 top 3. Qualifiers 1 through 3, we took top 3 from each of those qualifiers. We have 9 trios from that. Semifinals, top 6 from each heat for a total of 18. And then reboot round, we had those 4 awesome reboot round games for 4 trios, totaling 33 trios to bring you guys all the action today.
Yeah, we're just reminiscing here, just thinking about what the journey we've been on. It started a couple of months ago, and here we are getting all the way to finals this weekend. We finally have our 33 trios, but how are they going to get towards the AXA champions and to become #1 in the NAE region this season? It's about the points. This is what it's all about. You can see on the screen right now, this is how they're going to separate themselves, the winners from the losers. You can see here, the first things first, the standings. You can see 18th through 24th position each of our games. You get at least 5 points. You get the top 24 trios, 5 points at least. You start to work your way up the board. You can see here flipping across to the left, then again to the 6th position, 20 points in the top 6 to 21 points, 22, 24, 26, and finally in first position, Victory Royale, you'll get 30 points, all right? Now, the big differentiator last season, as it has done time and time again, is the elimination count. You can see at the bottom of the screen, 2 points per elimination. You cast your minds back to last season's winners, Reverse 2K, Miro and Day as well. They had themselves a lot of eliminations, but not as many standing points. Eliminations really were key, but that combination we talked about, Zeke, week in, week again, is all about the balance between the two things. Standings, eliminations go hand in hand to get our worthy champions up to that top spot and winning FNCS.
That's right. We can't forget, man, there's also prize money on the line, right? We got to take a look at all these 7 regions. But we can actually take this a step further. We can look at our specific breakdown here in NA East and see what the cut is. Here you go. So first place, $135,000. But everyone who makes it here will walk away with something. Now, you know, Adam, prize money is pretty cool. But you know what's way cooler than that? Axe of Champions. That's right, an in-game pickaxe that I myself created. One day I was deep asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night. What? I myself am standing in the room. We do battle. Turns out this is a robot sent from the future. That's right. How am I to battle myself? Well, guess what? I end up winning. But what was powering the robot? Gold. That's correct. I took the gold and I thought this is way too powerful. Not in my hands, so I created the Axe of Champions. I digitized it, placed it in Fortnite, and then put it in the hands of the trio's champions. This is 100% true story. Don't look it up. Don't do that. Don't. Just stay here with me. Okay. All right. We just talked about the 7 regions going head to head, but guess what? One of these regions has already wrapped up the competition. That's right. It's Middle East. We can crown our first set of champions. It's Falcon, Fahad, Yonks, and NM7. 358 points, Vivid?
Yeah, 358. That is the numbers to compete with. I don't know if we'll ever see something close to that. 2 victory royales, 62 eliminations. That would put them at an average of 5.17 eliminations per game, which is absolutely phenomenal. And then an average placement of 7.7 as well. Like, that is something to be proud of, because remember, guys, this is over 12 games, so they got to maintain these averages over a long period of time, 2 days, 6 games each day. So they got to have good days both days, and keeping that consistency is so key. And as you guys can see here, it just leads them straight to that FNCS victory.
Yeah, what was really key, I mean, as well, if you think about standings, in the first day they came first in the leaderboard. On day number 2, they came third. So you know, the average as well, that's why they came out on top here. But you know, absolutely agree. You know, 358 points is a whopping great score there to get them their way to that $30,000 top prize. Congratulations to our team there. But you can also see the rest of the leaderboard as well. You know, not everyone walked away empty-handed. Everyone in that top 10 there making a considerable amount of prize money, taking that away with them. You can see valiant efforts all round coming through as well. I think what was really key as well about our top winning team, FHD, Yonks, and INM7X, was the fact as well that they got 3 games, at least 3 of them out of the 12 had double-digit eliminations, which, as you know, as we talked about beforehand with those points, they really do start to add up very, very quickly. But, you know, only 30 points away or so from second place and third place as well, 315. So 4 teams breaking through to over 300 points, which is massively impressive. But it's been great to keep track of their Middle East all season long. Congratulations, GG, all round to all the competitors. It was an amazing region to watch on top.
That's right, man. Congratulations to the now holders of the Axe of Champions. They'll look to defend that going into the next FNCS, but for now, bask in the glory that is the Axe. Now, we got to talk about the trios we will be seeing today. We've got 33 trios all going head-to-head. The very tip of the top, as Adam would say. I mean, guys, even just taking a look at this first page here, right? Like, any number of these trios could walk away FNCS Trios champions.
Yeah, there are some big names on this list to go through. You know, you got Booga's trio, Azers, Skittles, Degen right there. Slacks, Acorn, and Jack. You know, we know that they have won an FNCS previously. We got Creo, Bucky, and Clicks. Big names there. Mega, Dubs, and Rokane, the infamous FaZe duo there. Obviously, we have the boys Saf, Kanata, and Stretch. I mean, this first page is filled with a bunch of dominating trios. So, like, if there's any more competition, which I'm sure there is on the next couple pages, man, we are in for a great finale here.
Yeah, I can see as well Stretch, Kanada, and Kaz, 3 of those players mentioned earlier on who have actually been at every single FNCS finals, those 3 players, and here they are again. We can see them. I mean, it just goes to show the caliber of players like this who continuously qualify, regardless of the trio they're part of. They're always here, which is amazing to see. We can start to see as well. We featured a lot of these teams earlier on in the season qualifiers. We see D-Roller, Spaker, Straw Hat, Charlie, been great, really entertaining to watch them as well. Good to see Tabs and Teo and Pledge in the mix. Pamstu, Carry, and Thatch as well. We've talked about a lot. It's great to see Peterbot in the mix here with P-God and TK. We're going to talk about those guys very shortly when you look at POIs and kind of contesting versus uncontested areas, which is very, very exciting unfold. And we have our third and final page coming up as well, which shows you the rest of our competitors. But of course, at this point, doesn't matter which page you're on, at this point, it's a completely even playing field. Everyone right now is exactly the same. All finalists, but those 12 games are going to differentiate the winner from the rest of the pack here as well. We can see as well, we saw Illis, Macwood, and Tragics as well last weekend. That incredible final round. I mean, reboot round was only a week ago, fellas. It was so much fun to watch, but that insane heel off we saw in the Storm, the lasting around a minute long, which is just unheard of. Great to see those guys qualify, as well as the rest of our, we see Trashy, Palazzo, and Lazar as well. A great, exciting team to watch unfold as well. And Bizzle in there with Eclipse and Coop. We haven't seen those guys since the very first qualifier as well. But we're actually going to take a look at some teams as well that we think could be the underdogs in this competition. Teams that kind of not necessarily aren't the top ones. First up, we have Clicks, Creo, and Bucky as well. Here's a team that we know are very exciting to watch. We know we're very familiar with this this trio, and we don't know what's going to happen with them today, but I think it's certain to say that they are going to put on quite a show for us with it.
Yeah, and I think the reason we're going to put them with the highlights of the quote-unquote underdog trio is because they are seemingly going to be contested, right? And we know that being uncontested in a finals format like this just gives you such a huge advantage. So they can potentially do it even whilst being contested, but we went ahead and put them on underdogs because of that. We have Carrie, Fash, and Pamsto. Adam's talked a lot about these guys. They have been putting up numbers. You can find consistency throughout how they have played in the weeks of qualifiers and all of that. You know, this trio is somebody to look out for. Definitely an underdog trio that can find themselves in top 5 very easily if they do play well on any given day.
Yeah, we know as well that Pamso, for instance, who won the All-Star Showdown earlier this year as well, is an incredible player on his own. So if it does come down to one player having to try and make it ends meet, he could do it. We see as well Sharkman, Slick, and Goku as well. This is a team that I'm really excited about. They've kind of changed POIs, going from Coral, I think, to the back of the map now as well at Camp Cod. But these are a trio who at one point were having to desperately fight for points to get even qualified for semi-finals, and here they are in finals. But let's actually take a look at the actual map itself here, which is quite exciting. Obviously, we're going by the intel that we currently have. We're all about intel. We want to share with you guys what we know thus far, okay? And obviously, this is subject to change. We know thus far. Of course, the first thing we're going to talk about is the almighty Dirty Dogs, okay? Obviously, we have not seen Reverse 2K, Day and Miro since last season when they won FNCS. They are actually now getting a chance to compete. Obviously, they also qualified from last season. We haven't seen them in a final format like this since that last season, and here they are. Dirty Dogs is their domain. They are the kings of that area, and they are going back there, and it seems right now uncontested. What's very interesting as well about Dirty Dogs, the last couple of weeks we've seen in the semi-finals, and as well as reboot round as well, we've seen a couple of trios who actually landed the same POI, Craggy Cliffs, using Dirty Dogs as a stomping ground ultimately to kind of change things up to give them a better chance of qualifying for FNCS finals. That, of course, is P-God's trio and Macwood's trio, as I mentioned already. Now, these guys went head-to-head in the semi-finals, and contesting didn't give themselves the best springboard into that competition. I think they changed things up, used Dirty Dogs, and it really paid off for both of those trios, and here they are, as I said. So Craggy Cliffs, those guys are going back there. I presume Norm really, once they got up against against Reverse 2K's trio because they are the champions. Hence, it's been left to those guys. We also have here a look at Slurpy Swamp. This is another area as well, which were FNCS previous champions. Acorn, Jack, and Slacks. We know these guys very well. Not a great beginning to the season, but have certainly kicked on as time has unfolded. And here we are at finals, and they're looking very, very dangerous indeed. Slurpy Swamp is where they're going to be based, we presume, as it always is. Can they make it another FNCS final? AXA Champions win? We'll have to wait and see, Vivid. What are you excited about?
I'm excited to see Booga, Nosh, and Avery. They are going to be landing up here at the radio tower in combination with Orchard. Sort of a split drop. Excited to see these boys because we haven't seen them since qualifier 1. You know, a lot of pros and cons to this drop. So I think one of the cons is that Steamy Stacks, the stacks, when they take that rotate, they land very, very close. So you do have to leave this split fairly fast, though I think that this trio obviously has the experience and knows how to play their drop spot fairly well. Taking a look at Lazy Lake, we have the boys Stretch, Saf, and Kanata. Actually, Stretch and Saf previously made it through to this FNCS Finals, but they disbanded their previous trio and picked up Kanata. Went through the qualifiers again, and obviously, as you can see, they made it here anyway. So excited to see them today because they have a ton of experience. And then going back to look at Misty Meadows, we know who lands there right now. Scented, Edgy, and Commandment, the low ground kings. Excited to see them back because, you know, those guys are just so good at being consistent. You can always find them in the top 3 of pretty much any leaderboard in FNCS, any Cash Cup competition, DreamHack competitions. They do such a good job of finding themselves always at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see actually how that unfolds. And of course, there's Clix's trio as well. We've talked about as well, Vivid. I mean, this is a trio as well that we don't really know where they could end up today. And I think that's really exciting. Our trio's 12 games at their disposal. Anything is possible, Z. Absolutely anything.
Oh my goodness, dude. There's so much that can happen. Now, of course, guys, we got to talk about more of these trios that we want to see come out, more of these trios to watch. Just in case for you, if you've not been keeping up with the action, or maybe you're new to Fortnite, you're like, hey, who do I need to follow? We got you covered.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, we got to look at Reverse, Day, and Miro. These guys are going to probably be finding the most eliminations over these next 12 games that we're going to be on to because these guys are just absolutely like way too good at finding eliminations. It's crazy how good they are and how they find themselves at the top of leaderboards when, you know, arguably their average placements aren't up there with the other trios that can be found in top 5, right? But their elims are just skyrocketing above those other trios, so much so that they make up for that lack in average and consistent placement through just elims alone.
I remember how much we were buzzing at the end of last season when those guys won it, and I can't wait to see them in action again. I can't wait to see Saf, Stretch, and Kanada as well. Obviously, a newly formed trio. Despite disbanding last season, Saf's trio has come together and already qualified very early on for this competition. Now, we know that these guys are the kings of high ground. We know that they have exactly what it takes. They know exactly when to take on other teams at the top and claim it as their own. I think we're going to see a lot of that today. But then we also have to take a look at Avery, part of that trio last season with Saf and Stretch. Now with Booga and Nosh, and again another trio which has a World Cup winner in the squad here, Vivid. This is a trio as well who we know you talked about itself before, where they're going to land POIs. They could have a very good opportunity here to also go very far in this competition. But predictions, we love to see it. And this is what's really exciting as well. The teams that we've chosen here, you can see on screen, are actually first, second, and third place, give or take, with the exception of Canada, from last season's FNCS. So we're still saying that the consistency is there for our major trios. Of course, Reverse 2K, Mira, and Day, they were my trio last season with Dirty Docs. Love watching these guys. You know, Vivid and I champion them loads. They have got everything that it takes to go all the way in this competition. And looking at MDFs as well, Saf, Stretch, and Canada, again, we just saw them on screen, the high ground. They have the experience, and that is what really matters this point in the competition, Vivid.
Yeah, and me and Reese going ahead and agreeing here on Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. Just going to give you guys a little bit of their placements over like the past week or so. Okay. Since August 23rd, there was 3 Cash Cups, right? And in these 3 Cash Cups, they placed 5th, 1st, and 3rd. Right, so the most recent competitions we've seen these guys placed in top 5 in every single one of them. I think these guys are ready. They dominate the low ground every single season. And, you know, last FNCS, up until like game 11, they were up through game 11, they were looking really, really good to win the thing. And then game 12, they had the unfortunate push over at the Flush Factory. If anybody has a memory solid enough to remember that.
Yep, that was brutal.
You know, we talk up these guys' consistency so much, right? But that last game, being consistent through 11 games and then not finishing out, I think these guys are going to clean it up. They know what they did wrong last season. They learn from every little mistake that they do, and coming into the season, I think they're going to go home and take it all the way.
It's all so exciting, fellas. It's all so exciting.
Dude, it is. And yeah, I mean, the games over in EU were absolutely insane. So I'm curious to see how things develop here. Has NAEast, have they watched those games? Have they said, like, okay, we're seeing a lot of players attack high ground, and they're using that to win games? Is NAEast going to feel like, nah, low ground is where we're going to win our games? We'll find out, because right now, as you heard, the battle bus means it's time to go, baby. So for now, we're going to send it over to MDF and Reese to kick off the competition.
Thank you guys so very much. And there it is. The stage has been set, Reese, now. And here it is. We're about to set ourselves up for 12 intense games of Fortnite in front of us. I mean, we saw the predictions there. We got a little taste of what's to come. The drop spot map has been revealing. But for now, who will walk away as the #1 spot, at least for day one, is going to be the question.
There's been 3 qualifiers so far. We've had 4 different heats in the semis, 4 games of reboot round, and of course the 2 teams from last season as well. It's basically going to come down to the 12 games, 6 today, 6 tomorrow. Look, the first one is always so nerve-wracking. I've seen on Twitter, on social media, a ton of the players really nervous right now, and I think as soon as they land, once they've jumped out the battle bus, they're fine. A lot of those nerves settle, right? When they're flying through the sky, this is where things kind of get a little bit shaky.
Oh, and this is one of the big questions out the gate. Bucky, Creo, Clicks, where were they going to land? Who were they going to contest? After tweeting drop after drop, deciding that they wanted to go here, go there, it seems like they want to go head-to-head against Bully's trio of Bank and company. Now, listen, this is a tough fight to take, and of all the teams you can choose to contest, Bully has an exceptional track record here with his trio of not only being successful, but sticking this fight out deep into the storm and figuring out how to make it work for himself. So I'm not sure how I feel about this, but this is the cards that have been dealt. This is the hand they're playing.
Usually, most of the time, either Bully's team wins or realistically the other team also still loses. That's just how it ends up playing, right? It's not necessarily that they get wiped super fast, because they drag those fights on so long, so that even if Creo, Bucky, and Clicks win, do they win in the long term for the whole game? So this is a tough one, but at the end of the day, what was their options? You know, we saw them on Twitter, on all the different social media, tweeting the different drop spots that they could potentially go to, potentially land at, and all of them, they were contesting another team. So right now, this is the drop spot that they qualified through, so why not go back, figure out, just try and do what you can from the drop spot you qualified from, and hope for the best.
Now here's the thing, you don't have to fight at this drop, guys. This is definitely big enough to house multiple players, get loot, rotate out early, right? You don't have to take the fight here early. It looks like Click's company, it seems like they might be taking a vehicle and dipping out a little bit early. Remember, this is the FNCS. This is your first game. You don't want to throw it away. Over at Holly Hedge, there's another contested drop spot. Scoped and Blake have the bit of the high ground here. Snake on defense here in the low, and it seems like Okis has got a beautiful side angle that they're trying to work out right now. It's another powerhouse trio, and it seems like they have the advantage already. A single Elim on the field for Okis here.
A single Elim on the field, and they have the full clutch. They've completely surrounded the team right now, so they're starting to play in. Scope's team is the team who has had the highest amount of average eliminations out of all of the teams who have qualified through in their qualifying run, being over 10 per game. Remember, they dropped a 27 elimination game and an 18 elimination game in the same tournament, and in 6 games, which is crazy. So these guys have the ability to frag out to ensure they pop off, and being contested off spawn, we'll see, does that even slow them down? Because in their huge qualifying run, they were also contested there. So for kind of Voil except Snake's team, this is a real tough one for them to be in.
Yeah, not only that, they're an exceptional team. So even as a duo, you can see the respect coming out of Scope, Blake, and Okis as they're just, you know, again, keeping their distance here, trying to farm, not necessarily fall behind, but still being on high alert. There's never 1 or 2 players that are dropping their guard in full. Instead, they're still keeping one team just focused on them. The longer that they can hold them down here, the less likely they are for Snake and company to actually bounce back, right? Get material, find what they need. So they're kind of just choking them out of any opportunity to actually farm up here.
They can, but again, this has got to be fast, right? This is now taking time and precious time that they have to rotate, and this drop spot is particularly difficult when it comes to rotations and Storm Surge. Now, obviously, they'll have picked up a bunch of eliminations here, which will have definitely helped, but they can see that first zone pulls east, which is notoriously difficult for the teams from this drop spot in particular. So for Blake, Okis, and Scope, they're given the respect to Voil's team, who they are contesting, right? They're not jumping in the box, they're keeping their distance, they're applying the pressure, they're not doing anything too slow, too stupid, but at the same time, this could impact the rest of their game out.
Yeah, this is where I'm saying, hey, you know what? Just give it up, maybe get out of there. And that's how the other team feels. Snake's going to hit that launch pad. They're going to go ahead and go towards the coast, which is effectively completely opposite to the zone here. This is going to give the decision, the option for Scoped and Company to go ahead and jump in. They do break all the shields, and it seems like they want to go ahead and commit to this. But no, Scopes guessed differently. He gets shot on his way up in the air, and then that's the decision right there. That's the call. Hey, you know what? You guys can stay alive here. We'll give you that chance. Now, the real question is, did they sit on that reboot card? Were Snake and Company able to pick up the card there and actually play for the save or not? Because otherwise they have to play this out as a full-on duo, which is difficult in its own.
That's very, very true. And we've got Quanti's team now down with 2 players contesting the mid-map hills right now. And ooh, this is going to be a tough one to come back from. We don't know necessarily. I think it's a duo that they're fighting against, as Quanti only has a single elimination. So it's a 1v2. He does have plenty of materials. Yes, he's going against Crumbler. And it seems like Nexi, I'm not sure. Oh, Nexi's been knocked at this moment. Okay, so he's going to try and get the res off onto Larson here. So Quanti has to try and apply the pressure onto this other team to stop this res. Or it could be Raps for him, right? And that's good. He's going for the spray right now. Going through. But yes, Larson has fully been finished. So this is now a 1v1 fight, which is purely fair. Look at the amount of materials that Quanti has. 121 builds. He's almost completely capped. So this is almost as fair as a fight you can get. But no, he's actually choosing to disengage.
Yeah, I think he's content with the couple of knocks that he got there. So. If he does have his team's card, it's all good. He just has to get out of here. No need to throw the whole tournament away. And that goes both ways, right? So for Crumbler and their team, I mean, they should be able to bounce back. They'll also be able to get the reboot cards here. But the question is, where can you actually go here to get a pickup right now? Of course, he's going to go deeper into the zone. Remember, this is an eastern pool. So he's going towards the Slurpy Swamp in hopes that the teams here have already rotated out. And maybe he can pull off a little cheeky pickup over at the reboot card.
Yeah, I think he spotted the team there, which will be, ooh, actually the X and Clarity G, but they know that this is a solo, and they are all collapsing, and the pressure's coming out. They're all going for the crank. Shark manages to get into his box. Clarity G from the other side, and that's an easy elimination onto Quanti there. He is going to be picked up. It was a valiant effort, it really was, but he just rolled on into the wrong team using that inflatable.
That's it. The timing was just a little bit off there. They take complete advantage of it, and that's just how quickly things can end for you. That's a game 1 out, and teams getting wiped up here for P-God, Peterbot, and TK. It seems like they find a nice little upgraded chest here, which is going to be awesome for them to play into. No elims for them. Remember, they are, of course, I guess one of the teams we want to watch, right? Especially out the gate. They've been in an uphill battle, or I should say pretty much in cruise control as far as their draw spot drama has gone up until now. They've really had things on lock here, but no elims. That means Macwood and company have survived, I guess, the pressure of the early game, or did they mix up the drop?
I feel like Peterbot's team's potentially mixed up the drop and maybe even taken more of Pristine Point there. Like, because you notice they're really good on materials, but they have very, very low metal. So that to me suggests that maybe they triple stack landed into Pristine Point at this point. Maybe they're going to have to try and find the metal somewhere else.
Wow.
Look at that RNG. This is what you want from a Cosmic chest. The 1 gold pump, 1 gold tag, and I think that was a blue pump in there too. I say this every time. Every time I open I just get silenced SMGs. They're always blue. Whenever we see the God RNG like that, man, that's a good feeling. They are very set up right now. Actually, going back to Macwood, Illust, and Tragics, who are currently over in Pleasant Park. So I'm not sure if they've managed to rotate in. I do think they potentially had uncontested drop spot and have rotated into this point.
Well, here's the thing. Macwood's ammunition is very low, so it could be that they still were at the same spot, but they went for more of a passive, hey, you know what? We're not even going to stick this fight out. There's no need to. Pulling zone as well, right? There's a lot of factors that just kind of play into the whole, hey, this is working in our favor. Why fight now, right? Same kind of like what we saw at Steamy Stock, so there's plenty of reason to not necessarily throw your game away this early into the run. So, you know, limited ammunition in the resource count for Macwood, Tragics, and Illust here. I am very curious to see how their next engagement is going to go. They're going to need a little bit more, but hold up, there goes the split. So Macwood's actually got more than we thought. It just seems like he just had maybe the short end of the stick as far as his loot route goes. But all right, if they're sitting comfortable with ammo and whatnot, this should be really good for this game.
Yeah, he's been hogging all out, but they've got no metal in his inventory, which is looking tough too. But look at the quick little stat come through. Saf and Macwood are the only NE East players to place top 10 in each FNCS Trios final, which goes back to FNCS Season X. Oh, that was close. Which is so crazy if you think about it, how consistent that they have been all the way through every single team mode to make it here. Like, you know, this could be the make or break today. We got to make sure that they still get a top 10 and keep that record running.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure on the backs of the players here. Not only because these guys have a contested drop to worry about, or what I mean, players lingering about on their route here, but of course the history that they've been able to make and maintain up until this point for Macwood. That's for sure. That's a lot to live up to as he's trying to look for the snipe right now. Players out in the open here. The opportunity is definitely real, but nothing's going to come about from it. I saw on the feed there, Bizzle's going to find Nexi there. So again, Bizzle lands center map as well. Those are some of those same teams we saw in that center area. Clashes we expected to go down, but it seems like Bizzle and company already picking up their first set of elims. That's a promising sign for the vet.
Absolutely. And just to note, got confirmation that Macwood's team alongside Pigod's team both have landed in Craggy. So they managed to loot, split, and disengage without fighting. And both teams ended up with good loot, so it's possible. I think there's, from memory, 18 chests in Craggy, so they've managed to at least just get some and disengage. But that is one of the issues in terms of the metal that we've seen. Both teams really struggle with metal because they've disengaged so early. So I'm still thinking they've split, but they may have to just get an elimination somewhere here in the mid game, right? You see them kind of pulling up onto Noob's team or Teo's team, and they're not necessarily a W key focused team, so they're probably going to have to try and do something in terms of getting a refresh here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now it's just going tit for tat, trying to find a couple tags here, stay in the game right now. Guys, there's 90 players up right now. Storm Surge is surely going to be a pretty big issue here coming soon. If you haven't gotten an elim or a couple tags, I mean, there goes the surge warning out to the lobby. It's really going to become very evident that you're going to have to get involved, get into some pretty nasty action when there's this many players up. There's so much more risk, right, for other teams to hop on top of you, take advantage of your chaos, and walk away as the victor of the third party there. For Night Shark and Clarity, though, I'm really happy that they've managed to get a nice early rotate here. Remember that elim that they found right at the opening gate there? Look at this. It's got them pretty much set up here to play for one of the better positions for the mid game right now.
Yeah, this is great. Given that they're a team that drops on the full west side, being able to get here all the way onto this east side hill and claim that so early shows that in their early game and in that kind of early to mid, they have really got this nailed down, right? They've got their rotations absolutely perfect. We saw, like you mentioned, that elimination they picked up, got some 200 Storm Surge damage at least, and then they just keep on rolling through, get a good spot. So for them, they're set up so well to pick up at least a big game so far, right? And with that far east zone, guys like now, like we're seeing Eclipse's team, Coop and Bizzle, who did manage to get 3 elims, are going to have to struggle a little bit more with that full rotate.
I'm so surprised they're only, just barely above the surge with 3 eliminations here, guys.
Yeah.
Just goes to show that the team, Nexi's team did not have a lot of shield at all. It was not a drawn-out battle. Must have ended super quickly. And, yeah, they weren't worth much at all. And that's just how sometimes that can also play out for you. So they have a team on their heels. They're going to have to be very careful because they're not safe by any means. Here's Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day, the team that I think arguably the scene wants to see the most. We have not gotten to see what they can bring to the table this season. Remember, when you qual for finals, because you're a champion, you go straight all the way through. You don't get to play in those weekly qualifiers in lead up to this whole thing. They get to punch their ticket straight to the finals for their chance again at the crown. And it looks like they're going to have to jump in this box here. They are below the surge. It's going to get active right now.
Like, I wouldn't be worried if I were you watching them, because this is something that we see very frequently from them. Below Storm Surge and them just taking a mid-game fight this early on. And I think we're just going to see them key one of these teams. It's Avery's team that they're running next to, and also Bully's team here too. And now, as the lightning bolts start to come out, they're going to get a little bit more desperate. And we know that they box dive as it is, so we can see Miro pushing on up, trying to go for shots onto Pigod on the far right. There's so much congestion in this area as we see TK's team being picked up down below. But Reverse, Day, and Miro are still getting tagged by the Storm Surge from above, and it doesn't seem like they're going for that aggressive play that they may need to. They're potentially trying to out-heal it with 6 more players remaining left. Now they are the only team, I repeat, the only team being tagged from Storm Surge here, so all of the pressure is off on the opposing teams. But yes, they managed to get some shots off. They've managed to go up above, but I think they may have lost Day. I can't see where he is.
Yeah, it looks like the surge might have just gotten him. Remember, when you do get hit by the surge, if it's the elimination blow from the Storm Surge, that's it. You're out. You're out of the game, and there's no reboots to get picked up there. But the fact that Miro's doubling back straight, yeah, I was going to say, the fact that he's going straight back, maybe he did get the card there. You saw how low Reverse 2K's HP was as well. That means that Reverse 2K went in for the deadly exchange there too. He was the one that got just enough tags at the expense of Day's positioning here in the tournament. So Miro back in the Dirty Docks is their home. The zone is literally favored their their drop spot so heavily this time around. But there's Creo, Clix, and Bucky. Remember, they rotated down from Steamy Stacks, and they're housed up inside the Dirty Docks. Now, if they go for that pickup, it is going to be heard. It's not going to be a free pickup.
Oh, but Coop has lost Bizzle and Eclipse, and he's rolling in as a solo now, also with 0, and I mean 0 shield heals. He only have a single med kit. So if he starts to get shot, if he gets tagged, which the shots are now starting to come out from, I think, Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite up on height. No, it's Saf, Stretch, and Canada at the same time, all looking down. They're going to know he's a solo, potentially start to pressure this. He's going to pop that med kit down below and see what he can do. This is a rough spot, right? Losing your 2 teammates, we know he's not going to be able to get the reboot off because we've just seen into Dirty Dogs, the only place he's going to be able to get reboot. Miro's trying there, and we already have seen Creo's teams boxed up on it. So it doesn't look like even Miro may be able to get the reboot off. And if he does, there's no way that Coop's going to be able to get in there.
Yeah, I'm happy you brought it up because I was like, man, he's thinking the same thing. I gotta get to Dirty Docks, gotta play for that the save here, but it's pretty impossible at this point with how many teams also have that game plan in mind. But just everyone nearby, there is going to be a pickup there. It's going to go off. A save comes through. Did we get to see who it was? We're still at 70 players.
Ooh, that's close. That is close. I did see in the background there, I saw the blue light of the reboot van flying through. So deep over, we may have seen day. It should be day, unless another team has managed to do it. But we saw them going for it at that point. So they should be up. For Saf, along with Stretch and Canada, they now have a max distance ETH zone. This is such a tough zone. Fully down the hill, we see so many teams. Gabe, Tahi, Sprite, Spegu's team also there's managed to win their off spawn as well. So many teams have to make this super far rotate, and I'm thinking right now that white lining or potentially even using one of their launch pads may have to come out here, just purely based on the amount of players that are currently around them.
Kanata gets a knock there in the feed. You have to assume that's a sniper shot from long range. That's going to be big there. Let's not forget Surge is going to be an imminent threat throughout the course of this endgame here with how closely players are staying up right now. Creo falls there too. That's to the hands of Aspect, and out comes the rotates. You can tell from the map, players are already playing nice and early here, trying to get in front. Acorn, Slacks, and Jack think of the same exact thing. They want to go dead side all the way around here, play this mountain face here to really minimize the amount of line of sights onto them, and it seems like they found the opponent builds here. This is going to be perfect for them to go in and recycle out. Look, they don't even stop and check. They realize, hey, this is all vacant. These are empty builds. Take advantage. And actually, the fact that they're just finishing up the builds here, they're on the heels of Slick, Goku, and Shark there, who are just doing all the building for them. Acorn this team doesn't even have that many mats either, so this might be a fight they need to take here for the refresh.
I think so, but it was a good play for them. Notice that single shot that came out from Acorn wasn't to try and bully, trying to get the elimination. All he was trying to do was just make the other players build so he could reuse them and hide behind them for the line of sight. But inevitably, he ended up getting them in when they boxed. And now Slick's team is up in that good position right above them. If they pull that zone, they are in the prime position to be able to take height from here. We see so many teams flying in. I think that's Charlie's team we just saw hitting the launch pad coming through as well. We see Justice's team in the background still in it as well. We see Visuals now rotating round the back of the storm. Scope's team still in it too, but with no shield. 0 shield all the way in the entire team. No heals. That is not the spot you want to be in for them.
We're just looking for Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day. Where are they? Did they survive? How have they managed to fare up and kind of bounce back here if it was possible? Pam, Carrie, and Fatch still alive. That's a team that was contested out the gate too. If I'm not mistaken, what was it? Retail Row or... Oh, no. Actually, I think they were down in Craggy, down in Misty Meadows, splitting the drop somewhere around there too.
So they qualified through Misty. However, they've moved to retail, and it was going to be contested by Creo's team, but Creo's team is actually now gone back to the original spot. And look, firstly, I think we just saw Scented being picked up by Jades. I think that's a snipe, but look who's back. Day is back in it. Mirror in reverse, looking healthy as well. Plenty of materials, but yet again, below the Storm Surge. So this could be a repeat of the third zone as well, where we're seeing one being picked up right here. But no, it seems like Miro's going to go up for the tags as that Storm Surge is yet again kicking in, and Miro scopes the box. He hits a big 80 damage and actually gets the elimination for that too. So they are now still, it seems like a below, but no, 94 above. 2 more players need to go down. It seems like a team below them has been picked up, unless that's just a late tag onto them. So they seem to have made it into the end game, and they've got the refresh from the bunch of eliminations they have. Now, however, they have to make it to the full west side of the map, given that 5th zone is pulled far.
And the only time you see teams opening up boxes like that is when the Surge is active. Like, they are desperate to also find tags. So Miro taking full advantage of that team before they also were able to bounce back is beautiful. Allows them to stay in the game right now. And again, those materials that they find there are going to go a long way here too. Day, Reverse 2K, and Miro now position themselves up at 3 eliminations here in the mid game, or honestly, in the end game. This is it. Here comes the moving zone soon, and they have enough mats to maintain. Not only that, power shotguns in the inventory. Are we going to see Miro, Dan, Reverse 2K break away, rip away with the lead here? But no, Reverse 2K is going to fall here. This is going to be a close save now as Day has to step up here for the save, but luckily the defense is going to work out. That's to the hands of Agers, Degen, and Skittles there, and blood in the water, but they don't pounce on it, so it's going to work out. On high ground though, Saf, Kanata, and Stretch are stepping up to the plate.
If there was one single team who was going to do it in game number 1, Stretch, Saf, and Kanata were going to be the team to do it. They mainly have to watch out for Degen's team, who we know is directly beneath them as well, and that next zone pulls fully south. So every single team is going to go over water here. So for Kanata's team, this is really, really, really tough because they have no builds that they can connect over to and establish over. So any team who gets over there early has the ability to claim that high ground at the max zone. So for them, you're seeing Kanata already start to build up as high as he can to stop himself getting launch padded on. Then they're going to have a real tough time trying to make sure they get all the way across to that opposing height and maintain it throughout the entire moving zones, in particular when Kanata has 0 metal.
Yeah, look at this. He's committing, continue to commit. I'm not sure how I feel about this. That's a lot of mats, guys. And he's gone all the way up here to keep the full eyes on the sky. It's going to work out, though, as Miro comes up on the launch pad. Reverse 2K gets beamed there as well. Day loses all shield. They might have just gotten completely zapped out the sky here before they can even touch down. It's going to make it very worse for wears there, as now Stretch and Saf also just continue to skate across here. Very, very high up here, guys. That's so they cannot get landed on. Down low, though, more pressure for teams like Booga, Nosh, and Avery here, trying to crank his way through. 21 damage above. They're still in the game here. Miro, Reverse 2K, and Day are going to fall officially within the top 15. That's okay, though. There's still plenty of placement there. It's not completely a bad game or a throwaway, but this is where the big points are going to start coming through here, Reese.
Yeah, so where the big placement starts to come through, see Booga, Nosh, and Avery trying to do what they can, weaving their way through those old builds. Only wood left on their mat, so they're going to have to start going for some sort of refresh at this moment, as we see Avery trying to lead the charge there. And they've managed to make themselves safely into this zone, but still up on high ground. Stretch, Saf, and Kanata are still managing to maintain it all the way through. The contestant players for height skills are way lower than they usually are at this game, so there doesn't seem to be anyone at this moment who can contest Stretch's team up on the height. But the materials are starting to run thin, and the 3 eliminations that they have may need to start being increased. If anyone looks up and sees that Stretch is on height just in wood, this could be a full spray out for them.
Definitely. I mean, the opportunity to take them out is surely there. They committed super early, but this is the best we've seen them on a high ground hold this early this season. Honestly, they've been struggling to do it up until this point, but right now it's working out for them. Slacks, Jack, and Acorn, though, at 6 eliminations right now and continuing the hunt here. This might be a free refresher that's going to open itself up down below, and they're inside the top 10 here. So that's another team that really does have a lot of big points on the field right now. More big teams in the game right here, but hold up, Slacks is going to continue to get pressured, and now he's on his heels here. He's going to have to continue to run for it. I mean, they're doing exceptional. If they can just stay up here and finish in the top 3, this is going to be a great game so far.
True, we see Goku's team going down on low ground. Saf actually now picked up by users. However, he has traded and picked up just at the same time, as we see Hoofishy popping off with another 2 eliminations down on the low ground too for Slacks. He drops all the way down, tries to do what he can, but still on the high ground. Stretch and Kanata have maintained it. They are applying consistent spray to the players down below, but a full trio still on low ground. Jack, Acorn, and Slacks with their tons of eliminations, plenty of materials to keep them moving, and the potential medkit play going into the final moving. This could be their game to win, as they are the only full trio, but on high ground, Aspect picks up Stretch.
And Aspect's on fire right now. He's managed to continue to find Elim after Elim. Hoofishy comes on up to back him up here, and they're sitting heavy at 7 eliminations here, and they officially break into top 3. That is the prestigious sweet spot you want to be in. Now a top 2 finish here. Nothing can go wrong for them, right? Wrong. Down on low ground. Very healthy. Acorn, Jack, and Slacks are down there, and guess what? They have a win condition. They have a med kit, and they have the chug cannon here, Reese. I mean, this is their game to take home now. All they have to do is continue the fire firepower. Slax is gonna do it. That's a huge shot there. Off to the zone he goes, and he's got eyes on the final opponent here, who's inside the zone, and there it is. Down goes Aspect and Hufishy in the final moments, but what a great job by Slax, Acorn, and Jack there to pull that game out.
That's huge, absolutely massive. And for them, being not current, but they are ex-FNCS champions from Season 5 of Chapter 2, look, they are experienced. And this is exactly the kind of caliber of play that we want to see from these top-level teams and how they can perform. We saw big name after big name performing in that first numbered game. We obviously saw Stretch's team popping off huge. And then for the victory royale, Slack's game was absolutely insane.
Yeah, and those are all teams we expected to do well. The vets are stepping up here, and they all managed to make end games as well. No upsets there from us, but I want to hear what Zeke and company have for us, because honestly, that is going to set things up for us here.
My goodness, I think this is the first time we've seen a low ground win a game in the FNCS finals as far as day number 1 is concerned. In Europe, it was all about the high ground. Here in NA East, though, thank you, NA East. You guys are the ones like, no, that's not gonna fly here, and that's what I like to see, Vivid.
Yeah, obviously, a great job by Jack, Acorn, and Slax. They're picking up the first game, kind of setting a precedent for the rest of the 11 games that we have. Like, they're like, hey, we're ex-FNCS champions. We know how to do it in finals. I would love to know what happened, though, on the high ground. We saw that Stretch, Kanata, and Saf were looking mighty healthy up there, all three of them alive, and then all of a sudden, within that 8th to 9th zone, it looked like Saf had went down, so they were left a duo on height, and then Aspect and Hufishy kind of just took them over. So curious to know what happened there, but good sign for those boys having high ground for much of that end game there.
Yeah, we talked about it as well, like, you know, off broadcast, we were saying about the rotate they had to do as well was humongous. From Slurpee all the way to Dirty is not an easy journey, but they managed to get there with aplomb, and they managed to kind of win from the low ground as well, as Zeke said, which is absolutely incredible. Yeah, there's a reason that these guys are the Season 5 FNCS champions. That is proof in the pudding. We can see here as well that right at the top of the table, Slax, Acorn, and Jack go to the top with 10 eliminations, double digits off the bat, with a 30 points makes a 50-point beginning to the FNCS finals. In this particular iteration, which is absolutely incredible. What a great start. But right behind them, Aspect, Kaz, and Hufishy. Kaz, one of those players you mentioned, who's been at every single FNCS finals to date, all 9, and here he is in second position right now. But starting to look down the table, Saf, Stretch, and Kanata there in third position as well. These are a team who we know high ground. They did exactly what we thought they were going to do. Couldn't quite make it happen that time around, but is obviously a vision of things to come for sure. There's some other teams. This is the great thing about finals. Every single team in the top 10 is recognizable from all the other weeks previously. We've been celebrating them. So Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite, good to see those guys as well coming in from Believer Beach in 9th position as well. I mean, D-Roller, Spegu, and Charlie as well. We saw DJ Ages and Skittles. Incredible stuff, David. All these top trios managing to rotate perfectly, despite the fact that Dirty Dogs was where things ended up with the Storm.
Yeah, I mean, the huge thing about that first pager that saying that to me was DJ Ages and Skittles found themselves in that top 5, right? But we saw Colazo, Lazar, and Trashy also up there. I believe it was like top 7, right? So both of those trios are laning at Corny Complex, and they are contesting each other. But I'm assuming that they went ahead, walked away from each other, right? Kind of split the POI, and both found themselves in the top 10 at the end of first game. So interested to see how these contestants that are going on around the map end up working out. As you guys can see here, Booga, Nash, and Avery, not the best game, but still 19 points, right? Like, look at these points, right? You think we're not on the top 10, so kind of a bad game, but I mean, 20 points isn't necessarily that bad. Every single person who has won like an FNCS has had a game around that amount of points, so not really like a vibe killer, I would say, because, you know, you kind of need these games to get through.
Yeah, and Dave Mirror Reverse 2K that we saw as well, ex-champions, but, you know, the Storm Surge played an important part there as well. They just got brutalized very early on by the Storm, but came back into it and managed to get 15th position. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from what happened in the game. We talked about POIs earlier on and what was going to happen with some of our trios and where we think they might have gone. First things first, the battle for Craggy. We take a look here at Macwood's trio versus P-God's trio. Both trios choosing to go to their preferred POI that we've seen previously. But this time around, it seemed to be a little bit of a, you have your side, we'll have ours, and let's go our separate ways. It very much felt like both teams respected the fact both were there. It's the first game at FNCS and didn't want to contest straight away against one another. They wanted to give each other a bit of space, breathing room to loot, and give themselves a good chance in the game. That was definitely going to change throughout the course of FNCS. But for that very first game, that's what happened. And then we look at Steamy Stacks, where Calix's trio landed with it.
Yeah, we were a little curious to know where they were going to land because they were hinting at Holly Hedges, Dirty Dogs, Retail Row, but they ended up back at Storm Steamy Stacks where they actually landed during qualifiers, so no surprise there. But as you can see, we took a look at Craggy Cliffs, we took a look at Steamy Stacks. I mentioned how both of the Corny Complex teams were in the top 10, which means that pretty much all the major contests that are happening around the map, they're not really fighting each other off spawn. They're kind of just like, hey, I'll take this side, you take that side, and we'll just walk away and see how we do.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's actually been really interesting to see how that first game kicks off, because we know that these teams could have gone straight, all out guns blazing, trying their best to get as many points as possible by contesting early doors. They've chosen to hold back and wait. I think passive is going to turn aggressive very soon, but I'm just saying that's how things started. It'll change soon.
Yeah, 100%, right? Like, this is just game one, right? This is just testing the waters. Like, everybody's looking at each other like, okay, whoever wants to fire first, we're down, but we don't want to be the first, right? So we'll have to see how this continues to develop over the next course of the day. Because remember, we have 5 more games to go. And you can't forget, tomorrow we're back with another 6 matches ahead of us. So this is we're putting them through the gauntlet right now, right? And you guys have to remember in the back of your minds, every time one of these trios is eliminated, that means they can't continue to earn these points, right? So they're kind of locked, at least for that game. So what happens next? Well, we don't have to wait much longer. It's time to find out. MDF Reese, back over to your beautiful faces.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. And there it is. That was game number 1, wrapped inside the books here. I mean, FNCS really kicking off the way I think all of us just about expected it to go down, except not as much volatility for the high ground height retakes. Of course, it started going down at the very end there, but Saf, Kanata, and Stretch surprisingly held it very well with little to no friction there, Reese. And I mean, honestly, if they can continue to do that, they'll take this tournament home.
I think you're absolutely correct. If they manage to get that consistency, that's basically what they're known for. Out of all of the teams who've qualified so far, they are the team who've actually had the lowest average eliminations out of everyone. However, obviously they've placed extremely well last season and this season too. So you've got to remember, like, that consistency is what they're absolutely made of. If we start to see them fall down the leaderboards, they're not a team that I'm looking and thinking it's going to drop a 15 elimination game. But every game back-to-back, we'll see them on height. We'll see them picking up consistent points over and over and over again. And I think genuinely, out of the amount of teams, like the minimal amount of teams in this region in comparison to EU that are going for height, like they could have it much freer than we kind of originally anticipated.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, it's a telltale sign that teams are being very passive. If you did any, or if you watched any of the qualifying weeks in the heats, I mean, it was a launchpad fest. And it shows. That's why Kanata was so passive with the way he wanted to hold that high ground. But let's pause these thoughts here. Let's get on over to Steamy Stacks, where the action does seem to be unfolding. I mean, last game, it looks like Bully, let them go ahead and exit for free, but Bucky, Clicks, and Creo this time around now starting to really meet the fire that's being offered here. Things are getting hot over at the Steamy Stacks, and Creo's already down. Now, granted, he did get an elimination, so this is a 2v2 situation here. Bucky and Clicks do have a fighting chance.
They do have a fighting chance. Indeed, this is a pretty even fight, but what I want to know is who has the most materials, because obviously Bucky only has 6 to his name so far, and he seems to be pretty split, as it seems like Clicks is getting 1v2'd right now by Bank Teller. He manages to hit the big shot, but no, Clicks is picked up, so it's all down to Bucky to see what he can do. Is he going to go for the shots? Is he going to push? Is he going to get in, or is he going to disengage? He's going for that right hand peek, currently hitting around 60 damage on already, trying to bait the opponent out to that door by shooting it, but no, they've managed to get out of that box. And yes, Bucky is going to play hyper aggressive right now onto Elsa and onto Bank Teller at the same time, and it doesn't look like he's backing down from a fight. He's not scared of the quick little 1v2 situation as he's actually starts to tag and crack the opponent player down by 100 damage.
I mean, you're seeing why, right? He really wants to push them off of the reboot car here so he can get control of the situation, go and back it up, and he did just that. It was enough to play defense. You know what? He might have enough distance between him and himself to go out and get the save here. Is there enough time? Is there 10 seconds available? It looks like there is, because Bank and Elsa are going to completely back off here. They're going to go for high ground so they can see and look on down. There goes the save. Elsa's going to go on and sweep on in from the side here, but it's too late. Clicks is already up. This is still a 2v1 situation, guys, regardless of what, and Bucky's holding that door frame there, so Elsa's got to be very careful.
Indeed, Bucky's already been complaining, I see, about other team landing and staying on top of the stack, so right now we're seeing none of that. We're seeing Bank Click kind of pushing all the way from the outside as they're kind of pressuring Bucky and Clicks. Yes, oh, and here we go. That is very true. Is that going to be Bugha's team pushing in. It really depends. It could also be P-God's team based on the way that they position themselves before, but this fight is dragging out. It is indeed P-God, Peterbot, and also TK pushing in. They need their Storm Surge. They need these elimination points, and they know that this fight has been dragging on for so long.
Yeah, and they have the full advantage, guys. They are coming in with fresh material, fresh HP, fresh side of eyes, and this is their fight to win at this point. I mean, the very much fractured Bank Teller and Bully here are on the run. Bucky and Clicks as well, pinned up in the middle of this all here. And look, Bank's gonna go and jump in the car. He's gonna get out of there. P-God and Peterbot are going to hear that. They're probably going to be thinking that this is going to be an empty position or an empty building that they're standing on top of. So for Bucky and Clicks, I'm hoping they don't move, don't get spotted out there, and at least they can stretch their game out a little longer. But remember, when that save went off, only Clicks was picked up, so they do not have Creo's card, and I don't think they had enough time to grab it, so they're going to have to finish this game as a duo.
Yeah, I would highly doubt they did. And moving over to Daymere in reverse, we saw them every zone be underneath the Storm Surge threshold, and this time they've made an adaptation. They've pushed into Corny Complex, picked up a single elimination so far, and it looks like, are they going to push more eliminations? They're going to be even more aggressive than this, because it seems like they're flying straight towards another team as Miro gets fully beamed out the sky by DJ, Skittles, and Agers as well. But I was going to say that would be an incredibly aggressive play if they were just looking to still WK the team after that.
Now that was the thing I was thinking immediately. I was like, wait, did they get DJ, Agents, and Skittles there with that elimination? Because that's their draw spot. So I am curious to see who they found there in the process. Remember, Collazo and company were also landing there. It's another heated kind of drop there, but Bucky's still popping off here. He's going to find Peterbot with a knock. Doesn't get the finish, which means there's no points there to be earned. And P-God, Peterbot, and TK find their first set of points here in the tournament in game number 2 onto the weekend Bucky and Clicks. That's a third party. That's a consistent fight too that they can start preparing for if they rotate on in. And remember, this is a team that is no stranger to early game battles with much less material and loot. So if they continue to rotate in late, I'm sorry to say, if they have all advantages, they will continue to find these elims.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason not to do that. Realistically, if you're smart, you will find those contested POIs around you, push them in, pick up those easy eliminations and the easy tags as well. And that's exactly what we've seen them do. Already adapt to a relatively easy strategy for them, right? We've seen that clearly they have the plan laid out, and it's worked out for them this game already. Like I mentioned, so much better than the first game that they managed to claim 0 points and be eliminated to Storm Surge. So good job from them, changing up, moving and doing so good. For Joji, Visuals, and Frist, they're also looking pretty good. We've seen the loot, the loadouts that they have already stacked and loaded. They found a llama, you can tell as well, so they probably have a launch pad in there somewhere too. And now they're just going to get themselves to a good position and set themselves up for the rest of the game.
Now, one thing we didn't notice much of last game was Chug Cannons being, running crazy in the end game there, but guys, that can just come down to a little bit of luck, right? Or I guess not being so lucky to find the llamas to get those Chug Cannons in lead up to the end game. But this time around, I mean, and for the rest of the games to come, I really do have to assume that this is going to lean much more heavily into heal-off style games where these end games are going to be stretched out. I mean, there's no reason not for them to not go that way. Here's the pickup coming through, though. It looks like Bank did get the save off, or he picked up Bully's card early on in the run, whereas we already know Creo was not able to get saved there by Bucky's team. So big come up for them, and that's what we talked about. Bully, Bank, and Elsa, they have that successful track record of being contested there, winning their engagements for the most part, and continue to do okay in tournaments.
And to kind of go in the polar opposite of that, Mega, Dubs, and Rokane, a team who usually, when contested in their drop spot of Bonnie Burbs, has been doing the opposite, right? We're really used to sitting here and watching them sit inside this main building here as another team. Yeah, exactly. Struggle's the right word for it, right? As another team's just sit and apply constant pressure all the way around, just spraying from every single angle. Right now, they're just sitting out. They've obviously got 3 eliminations. I'm not sure. I don't think they were contested, but they've just managed to easily claim that spot. But Narwhal's team's Lemon Divine, seeing a free high ground, said, you know what, now we're just going to go on up. And again, now Mega, Dubs, and Rokane have lost that power position, right? They've lost the ultimate high ground on this spot. And if there's a lot of good zone RNG comes into this, they're going to potentially have to just lost one of the best spots on the map.
Yeah, I love what Narwhal's Lemon Divine there, though. Really, like, big respects to them, calling the bluff of the base up top. They're like, hey, this guy didn't pick us, dude. Yeah, go take it, right? And Dubs, Mega, and Rokane, if anyone's done their, any kind of homework on this team, they stick with one another. They don't usually tend to leave someone behind inside that single tower. That might be one of the mistakes of their strategy here, right? And one of the flaws, chips in the armor, if you will. And now they do lose the complete power position here, especially this early in the game when you want high ground. Although you have 3 elims, we saw what happened in the last game. Teams rotating on the outer edge just because you have 3 elims don't necessarily mean you have all the surge you need, right? Especially if that team was weakened or not fully shielded. It's only a couple 100 points.
Yep, that all adds up. And now we're moved on to Edgy Commandment Insanity, who had a really bad first game for them, right? 7 points coming through in game number 1 is very uncharacteristic. Like, we are used to seeing, almost if you look at the leaderboards, 0 games that aren't in the top 10. As we see a snipe come through onto Commandment, I don't think that'll be a push from the opposing team at the same time, but they're going to sit and heal up. But again, this is not looking good for them already. They're draining their materials, they're draining their heals. They're also now stuck in a relatively poor position, as a lot of those other teams will get ahead of them, be able to hold them when they start to rotate. So hopefully we'll see a good rotate coming through from them. I don't know how many shots they've hit so far for tags. This is not already setting up to be the perfect game that these guys are known for, to get to those power positions early, to be in the commanding spot, even to fight for those spots. You know, they're kind of trailing behind on the rotate.
Yeah, I agree. You know, normally they're in a vehicle at this point of the game. Typically, they'd be positioned up with the car, ready for the next rotate after that as well. So they don't have that here, and they're probably looking to see if they can actually scoop up a vehicle here at this drop. It's not unlikely that they'll be able to find one. There it is. They're going to mark one out, and this is a key part of their strategy, guys. If anyone that knows Sensed, Edge, and Commandment, you know that they're a team that highly prioritizes positioning, and not only that, they go well and beyond the strategy portions of it, right? They know what mountains they like, and let's say that one's contested, they have a backup strat or backup route in plan too. So it's a team that is very methodical with their play style, and I am curious to see what has gone wrong in game 1 and game 2 now, because it's not the zone. These are 2 completely different zones here.
And you know, we've been seeing these guys in through all of the Cash Cup extras and the Cash Cups. We've not seen them in FNCS since they auto-qualified, but they look so good when playing the Cash Cup games as well. They seem even better than normal in terms of their position. So I don't think they're not playing to their T, potentially maybe a little bit out of practice when it comes to this depth of games this season in particular. But honestly, potentially just, you know, didn't do something right. Maybe one mistake went wrong in game number 1. We didn't see the perfection that we would normally see from this teams. And you know what? Correction is always going to happen in the next few games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, things will tend to average out here for Saf, Kanata, and Stretch, so they have to do something big. Again, they're no strangers to be in this kind of surge threshold where it does seem like they're in very dangerous waters, which they are. But again, more often than not, they'll be able to bounce back here, find the tags that they need, and come up clutch. Now, in the event that they do not find anyone to reveal themselves or an opportunity to find these tags, I mean, I'm feeling pretty bad for them. They're very distant away from other teams, and their options are, you know, the young, hungry players of Elite, the Elite trios, Lem, Narwhal, Divine up in the base, or Rokane, Dubs, and Mega. Again, no easy kind of pick here as far as the teams go.
And this goes exactly back to what we said earlier about Narwhal's team claiming that power position up on high ground. Look at the amount of angles, the sight lines that these guys have, the 363. I'm adding 3 degrees to how much they can look around. That's how much they've got the opportunities to get tags from up here. And actually, despite that, they've only managed to gain 21 above, right? So despite the fact that they've managed to get probably the best spot for getting tags on players on rotates, they still not actually managed to capitalize on that and hit their shots. You know, at the end of the day, you can get all the positioning in the world, but if you're not hitting the shots on the players who are actually rotating, it's, you know, you're not going to get the Stormforce tags, are you? I think those tags that are coming through onto them now are probably from Saf's team, so potentially that could be the tags that we were looking for to put them above. The same with Bizzle, Eclipse, and Coop, who are now being the ones being held. So we see Stretch getting ahead of them in Storm, which will allow them again to get more and more tags being holding the teams who are rotating.
Yeah, if Stretch doesn't hesitate here, it's time to open fire, and there it is. He's coming on in, and from the side, you see Saf also just to the north side there. There it is, the western portion with Kanata. They have the angles there. Down goes the vehicles. That's a loss for everyone, but the surge is also active here on Stretch, Saf, and Kanata. Saf's HP falling dangerously low now. He's going to have to pause up and heal here. And again, they're just trailing behind here on the surge. And unfortunately, what I mentioned was if they cannot find these tags, they have to go in for the box dive, and they didn't. They didn't position themselves to take that dive, and now look at this. They're playing the long-range gun battle, and, you know, you can't bank on shots piercing through those builds. It's just going to be hard to have them come through.
Yeah, that's all these teams are boxed up in fully built metal, and you're not going to be able to triple spray through that very easily. So again, we're just seeing them trying to heal out the Storm right now. They're not looking to necessarily go for anything, and because they're so weak, it's so difficult. And now those audio cues are going to be coming through. Saf and Canada are going to be pushed by Slem's team because they know they're so weak, and that's it. Stretch is actually picked up from the side and fully finished by Slem. I think that was at that point too, is Saf and Canada are still in the game, but no, Saf now also goes down. Canada is alive as a solo, and Divine's team, they know that. They are fully aware. They're making the push, and now Canada, it's wraps for him too. So that audio cues came in massive for them, as now the Storm Surge is going to be over. But Bizzle, Eclipse, and Coop are not done yet. They're looking for that additional loot that they have from Stretch's body there, and going back for the tags as well.
Yeah, not only that, and then you just have to think about it, right? Like, if you're in Slem's position there, you get the Elim. Come on, Stretch. Yeah, we know exactly who's next door. It's Saf and Canada. Let's go finish that up. And they saw the surge. They saw them being kind of out of positioning, right? So it just, everything fell in line for them. It was an easy decision for them to decide to go in and take that one. Let's not forget, Slem, Narwhal, and Divine, they needed those tags too. They weren't far off as far as the surge went there too. So a big positioning for them now. But here comes the major tags here from the lobby. Now Bizzo and company starting to pressure up as well. And all of a sudden here, it looks like they're back in this game though. They do have the heals and they have the chug cannon to bounce right back.
Launch pads and the materials too. If they're able to use this much metal to get in, to make sure that they're not getting lobby sprayed, these guys are definitely healthy. Like, they are sitting in such a good position. The difficulty is that zone is going to be far. They're full edge on third, which means that chances are, if they don't get really lucky, they're going to have to go really far, and maybe even have to use that launch pad. You know, we've been seeing a ton of the teams in this position really have to use their pads to make sure they get that further distance this early on, which realistically, you want to be saving them for first move, and if you use them to get into fourth zone, it's tough, right?
Yeah, definitely. But I'm still thinking about, you know, guys, think about this. Our top third team there, Saf and crew falling out. They're going to essentially open up the leaderboard a little bit here for other teams to start catching up. Now, mind you, there are 12 games here in this finals. This is just game number 2. But for anyone that really jump starts their rounds here, I mean, you want to hold it through. If you can have a great day one, it can make it almost virtually impossible for you to be overtaken in the second day if you just play even, you know, mediocre at best, right? So teams dropping rounds here puts more pressure on the 2-day performance factor or kind of atmosphere that's at play here.
It will, and a lot of the teams, like I mentioned, have been talking about how nervous they've been between games, but also that nerve really kicks in when it comes to the second day as well, right? That second day, so many teams, when you're waiting, right? You finish 6 games, if you're doing well, you have to sit and think, what's going to happen? Are we going to continue that through day 2? So much can change there, but who knows for them so far. That's a couple games away from now as we move back to Miro, Day in reverse, and Day actually being picked up and rest there as he was knocked again. So these guys are taking another mid-game fight. Let's be real. Characteristically of them, we're used to seeing this by now.
And not only that, they're more often than not very successful in these kind of situations. Yes, we saw a knock go down, but hey, there's a fragmented team here. This is a team that's very lit up. It might just be 2 duos, actually. And if they take advantage of this, this could open up for 4 eliminations for them to jump them back in it. But they say, you know what? The zone's more important here. We'll finish this later. If we can get there first, they'll have first picks as well. And it looks like Miro's going to lead the charge here on the exit. Now, look at Day's HP. He's also not completely capped off here. Neither is Miro, so they do have to be very careful if a shield crack comes through. You know, that's going to open up the lobby to want to continue to put in the extra pressure. But no, Versuke goes down and finished here. Super unfortunate before the hard mats come out of Miro. He was almost saved, and that's the hands of Bugha, Avery, and crew there just next door.
Yeah, they're still going to have to make a good rotate in. Now they've lost reverse. They're only 17 above, yet again struggling with 64 players alive. 14, now 13 will need to go down. Like, this is, yet again, we're going to see them struggle with this. But again, you know, I feel bad to say I'm not that worried, because I'm just still expecting a couple, you know, doozies, some games that don't go so well, but then it comes back, you see these big 15 eliminations, 16 elimination games later on. This is still what we're kind of used to seeing, even from them last season when they won. A lot of not really good games and a lot of very, very good games too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're in top 15 right now. They are in the game here. The last round that they finished out was 3 eliminations, and still, again, they broke actually into top 15. So, you know, 15th place, 3 elims, nets them at 15th coming into this. They already have 3 elims right now, so that's going to cushion them up pretty nicely. And look at this, they're in 21 teams left in the lobby here. If they can break into top 17 around there, just make it a little bit further, they are pushing that ball along the field here, getting closer and closer to the big score. Now, out inside the zone, this is what is most questioning to me is Scented, Commandment, and Edgy once again out of their typical key positioning here in game number 2. This is a team we expect so much from, and they're not quite living up to it just yet here, so pressure is absolutely on in the lobby. Out comes the launch pads, though. Here goes Coop, Eclipse, and Bizzle trying to touch down. Of course, following after Commandment and company and crew, they're going to touch down. Miro's already inside the zone there, safe and sound here. I don't see his teammates, though. He might have lost them here.
Yeah, I think he may be down as a solo, but we see Coop, Eclipse, and Bizzle still alive as the full trio. Still only a little bit above the Surge, but yet again, we see 2 players need to go down. That'll struggle with them when it comes to moving Surge as well from here on out. Eclipse also now taking a ton of damage, but they still have plenty of in all of their inventories. And now I say that Coop has just lost his, so oh well, not anymore. But at the same time, we already saw they had the chug cannon, so they do have a ton of heals throughout it. Good positions for Peterbot's team as well, who've managed to keep as a full trio, like we saw them taking that engagement earlier. I do say Day still up, so Day is still in this. No one really claiming high ground at the moment. No one setting themselves up, potentially because Stretch's team was taken out early. No one is even just opening up and going up onto high.
I'm telling you, there's something about the FNCS setting right now. It just makes it, you know, pressure's high. The decision to go up and the thought of you just letting your guard down being landed on, that's it. Your tournament's over. If you get griefed while you're on high, more often than not, like usually, that's about it. That's it. Like your game's over. You're probably going to lose a player or 2. And yeah, the clutch from there on doesn't tend to come through traditionally. What I did notice, though, Day found Lazar. So Collazo and his trio are still up here in the end game, but Day found that eliminations. We're at top 19 now. Remember, once we break into top 17 territory, as teams fall, more and more placement points start being given out there. So it's very, very imperative that you make it that far each and every game here, especially for the first 6 here on day 1. Who decided to go up for high ground? Looks like Blake. Okis's scope go up, but breakouts come through as Blake gets taken down there. He's going to have to re-crank up. That's going to be a heavy resource investment there, but it's enough for him to maintain it and hold it out.
Yeah, we saw Scope staying so super high right at the back of the zone, and that's probably solidified them high ground for at least the first moving for them so far. But on low ground, Bizzle, Eclipse, and Coop, as we mentioned, still below the Storm Surge threshold with 18 players still to go. They hit the launch pad, but also hit their head as they move, trying to get ahead of the Storm, trying to look if they can land on a team, get a couple shots, as we saw with Sent's team that's down there. Up on the high ground, Scope still there, but Agers is sneaking up the back of the Storm, and he has no idea because they've actually lost Okis, so Scope is going to drop down with only 20 builds remaining. So Ager's team potentially has the Storm, the height claimed right now. As Skittles is up as well, and so is DJ. A classic height take from them, but Skittles so low on his HP, they're gonna need to make sure they heal, but I think they have the time. They have an ability to go for a breather. Yes, they do. They're gonna tunnel ahead. Low materials from Skittles though, which is a little bit of concerning.
Patient as time can be there to not take fire. Just go ahead and watch the opponent from a distance and capitalize on that key positioning there. You know, not every battle is won with just the gunplay. It's about the thought process that goes into it, and that was an excellent way for them to sneak up, really solidify their positioning, and then open fire and say, hey, I'm already way out positioned on you. This is our high ground. He gets it for free. Little to no resistance there. Booga, Avery, and Noshto looking up here. They're considering it. They're trying to say, hey, can we get this? But they don't have enough gas in the tank. It seems to go all the way on up, and instead they turn their focus down low. But Booga's got a lot to think about here. He's trying to keep his team in the front side of the zone here. Avery and Nos is trying to let loose in the end. Mega makes another end game there. That is massive as Bizzle down on low ground is going to fall here. Can Clue catch up? No! Coop's going to fall there. It's up to Eclipse now, who is a solo here in the end game. We're in top 8 though.
We're in top 8 indeed. Eclipse has to make a big push. He's already got 3 eliminations to his name. Plenty of materials as well, and doing a great job getting ahead of Storm. We've seen Edgy, Commandment, and Scented all be picked up so far, so low ground is probably going to be free, and Eclipse is taking advantage of that and being fully ahead and claiming that layer for himself. Joji's still in this. Same with Booga, Avery, and Nosh, still in it as a full trio as well, and looking healthy too. They're looking up, trying to see if height is free, trying to see what Ager's team is doing up there, but no, they fall down, be it intentionally or not, to claim the full low low ground, still with great HP, but again, low materials when it comes to Bugha's. He's only got 2. They're gonna need to start going for something, going for sprays, and yes, they're starting to find the opponents down the low ground, and some HP, some random materials drop in his box, but it's only Siphon on wood. But Bugha knows, picked up on the low ground by users.
Yep, it's Justice Duke there to step on up. It's a full trio down low. They're going to get broken out, though. DJ and Aegis come on down. Eclipse takes high ground with the Inflatable Bull, but then in a 1v1 takes out Skittles there as well, and he's fighting for this second place positioning now. And that's a clutch up if I've ever seen one. Remember, Bizzo and company fell so early on height, though. DJ struggling to hold down now. Duke's users and Justice have officially taken advantage of all the chaos, and they are at 13 elims here. Can they find the 14th? Of course they can. There's the big shot, and as a trio, they do it. They close out. They end at 80 points there, Reese. Massive game.
That is absolutely insane from them. 13 eliminations. Did you say 13? Was that right?
14. They picked up the last one.
That 14. Is insane. 14-0 total then. They, in their heat, I think it was heat number 3, they picked up 3 of the victory royals out of the 6 games. They are clearly capable of having these massive performances, but with that level of eliminations at the same time, I was not expecting. I 100% think Jukes, Justice, and Users are a sleeper team for a top 5 in the running this weekend.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But hey, listen, the hype is just getting started here, guys. That was game number 2. Zeke, tell us what you got for us. 14 eliminations. Whoa, guys, this is game number 2. This is just game number 2. Chill out, Dukes. Come on, users. Justice, please. Oh my goodness, guys, what is happening right now?
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing to remember here is Dukes, Users, and Justice were a trio in Heat 3 of our semifinals that won 3 victory royales back to back to back in their respective heat. Absolutely dominated the heat, won the heat. Yeah, so picking up that victory right there, not too surprising for them. I will say though, whoever on that trio, I believe it was that trio, it may have been somebody else in the game, but I believe it was that trio, noticing that the higher ground was on such a unstable, like fortified structure there, to knock it out and basically get the victory out off of that play alone. Great hindsight there to look for that. Great play.
Yeah, it really was. And to highlight some other players as well, I think Eclipse there, the boys did a fantastic job of just showcasing, you know, when you do lose teammates and you are on your own, you can put in a shift given the right circumstance, and to get 5 eliminations, I think it was, and kind of really drag their team up the table is incredible stuff. You can see here, guys at home as well, where we currently stand after 2 games, and you can see Dukes, Justice, and Users have gone into first position with 80 points, and that victory royale, 15 eliminations there, with the most eliminations it seems on the board right now, which is incredible to see. After 2 rounds, 80 points, very impressive stuff. DJ and Aegis and skills that we saw, you know, again trying to grab height, trying to, you know, sustain and maintain as well. I think that's been really key for these guys as well. We know they're consistently delivering across all different Fortnite events, and these guys are seeing them again now in second position. They could be the year for them. It could be the season for them. Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, another. They obviously won the first game. Here they are again in third position now, getting to the end game. They're so used to getting themselves into that final storm and kind of, you know, really making a case for being in the victory royale position as well here, Vivid. It's a really strong start from trios that we knew were going to go a long way in this competition.
Yeah, a lot of flip-flops here when you get past that top or that third place spot, right? Because Slacks, Acorn, and Jack obviously won the first game. Then they went ahead and got 18. The only 2 teams that have really been consistent so far are Dukes and DGen's trio. Dukes' trio got 6th and then first place, and then DGen and Aiders got 5th and then second place. So those boys are absolutely smashing in the consistency game. Love to see it. Bizzle up there as well after a huge game we saw. Talked a little bit about it. Eclipse's clutch there at the end.
Yeah, indeed. I think it was the last game as well. Coop was left on his own for a long period of time as well. So to see them kind of there in the top 10, fantastic stuff. And you can see as well here, 11th through 20th position as well. We can see there right at the very bottom, P-God, Peterbot, and TK there. Not had a great start. We kind of expected so much, but it's only game 2. There are 12 of these things. There's so much more to go. We can see D-Roller, Spegu, and Charlie. We lost very early on in this game as well. But, you know, other big names. Every single team is a big name. Commandment, Censored, and Edgy there as well. 18th position right now. This was a choice of a couple of us in the predictions, and, you know, Vivid, they've not had the strongest of starts, but again, say it time and time again, it's only the beginning. But let's take a look at some highlights actually of teams that are going head to head, kind of like in contested situations here, which are definitely prevalent and worth taking note of. We can see Creo, Bucky, and Clicks here at Steamy Stacks. This is where they've chosen to go today. An incredible. I mean, I love a snipe. I love a snipe. We can see it right there again. A fantastic kind of like it's really important, isn't it, Vivid, to get the Storm Surge. We saw in that first game, it was so brutal on so many teams. It really is a question of being more aggressive in these contested situations does give you a bit of an advantage, because it means come the mid game, you don't need to stretch yourself as much to try and get those all important shots on other players.
Yeah, this contest, this game started with a pickaxe knockdown and then a snipe knockdown right off a spawn. So a lot of crazy things going on in Steamy Stacks. But yeah, after that first brutal game, we saw a lot of teams going down to Storm Surge, struggling with Storm Surge. So they kind of understand that they may need to look for other strategies. And when you are contesting somebody, you're like, hey, there's a team right there that's next to me, like 30 seconds into the game. Might as well try to get some cheeky little tags in, maybe even some evens right off the rip.
Yeah, they've managed to. Pico's trio managed to rotate in from Craggy as well, get themselves over to Stevie and contest in third party. Massive. We'll see more of that, I'm sure.
Oh my goodness, guys! So just to think, this has just transpired after 2 games in NA East. Yeah. Just think, we're having conversations that it should have happened after like Game 4, right? Game 5, where we're like, our minds are blown. We have another 4 games on deck, ready. I mean, I don't even know what else to say. Now, I will say the 14 eliminations, not the record. Remember, last season, Macwood's trio had 15. So, could we see that broken today? We will find out. I really hope so.
Me too.
I know, dude. We heard the battle bus just beep, which means we're going to be ready to jump on board for game number 3. But don't forget, watch.fortnite.com, another great place to view what you're already watching right now. They also have access to the leaderboards there. So you're able to keep track of who's in first place, which teams are in those contentious points. So make sure to check that out. Also, don't forget Major Glory in the shop. All right, that's enough from us for right now in our beautiful floral shirts. For now, we got to hang out with 2 incredible human beings. It's MDF. It's Reese. Boys, over to you.
Here we go as things start to load up into game number 3 now. I mean, you saw the standings there. Things are very, very close. And talk about a freakish performance from user Dukes here, but they're a contested drop. And we know that these contested drops can come with their own set of issues. Justin's going to have to clutch up here, and he does. Looks like he gets his finish. He gets the match too. That's the most important part of this all. And it seems like they fend off the opponents here for just a moment. So with how quick and fast this fight wrapped up, Reese, I mean, hold up, they might just be breaking away with a very strong lead here.
I think they might indeed. That was like Catty Corner is such a fast drop. It ends up being so quick in terms of the fights that you have here. And the contesting team, I think it was Wrigley's team, is end up. You see one of them disengaged. You think we're hiding right there behind. I think that's the toilet that he is. Yes, Dictating is just sitting, hiding behind the toilet at this point as Justice starts to move on up. But no, Dictating's going through. But they know this drop spot. They know exactly what's going on. And users went around the other side and managed to go around and get the flank. As we go back to Bizzle's team, this contestation we've seen every game so far. Larson being picked up and Crumbler now left alive as I think a solo against a duo.
Bizzle, Coop, and Eclipse, they trying to step up right now. Bizzle though, no, Bizzle lets his guard down, but quick flick there onto Larson, shuts that whole entire dream down. I'm not gonna lie though, that could have been very, very bad. It could have gotten very ugly for Bizzle there for a second, as he was nearly just fried out of the lobby there with one SMG clip, right? Like that would have just been it. But hey, the shot comes through, they clutch up, they managed to stay in the game there. Not ideal, but they're still alive.
Not ideal at all, but now moving back to Rokane, Dubs, and Mega. Seems like they are actually contested. We didn't think that these guys would be off the rip here, but no, they seem to be managing to actually fight this off. And for once, these guys are the ones who are on the outside applying that pressure. It's Quanti's team who is here. So Rokane now starting to apply and all jump in. It's a 3v1 situation. We know one of the other teammates is nowhere near, and they have to just capitalize on this. And yes, the big shots come out.
Now we're looking at the raw power from Rokane right now. The aggression coming through, the angles. He's doing everything he needs to do, but Dubs is the one who lets himself open there. He's going to fall. Rokane's going to get punished in the process as well. And it's looking a little worse for Wares here, as Mega's the only true healthy teammate here. In comes the teammates of Quincy. It's Ty and Moo here. Now, we've seen a lot of Moo in the coming months here. Again, making himself to this FNCS stage here. There goes the pickup. Okay, so they get the save on Dubs. It's still a winnable situation for the vets right now, but anything can still go down.
Yeah, the materials are starting to get a little bit dry as the pressure starts to come in, but I'm sure the ammo goes up, but no, Kane is picked up again, and so is Mega. So Moo has managed to turn this around massively, and it's now a 2v1 situation, and Durant tries to drop down. No, the big shots come out onto him, and that's it over. That's it finished with. They turned a 2v3 situation around and picked up a big win from that.
Now that puts them only at 10 points, so you have to think that they didn't make it out before, and that just made a lot of sense as to why. Mega Dubs and Rokane there did have a couple elims in that previous game. They had all control of the draw spot too. P-God and company though rotating in really late here, as we've seen them do just coming out of the last game here. They're doing it again. This time they're fully committing, trying to find those continued eliminations. They make it look so easy, as they should. I mean, they have this entire trio dead to rights. I mean, they have both of them in such a bad situation here. When you're taking these early game fights and you're investing all these materials, I mean, they're just making it easy for Peterbot, P-God, and TK here to just come on in and clean up, clean up house. It's not even a problem for them right now.
One of the issues we have been seeing with that, though, is that Peterbot's team hasn't really been able to capitalize on the games. So far,
not yet.
They've cleaned this up, and you'd think, right? When we've seen Peterbot's team, we've seen them easily be able to get good games, right? That last game did do well, right? 5 eliminations, so they only got 2 more elims after this early one, or 3 more eliminations, 1 squad out, and a 7th, which is good. But that first game, 26th, so nothing major out of that. So hopefully they can keep that up. If they do manage to get like a 7th with 5 elims every game, that'll definitely fly them up. Not in contention to win, but do well, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. But hey, listen, they dropped the game. We've seen other top tier teams already drop the game as well, right? I'm really talking about SAF, Stretch, and Kanata here. That last game was not what they wanted by any means. Like falling a Storm Surge as early as they did, it was just sad. Another team's gonna fall. They reverse 2K, dropped by Spegu. Listen, you got to put some respect on some of these teams here. But Day's popping off. He's going to farm Charlie. So there's an all-out war on all fronts here as Scope, Blake, and Okus are trying to finish up Moo and crew, who did take out Dubs, Mega, and Rokane just a little bit here. This game 3 is just turning into a fight fest right now.
I don't think we're even going to see Storm Surge. Look, we're at 72 players alive. The aggression we've seen in this third game, it's been absolutely insane. We've seen so many teams switch up their drops because Moo, remember in the earlier games, they were dropping in that mid-map area, and we saw them fight very, very early on. Then we've seen them switch. I think when we watched Wrigley's team who moved to Catty Corner, they've also switched around too. Off the top of my head, I think there was a third one as well at the same time. So at the same time, we're going to see so many more fights coming out. But Blake now trying to find Tixu right now, who is inside of this window. Yes, I think he knows the player's there, but he just didn't manage to find him.
Yeah, Blake's going to back off here. He does sense danger on the other side of the wall there. You see those other teams just lurking on in, taking looks into the battle here. Not one that they want to be a part of. Remember, once you get eliminated, especially in these early kind of situations, right, with the zone, the way it can play out, like, the pickup can become virtually impossible at this point. So Blake's going to get back to his teammates here now. And all of a sudden, Gabe, Ty, and Sprite show up. They come from Believer Beach. They rotate on in. And it makes sense. I mean, all these teams are probably sick and tired of the way Surge has been going for them. So everyone's trying to get into the next major POI, get involved in a fight. And this is why it's starting to really just, the boulder's been pushed off the mountain here, Reese. Teams are jumping on top of one another. We are down to less than 70 players. I don't remember the last time we saw an FNCS pickup pace this fast. Like the first zone hasn't even closed yet.
I genuinely don't think I've seen a finals game, I'm trying to think, that has this little players in it already. And in particular for NA East, like a region that's notorious for Storm Surge. Like I'm very surprised. Actually, moving back to Day though, who's in a fight again, and this time he's apparently picked the wrong one. He does manage to get 3 eliminations so far, but he's the full trio going up against him right now of DJ and Agers and Skills, who I think know that he's a solo. I'm guessing that's how Miro and Reverse went down. Ooh, and they found that big angle, and now Day's down to 20 HP, and he's not going to be able to out-heal us. This should be an easy pickup for DJ from here on out.
Yeah, but yeah, if Day's not going to go down without a fight here, he's going to continue to put up here. He might just be able to find a siphon, but it's going to come down to just that if he wants to stay up. That's a 105. It was close, but not close enough there. Down he goes. that's going to be their game. And man, that's a rough one because they were inside the top 9. They fought their way from 15th up to 9th place. I'm following their story very closely, as I'm rooting for them here on the back end. I mean, we saw the predictions there. They may not have been my #1 prediction, but still, you have to root for the FNCS champions. They've been one of the few teams, actually, or are they the only team on NAEs to pick up multiple FNCS trios championships this season or this year. So again, all around just impressive for them. And again, all right, so they dropped another game that's going to give up their top 10 for this round, like hands down, no doubt about it. But they're still in this because of how much they've been able to put up in such a short period with that second game.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. And honestly, I'm just still shocked at how little players are still in this. Like, with this 67 up, it's kind of crazy, right? And I think what's probably going to happen from here on out is that all of the teams who are struggling with Storm Surge, they fought. All the teams who are struggling off spawn changed up the drop spots, right? So things are going to be solidified a little bit. They know what those next few games are going to look like. So after this, I think we're not going to see too many players being eliminated, right? I think up until that next threshold, like, it's going to stay relatively close to 67 plus right now, as I'm completely wrong, as we see Macwood already taking an engagement while I say this.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these teams have decided, hey guys, we do not want to deal with Surge again. Like, you know, we're going to take action into our own hands. Forget that. They're going to take the fights all the way through. And they're going to finish them as well. Big upgrades being available there now. It's a heavy, is that a legendary heavy AR that's going to be revealed? Big find there into the hands of Macwood. Parasite on head, though. They do have to be careful here. Can they find some heals? Yes, there's going to be a couple. They are close to the zone, but again, with the way this is going to work out, with the way the zone's pulling, they're going to have to still manage to kind of bounce back here. Yes, there's less players to worry about, but no, that does not mean it's going to become any easier, because that means teams are going to be able to get in position here and honestly force the congestion on the outer rim.
Yep, and that's always what's going to happen with these kind of zones as well, because those mid-map hills in the previous zone have a ton of congestion. Maybe not in this game because everyone was fighting, but usually that causes that. And then from there on out, if that next zone pulls south, like we're seeing right now, that also then causes all those teams who are already mid-map just to keep going further south because they don't want to be near that lake that's in the center. So you can already see that tons of the teams are around the dam in that bottom right and also near the hills south of that too. So the congestion in this next zone becomes really odd. Like, you know, from this kind of zone, if you just look at it, you'd think, oh, Deadside's going to be on the full south. But just the way that the teams end up rotating usually ends up just being completely different for this, purely based on the power positions that's in the map.
And look at that, Degen actually falls there, and he falls to himself, so I'm assuming they had to come out the storm. Remember, they were taking that late fight up against Day there. Things might have caught up to them, maybe not exiting the way that they expected to. Macwood Tragics, they're trying to get to this new storm line. Now, here's the thing. We've been here before. We've seen how these zones work out. When they come down to these mountains, it is really about getting here and getting in position. Just as Dukes and Users, I mean, could this just be the fairy tale beginnings for them, like where everything connects? They get the big win, they come in the game after, they find the zone. Like, could this be the back-to-back?
I mean, it could be, right? They're already poised in such a good spot, right? That zone's pulled south, like you mentioned, so they're on a power position to assume that next zone will pull towards them as well. They have 3 eliminations. They're fully stacked. They have this big split as well, right? So you're right. So they have so much visibility in terms of Storm Surge. They can cover such a larger area from the Storm Surge. Zlem Narwhal's team's not going to push up anywhere near because they're going to get fully pressured. There's so many other teams surrounding them, but they are the kings on top of the castle up on high ground. And they basically just claim this entire mountain. Like, all of the 3 best spots here, they've got it. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they're hoping that they pull that next zone too, because this almost could be a win handed to them.
Yeah, and this is what I talked about, Degen falling in the storm there. They're still struggling. The zone's still moving. Now, when this one closes, guys, the zone's going to do more damage. It will start ramping its way up. It'll escalate into a 2-tick. And you can tell that they are very desperate here. This is a sign of desperation. They're trying to find any heals. There it is. Leftover med kit from behind. But that's not enough for everyone. Aegis also needs to find his own heals. He's trying to make his way to a campfire right now. And it seems like he might have gotten it. Yep, he's going to jump out there. Might just be enough to keep him in the game. Actually, he finds a couple bandages there. A couple slurpfish as well. Okay, so it makes sense. You don't want to use all those slurpfish. That is the worst way to use the slurpfish to heal your white HP this early. But rough game for them. Very rough.
Rough. game indeed, as we see. You know, they're sitting in the deep into the storm right now. They still managed to have the campfire. I think this is the reboot come through, which is good, and the loot's still looking absolutely fantastic for them. At the end of the day, they're going to have to make a rotate through, which is going to be a very different one, right? We've seen that next zone pull fully west, right? And they're fully kind of northeast. It's almost as bad of a rotate as they could make at the end of the day. We did see a ton of congestion on the south side, so for them, potentially moving to the north is going to be a good play, right? If they go up to the north and round, despite the fact that we said usually you'd think that would be the congested side, just from based where the power positions are, there doesn't seem to be anyone there. So for them, if they get a car, they may be able to rotate round and in and be okay positioned in that third zone.
Yeah, I think it's going to work out. I mean, at least all those teams that we saw south holding up those big mountains, they're going to have to give those up. They're going to have to go in and move on in. But what's going to happen is, if this ends around that dam area, right, where the water is, we're going to just notice teams building very tall and high on top of one another with these major structures, and that could still result in what we like to call a nightmare zone. Like, if things end there, it can still get very tricky. If the one roadway is that single street that crosses from the, that connects the two pieces of land, this is still going to be a very tough end game to play out. DJ Agent and Skittles inside the vehicle here, trying to do their best to get directly there. If they can just get all the way through, that'd be great, but they're getting pressured here in the vehicle. Already caught a couple loose tires, so they're going to have to give it up here and move on foot.
Yeah, this first team being the ones up on the hill trying to hold them down. Now they're going to decide, we don't want to fight this one, to hit our rotate. We've got enough tags as far as this team goes. But Send Commandment Edgy now in a characteristically better spot, right? This is obviously a south zone. It really benefits them landing at Misty Meadows. But from this position right here, they should have some good eyes. Almost dead center in the third zone, which is really good for them. They have good eyes. I would hope that they're above on their Storm Surge so far. I hope that they have plenty of tags. But even out, they're still tagging those teams who are rotating in later. That's probably DJ's team who we just saw, and I don't want to see a big snipe come out and hit an Edgy in the face. That's the opposite of what I would like to see right now, but good tags from them. Look, Edgy's just doing a kind of characteristic where he just takes a shot, dodges out of the way just in case that snipe shot returns from him. Unfortunately, Edgy has managed to miss every single one of the shots at the same time, but we'll hope that they do manage to get above from previous tags.
Now listen, the last game, was not a great game. It was not that textbook style or finish that we expected from Sunset Edgy and Commandment. We saw them lacking the vehicle for the rotates, but still they managed to pull out a pretty decent finish there. All of a sudden, continuing to keep them in the run here. 37 points is nothing to overlook at. It's nothing to be upset at by any means. They're very much still have a foot in the door here for this competition right now, guys. So for day one, Edgy, Sense, and Commandment, can they turn up here coming out of game 3 and finish out strong in the back half and throw themselves into top 10, or will they continue to just be underneath that performance bar that we expect from a team like them, as the new folk like Dukes, Justin, users just have things connect for them and work all the way through? We'll find out here shortly, and there it is. There's the zone. It's going to pull directly to where I was having, I had the little hunch that it was. It's right around that dam line there, where the wall ends off, the street begins, and it just cuts off. It falls straight vertical down into the low ground. So this is going to be a really weird place to play out.
Yeah, this is almost one of the most difficult, not one of, because there's a lot of mountains, but one of the most awkward zones when it comes to those fifth zones, in particular when it comes to first moving, right? You've got to remember that there's such a huge change in elevation over this entire area. The southeast side, way up on a hill, right? Then you have the dam, which is up on a high area too. The north side's also on a hill, and anyone on the west side is basically right at the bottom of a big steep ramp where everyone has sight lines on them. So that east side is such the better spot to be on. And at the same time, if one of those zones pulls over it, if it goes down, if it then starts to pull up, it's chaotic for the teams who are down below. So staying up here is super critical.
It just looks like there's so many great teams over there. I mean, P-God, TK, they're all up, right? You saw Fast Carry, Pam still there. Duke's user Dictate on the other side. Saf, Stretch, and Crew, they're all positioned up. Like, all these great teams are on the southern side. Scented Edgy, Commandment, and then on the other side, one of the few teams with actual big points here is DJ Agers and Skittles. And then on the other side, you have Teo there. Teo, Tabs, and Pledge. We didn't really get to touch on them on the standings there, but they have been trickling their way up. One of the few teams that have broken the double-digit mark as far as elims go early in the competition. So it seems like they're just firing up, heating up here. And these new trios is what I'm calling them here. These fresh trios now becoming, I guess, vets in the space here are finding all the elims.
Yep, and honestly, on EU, very, very similar story that we saw. So potentially the teams who just putting in the work, putting in the grind are the ones who are performing the best right here. And, you know, we've seen some of the vet trios like Booga's team also performing throughout the season. But so far, you know, we were, a lot of people were picking them to be first. Like, I don't want to say, you know, we're only a couple games in. We've got many more to go. So I don't want to specifically say that they're not performing up to the top standard because there is so many left. But like you said, some of the newer teams are definitely the ones putting on the biggest show so far.
A great wide shot here, guys, to give us a look on who's going to be in the most peculiar situations. It's going to be the teams down here, the ones being focused right now. Even our vets here of Acorn, Jack, and Slacks right now. Not the best spot to be in as they have to climb up and over this mountain, but he is going to find an Elam there. Nice job from Acorn. I think the Storm ends up doing the rest there, but the heavy damage from this legendary AR is exactly what you want here if you start leaning into the end game. Look at this. We get a little surge warning right now, and they are officially below. And now the tags are coming in. Okay, so they're on their fire from the storm surge. They jump in on Donnie. They end up getting the finish there, and still, that was not enough to keep them in the game here. Oh, no, there it is. Things are going to catch up with us. It was just enough.
Just enough, but now have that full rotate that we mentioned. It pulls fully over water. So this next zone is so rough. For them, they're almost definitely going to have to use a launch pad. You see the north side, Nosh, Booga, and Avery claiming the height, claiming the power position, moving into this first fifth zone of the game. So this is down below. Dejan's team actually below on Storm Surge as well. So they're getting tagged at the same time. As we see Tab's team also completely fine at that moment. But Sam up on height, 37 above, with 5 players still to go. So they need to hit some of these shots on those players that are flying right now.
Yeah, it's potential here that you know, the surge ends up swinging out of their favor and taking them out too. 3 players have to fall down. If DJ and Ages and Skittles are still under pressure, I mean, it's not looking good for them. They were in second place coming into this, guys. We're hoping that they can hold up, but no, it's just Skittles who's alive right now. I mean, he does get a mini off there. He loses it instantly, and that's because, again, that surge is coming through. He's trying to pop these bandages here because he is desperate. He is the sole player beneath it. He actually gets the tag that he needs, and now he's above. Can he get through this without getting tagged once is the question. He has got 1 HP, Reese. I mean, if he stays alive here, there is potential for him to find new placement threshold. So this is still a game that is worth him staying up for right now. Into the zone he goes, though. He's going to lose potential damage, but no, that buffer comes in, and he's still up here. 40 max, but he's still up.
Yeah, jumps into the cone. Good play, and I bet he wish he didn't use that launch pad earlier on, as we saw. But let's be real. Look at this zone. It pulls fully down off the dam at the same time. So these players are gonna have to try and make their way down as we see Skittles launch padding. I'm not sure what the entire goal is, but I think just to be ski shot out of the air, basically. Just free pickings, just hope that I can go see what he can do. Maybe not the best idea, but whatever. He's gone down. As we see, some of the power trios still in this. Most teams now hitting that launch pad, and they know what's going to happen. They know the crazy elevation change that this zone gets, and getting ahead of the zone, trying to get down there as fast as possible is what some of these teams are going to try to do, because they do not want to be stuck. If you're waterfalling down late and don't launch pad, it may be perhaps, but for Justice, Jukes, and users, they're getting sprayed at the edge. They're below Storm Surge. They've been tagged by so many teams, and no users now picked up 2, so Jukes is now left as a solo.
Yeah, and look at this. He's over 130 below here. Things are really starting to add up right now. He's going to have to find some tags here, but instead, he's going to prioritize the zone. Finds a launch pad there. Doesn't take any storm damage either. That's going to be a big one for him here. But remember, they've already broken top 17. Our second place team is down. Our top 6 of Reverse Miro and Day are down as well. So, you know, there's other teams that were right on their heels that are no longer in this competition. If they can just stay alive, if Dukes can just stay alive here and stay up a little bit longer and steal away some more points, that'd be massive for him. He's on the hunt right now. He finds Nico. That's a big point swing there, guys. Remember, not only is that a team and a player out, it's a couple points for the Elam, but the placement as well that he's unlocking for himself. And look at this. He breaks into the official 100+ points here, even with Surge on his back. He's got an HP. He's got a lot to work with. I'm thinking he can continue to steal out.
I'm thinking he can continue as well. There's not that many players need to go down, and hopefully he can clutch up. He's still down there using that chug cannon, but Tabs G comes from behind as well. He's starting to run low on those materials. Still 2 more players need to go down. 200 below the threshold. He's going to try to out-heal it. Can he pop the big? Yes, he can. He goes for the second one as well, but he can't because that storm will catch up for him. Those 2 are still in the game and they are still not going down, so he's trying to do what he can to out-heal the Storm as he gets tagged and an elimination as well, but he's gonna still be below. No, there we go, that's it, the Storm Surge is over. So Jukes has out-survived it and gotten himself so many placements, now being top 12 as well. He's gone from top 18 all the way up to top 12 and down at that placement.
That could have been the longest Storm Surge elimination train, whatever you want to call it, clutch that we've seen in quite some time there. On high ground, Saf, stretching Kanata, looking to have the redemption arc story unfold for them, as they did not perform very well in game number 2, but they're coming back so strong in game 3 here. Can they close this one out and pull home that Victory Royale finish that they were looking for in game 1? It was stolen away from them. Can they do it here and now? I mean, they have the firepower. It looks like the stars are going to align here. They have the zone playing for them too. I think, Reese, they might be able to pull this one off here.
They might be able to pull it off, but they have everything outside of materials and ammunition, the two most important, most critical factors for playing high ground at this moment. And we see that Kanata's going to start to drop down, go for walls, go for angles, go for whatever he can to get his materials refreshed. As down on low ground, Fishy, Aspect, and Kaz are still in this, looking extremely healthy on everything apart from the materials as well. They are going to try to take angles, try to drop players down onto that low ground. Again, we've seen Scented being down, so they've managed to claim a free layer that's free because of this team, as they see the players up above go for shots, try to break them down yet again, as that team just cannot seem to get them into the box. The player drops down the 90 shot, and it's Peter Ball who goes down. Aspect unfortunately knocked to the zone as W Carey is still down. Fishy into the box, goes for the spray and gets yet another elimination down onto the low ground.
Another one right there, and Fishy clutching up as a solo here. Now it's officially a top 3 situation. Now I did see Kanata still alive as well there, and he is up, but no, he's gonna fall now. Saf is by himself. Stretch has got the side angle, and it's enough for them to clutch up here. And mind you, they barely had any material, guys, and just like that, they jump up to 80 points here, putting themselves right back inside, you know, what looks like is a top 5 placement there. I'm thinking they're cozy. I'm thinking they're getting comfortable here, because that game 3 was a nice comeback for them.
Yeah, that was 9 eliminations total as well. When we stopped watching them, they had 2. So they got 7, and I mean 7 additional eliminations from the moment we stepped off. You know, they had those low AR ammo, because that means, you know, you're not going to be able to settle the spray on high ground, and that's basically the key to being able to get tons of high ground eliminations. They went for it. They knew that. They capitalized on it. They dropped down, picked up 7 more eliminations in the end game. Look, huge play for them. I'm sure they're going to fly up, in particular with that Victory Royale as well. So, you know what? Let's see what the guys on the desk have to say about it too.
Okay. Okay, here's what happened when I fan in the back. You know, there's times kind of between games where we kind of step away, and then the casters take over, right? Circle 3, Vivid says, who's going to win this game? Adam, who then says, Saf, Stretch, and Kanata. Vivid then says, that's crazy. That's who I thought as well. I say, you guys are so full of it. You don't know. That's a great, like, we don't know. Like, it's too early to tell. And then they win the game. Okay, look, I know you guys are good at your job. I get it, but like...
Yeah. You know, it's just one of those things where, like, they had it in the first game. They had it. They just lost it. And then game 2, they were looking for that Storm Surge. You know what I mean? They went through mistakes game 1 and game 2. I had the feeling they were going to fix them really, really well, and they did that.
They did. Game 3, what it is for these guys, game 3. But look at this, game 3 for Day here, having an absolute whale of a time here. A 3v1 situation, and cleans up D-Roller's trio solo. That just goes to show the firepower and the quality of this trio who won last year. And we saw as well, Saf, Stretch, and Kanata, they're getting the Victory Royale. We predicted it. I think we're kind of clairvoyant in a way here. This is amazing. We'll talk about that more later on. Okay, I think we have first place, Dukes, Justice, and Users still retain that first place position with 63 placement points, 21 eliminations, the first team to break into the 20s. Victory Royale just rated 1, but the first team as well to hit triple digits here at FNCS Finals, which is incredible. But you can see there as well Aspect, Kaz, and Fishy. Again, Fishy there coming in, clutching up on his own. We saw it previously with other members as well of different teams, but here Fishy comes through and absolutely gets his team over the finish line into a second place right now with 13 eliminations, 57 placement points, 83 in total. We can see Saf, Canada, and Stretch with that victory royale as well make their way up to third position. It's all the threes today. You know, we said third game. That's where it really pops off for these guys in third position right now. And then you can see a ton of other teams as well. Degen, H's, and Skittles are continuously getting themselves into the mix. Then Slacks, Acorn, and Jack again still remain in that top 5 position as well there, Vivid.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to take away from this page one, right? Saf, Kanata, and Stretch. Previously, when it was Stretch, Saf, and Avery, I feel like they had the same playstyle, right? It was always higher ground centric. However, they really lacked in final eliminations, and we talked about that a lot last season. However, with the addition of Kanata, as you can see here, they are keeping on pace with the eliminations of the rest of the lobby, which is a huge and good sign for this trio. So I know this is only game 3 and there's still 9 more games to play over the course of the finals, but the fact that they are keeping on par, finding more eliminations than they were last season is a huge up for this trio in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree. I've just finished buying a lottery ticket, by the way, after what happened with our prediction. We've got 11th, 20th position as well. You can see 12th position, Illest, Macklin, Tragic. We obviously talked about these guys a lot last week. They qualified in the reboot round, the 4th and final game there as well. They are, as well as P-God's trio, they are at Craggy and still delivering the goods as well in reverse. Mira and Day in 15th right now as well. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from our top first place right now. You can see Dukes, Justice, and Users. What has been really impressive about these guys, obviously 14 eliminations in the last game. They've been placing superbly well. Either side came in 6th in game 1 as well. With only 1 elimination, but still 6th position is great standing point-wise. What's happening is, straight off the bat, they are having a contestation, as we say each week here, thanks to Reese, right over near Catty. And off the bat, they are getting those 3 eliminations. Wrigley's trio, who qualified in reboot round 1 last week, have not had a chance. They are currently bottom of the leaderboard, I think, last time we checked, because Dukes, Justice, Users are getting that storm surge, getting those 3 eliminations very, very early. And it's really, really pushing them on here, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the 14 elim game that they had in game 2 here, because these boys are in first place. And I mean, this game was just too huge for them not to go back and look at. As you can see, at one point, one of them was at 1 HP. But our spotlight here, we're going to be taking a turn here. Going to be focusing on Scoped solo points. When he has been solo, it means he grabbed 16 points. He has 5 eliminations, and all of those eliminations are actually unassisted, as you can see there. And elims versus top 10, 5 as well. So this guy is putting up 5 unassisted solo elims against the top 10.
That is absolutely insane, boys. Once again, Fortnite fan, we cannot stress this enough. The pool of players is large. The talent pool, even larger. So much is happening in so many different pockets of the FNCS here in NA East. It is absolutely insane. But y'all heard the battle bus beep beep, which means we got to keep the ball rolling. So we're going to kick it back over to MDF and Reese to take us into the next game.
Things are really heating up now, Reese. I mean, we're approaching the halfway mark, and the standings looking way different than I think anyone expected. Dukes, Justice, and Users being the first team to crack that 100+ point threshold, but it's Aspect, Kaz, and Hufishy that have really got my attention right now. 2 second places already, brother, and that puts them at 13 elims total in the tournament as well. And they're up there sitting strong in second.
You're looking really, really good. And I think a lot of people had high hopes for Aspect, Kaz, and Hufishy. Like, you know, Kaz, one of the only players who's made every single finals on this region out of 3, which I think all the rest of them are obviously here. We've got Canada, and I forget who the final one is off the top of my head as well. So they're obviously putting in the work at the same time as we move back onto Coop, Bizzle, and Eclipse. And it's not looking so good for them this time off spawn, as Crumbler using the turret to finish off Bizzle.
Now, mind you, Bizzle, Coop, and Eclipse coming into this were inside the top 10, guys. They were in 9th place with 65 points there. Already getting taken out that early. It's pretty rough, but it's not completely over just yet. Larson, you know, he's barely got anything to work with. Next, he's low on HP as well. So this is still a fight that is very much winnable. The situation here, although not ideal, can still go in their favor. Now comes the fight, though. The fight for the reboot card. In the feed, though, things are lighting up pretty quickly. The pacing of this game following suit from the previous. Already, what's that, about 20 players or so down? Almost?
Close to already. Like, this has been a heavily aggressive game. As Clicks picks up 1 in the feed, so does Bully back onto Bucky. User's team has fully wiped Wrigley's team, who did change their draw spot, right? Wrigley's team was landing here in their qualification. Then, first 2 games, this time they moved over to Coral. Now they've come back, and User's team is just wiping the floor with them. Like, let's be real. This reminds me very much so back to season, I think it was season 5 when we saw, I think it was Dictate's team lose all 6 games off spawn too. I think it was Colazo's team at the time. I'm getting vivid flashbacks of that as we see right now. But User's team, look, they're just picking up these free elims.
I love this stat too, by the way. For the first time in NA East Finals, the top 2 teams on the leaderboard, guys, are contested. So Users, Duke, and Justice being one of the teams that are contested here. You just watched the fight go down. A 3 elim swing for them. And they're miles ahead of some of the other players that have to catch up to them. And so are Aspect, Kaz, and Hufishi. Now, we haven't gotten to watch the Kaz, Hufishi, Aspect fight up there just yet, but these are teams that they're having a ton of resistance on the drop, and they're inside the running right now for at least taking home day 1 at the moment as things stand.
That's true, and that puts you in such a good position, right? Such a good spot for day
look at
number
this.
2. Ooh. But Eclipse and Coop now capitalizing on the fact that they managed to get a knock there. And that seems to be, I'm not sure if they got the full finish, but they definitely got some tags on it. So that's looking good for them so far as Coop's now going in from the top. As we see Eclipse going in from a wall. A classic pinch down below as no Nexi is up. So all 3 team members are still in the running. Right now, it's going to be a war of attrition. And also, who can have the most ammo? As you see Eclipse running out of that SMG ammo. And at the same time, that team in there is going to be able to harvest out the materials. So they're going to be playing a little bit better of the waiting game as Coop and Eclipse are just pressuring from such good angles.
Yeah, Coop just trying to wait to see if he gets anyone on the exit there, but no one is going to back out of this box here. Kremla Larson next and just try to buy some time here. And they've already got that pickup like we talked about. So I'm thinking Coop did manage to get the card from Bizzle there as well. Might be worth disengaging here. As we mentioned, they barely have ammunition here to work with. This hand cannon, though, can put in some big damage if he does get to connect. But no, these guys are already gone too. The rotate starting to come on over. They're going to use that mountain to break the line of sight there, and they're gone. Over to Squish, Duran, and Magnolia, who've rotated in officially onto Macwood, Illis, and Tragics here, and they are breaking out into a fight.
Yeah, and Squish's team was usually landing near that mid-map, near Risky Reels. Now they seem to have gone very far north. There was the Macwood's team has 2 eliminations, so we've got to assume that P-God's team has lost 2. Potentially Magnolia cleaned up the 3rd. I'm not entirely sure if they're all fully still in the game right now, because they don't seem to be in this POI by any means. So definitely a change-up of strategy for Macwood, Tragic, and Illis this game in comparison to the first 3. But for Durant's team, like, they are trying to get in and do something. You know, their games haven't been going fantastic so far, so they're trying to take this contested POI, trying to make some work of it, like we've seen P-God's team do in the first 3 games. And hopefully, you know, we can see some success from that strategy. But if we look in the map, another team is starting to approach. The little green markers are hearing all of the pandemonium that's going on up in Craggy Cliffs, and they want a bit of the action too.
Now, mind you, that could be DJ and Adra Skittles. That could be, you know, Colazo and crew if they rotated early out. It could be Booga, exactly, Booga Avery. There could be a number of top-tier, solid trios. I just kind of feel like teams are figuring it out, right? Like, they're looking at the drop spot maps. They're saying, hey, they're contested. Let's go that way, right? And, like, this is what we're watching right now unfold, which we don't really see very often, especially in NA East. Most teams just tend to kind of, hey, let the teams do their drop. We'll play for positioning and then, you know, see how things go. And the question's been answered. It's Avery right there creeping on just outside the peripheral there so they can see. Might be trouble in paradise here at the Cliffs. Back over to Steamy Stacks, though. Miro and crew have rotated straight north into the contested drop as well. This is a contested fight here that we've been watching between Bully and his trio. It looks like they're coming through to try to see what they can find here.
Sneaking around, right? They're not entirely sure where Bully's team is, and Bully's team doesn't know that they're here. They don't know they're sneaking in, but Bully's team has to be aware that P-God's team has been pushing in every single time, so they must be aware. Like, they must have their thought processes of that teams will push in here later on, so they're going to try and sneak up and get some angles right here. This could be huge. We could see a huge triple beam coming out. Yes, they're going to go for the full sneak play, but I think right now what Bully's team's doing is they have a cosmic chest, so I think they've just opened that cosmic chest out, so they're not just boxing up and sitting here, which means that here we go. They're starting to leave. They're starting to rotate, and this is where it could all go wrong. The 120, yes, gosh. That's the first pickup onto Bully as well. So Miro's now going to start going around. They're not even going to bother going for the finish. They want to end this fight fast, so they're going to get straight in.
And it wasn't even that many tags here on the other opponents, but it doesn't matter. With the amount of surprise factor they have here, you can just tell that they have the momentum in their sails here, and they're not going to drop this one. I like that they came in this direction as well, because they not finding success going straight west against DJ, Ager, Skittles, and all the other teams that were giving them issues on the rotate. So this might unlock a new level of confidence for them to want to rinse and repeat this strategy here.
Yep, and Day's going for the 1v1 on the left-hand side against Bank Teller there, and we already saw him do a 1v3 in the last game, so this should be no problem for him at all. Else our Tragics right there staying middle at the back as the HP starts to go down. We see Day now starting to try and get that extra level of aggression, that extra level of pressure, getting as he applied a good shot onto Bank Teller at the same time. So yes, all the teams starting to go in, and Miro has picked up the finish on Bully, and now Bank goes down as well, and that leaves the final member weak alone, the current FNCS champions applying, and yes, it's gonna be over for them. Day, Miro, and Reverse are gonna pick up these 3 eliminations. They're gonna be in the best spot that we have seen them in all day so far, and this could be their game to win.
And look at this. These 3 Elam guys swing them up 2 placement spots on the standings here. Officially continues to keep them within the top 15. They're locked and loaded right now. And mind you, being inside the top 15 within a 2-day format, it is not bad by any means, especially since we're only halfway into the tournament, right? You have to have a good back half of the event here. And so far, some teams are continuing to do just that. Look, Booga, Avery, Nosh make it out of the drop here. They have all the loot in the world that they can quite honestly ask for. Remember, they're holding a top 4, tied for top 3 spot right now. Wait a second. Nosh might have just thrown it, though. He hit his teammate off the mountain there. Boogie goes flying. Luckily, he doesn't take fall damage. He did have the inflatable to save himself there, but, you know, this Fortnite, things happen. It can get crazy.
Yo, kind of want to see it, right? Like, you kind of just want to see it. I don't want to see it, but at the same time, you know, I want to see it.
Infinity Blade vibes right there, you know. It's just one of those things, man. You know,
said the words.
It makes your eyes squinch just a little bit, like ooh, but it's like yes, right? Like okay, what's gonna happen?
Not for them, but ooh, for us.
Yeah,
we get to talk about it.
Yes. DJ, Agent, and Skittles drop spot completely clear. We were wondering how they were gonna fare out. You know, having a drop that does have players in the vicinity, right? Lazar, Colazo. Very heated back and forth between those guys, but it seems like it hasn't really resulted in much, which is great, right? It's great for Skittles, DJ, and Agers. I kind of feel like things started off that way for Clicks and Bucky over at their drop, but you know, all of a sudden Bully took that narrative, they flipped it upside on the head, and they started taking that fight in full. So just kind of weighing the differences here, right? The teams that want to break out and go into all-out war, they don't have a lot of points. But Adria, Skittles, and Degen, the more passive approach has really been working out for them.
It's been working out for them in terms of their draw swap, because I think, let's be real, Corny is much easier to split. There's a much larger landmass, there's a lot more loot, and there's a lot more potential for you to dip and do other things like they are now, right? Close by positions that you can rotate to, different angles. When it comes to Steamy Stacks, you know, we saw in EU, we saw Savage's team tried to disengage, and then they just unfortunately were eliminated to Storm Surge basically all the first 2 games, so they also decided to fight. So at the same time, you know, Steamy Stacks isn't necessarily a POI that in trios you can just get a couple tags on and run away. Like, you basically have to fight if you want to do the game well, unless you're going to be W-keying a later part of the zone. And some other team, which obviously these teams aren't, that's not their main game plan. Like, they're not Day Mirror Reverse, that's not their setup to do so. So for that, I think we're going to see that fight in Steamy Stacks every single game, and I honestly was surprised to see them disengage game 1.
Yeah, definitely was surprising, but you know, shout out to Duke's user Injustice here. That was a little fake out there. They jumped out on the bridge. Now normally teams will stay on the bridge and fully farm it out, but they want to get to center positioning here for the new storm line, and the opposing teams in the area thought they were just going to be content with the bridge because it's such a power location. But hey, this team that lands Caddy's Corner, they have plenty of metal from there, and they're rotating on out, you know, the gates that's nearby and whatnot. So they actually didn't need any of that metal, and how it ends up playing out in their favor here. Now they get a nice sweet positioning spot here inside the Pleasant Park. Now mind you, they could have picked a better building that can give some brick here, but those are already taken up, as you can tell from the map. So this is not too bad of a spot to be in.
I mean, I'm really impressed with these guys' fundamentals. Like, You know, the understanding of, obviously, firstly, they're owning their drop spot. They really are. They're getting their mail out there, and most importantly, they're rotating fast, and they're rotating, like, centered into the storm, right? They're not sitting on edge. They made that decisive decision to waste some of their shield, or not waste, use some of their shield up so that they could gain that better position, right? So really good play from them. I'm slightly worried because a lot of the trios in Pleasant Park often sit around the hills around it, meaning if they have to rotate west, they're going to have to go through a ton of congestion, which actually is what we saw on the map there. So for them, good understanding of where to go, but it might just be a little too late, purely based on like the fact they have to rotate the entire map.
Look at this. P-God's team is the only trio to improve both placement and number of elims in each game. They went from 26 with no elims, jump and rocket their way into a top 7 with 5, and then they said, you know what, we can do even better than that. They took 3rd right afterwards with 7 eliminations, guys. And here and now, this is about as bad as we've seen them on the day here. They're taking a fight here. They need the surge. This is desperate as well. Remember, they just came off the reboot cards too, right? So they barely have guns to work with here. P-God down to his last 9 bullets. He recognizes that. He switches on over to the hand cannon. Can he get the follow-up? He gets 1 tag. That's from the AR, though. And this is a war. Look at this. They roll back up on Macwood. And Tragics and Illis. This is coming full circle here.
Full circle after they were eliminated early on. They got the reboots, they're back in it, but now the storms are just below for them. They're getting tagged, they have no loot, they have no materials, they have no shotguns in the inventory. Peterbot's already down. P-God is now following, leaving TK as a solo with 2 teams in the area, and he is also gonna be picked up too by Illist. So Tragic and Macwoods, they've managed to get the elimination points from them twice, so I'm sure they're rubbing their hands right now.
Yeah, and look at, you know, P-God, Peterbot, and TK were in 8th place. Now, with them getting taken out, this allows Illis, Macwood, and Tragus, who were in 12th place, who effectively farmed, I don't know how many, what is that, about 5 elims basically off of them. That's 10-point swing. They are now officially, you know, right around that 9th place spot. So they are neck and neck with P-God, Peterbot, and TK off the backs of eliminating them. So that's like the exchange of points right there. You know, when it comes down to storyline and head-to-heads and clashes, it doesn't get any more, you know, it doesn't dig any deeper than that. These are teams that are quite literally siphoning off one another now to stay inside the top 10.
You're right. You know, we've seen them going back and forth every qualifier. And now, even in this game, they go back and forth twice in the same game. That's tough, right? That's a hard one to take from P-God's team from their side. But we're back over to Illis, the same team that we've looked at. They've made that fast rotate. Look how quick they rotated there. We saw them super edge, deep in Storm, getting those eliminations up. Now, they're even further in, right? They use that card to rotate in. They're deep into Pleasant. They're trying to claim the doghouse, trying to get a good layer on it at the same time as well. Position themselves in one of the best spots currently on the map. This is looking like a really good game for them, right? Already height, super well positioned. Plenty of storm charge, plenty of eliminations at the same time. Good zone RNG. It's looking good.
Yeah, one thing to think about, they get to reset here, right? Where it was very chaotic, a lot of chaos unfolding around them. Now, you know, things are pleasant, get a little more pleasant for them. It should be able to kind of mellow out and chill out here as other teams need to figure out their surge strategy. Miro Day and Reverse UK are the team that is sitting underneath them, so they do have to be careful. A little mistake there, though. One open edit, and Illis goes for what looked like a peek, and Tragics gets punished for it. So have to be very careful there.
Gonna have to be careful indeed. He's gonna pop that med kit, right? They can't really afford to get peeked and get tagged like that, because at the end of the day, they do not have the shields after fighting over and over again. We know they don't have the big pots in their inventory. We can see them sitting on 150 HP each. Every time they get tagged from then on out, that's sucking away at the supplies that they have managed to get within their inventory. So back over to users, Duke and Justice. This is the position that we talked about earlier, and it's paying off. They've claimed high ground, which was in the center of third. They're now very close to that next zone, the 4th zone that's there, and so many teams are gonna have to rotate around them. For these guys, they can probably just make a late rotate in, claim height on this side, and play for the best, because there's gonna be a lot of teams starting to rotate in on this side. So if they're smart, they'll sit in the place late and potentially go for either a late rotate in, or they're just gonna tunnel their way in and build on in.
Now, this is a tough decision to make because they are going to be in this open field here. So, you know, there's room to also kind of manipulate this as well. Like maybe go up the neighboring houses, right? Get a little closer, slide on in, possibly save some material that way. Otherwise, they could become the focus point in the open field here. Mind you, though, looking at the map, tons of teams have to move in as well, and they're going to see that as you start to glance here, as other teams are starting to look outwards. How many players have to start rotating in? The mountains are a bit deceiving here, right? It doesn't seem like there's many out there, but little do they know, behind that curve, behind those mountains, there are tons of teams back there that are going to have to make late rotates.
That's right, and we already saw Saf's team situated, ready to take height if they get that zone RNG, along with Kaz's team, Acorn's team, all the teams that are on this side. We see Jay's team up the far side. This is the long, tough rotate that they're going to have to make. And Kaz's team and Aspect's team getting in early is going to be good. They're just going to drain some wood. It's not going to be the end of the world, but that's going to get them in early. Now some of those other teams that are behind may be able to follow those builds, which means that the longer Aspect's team sits here, the more teams are going to get closer to them and follow their way in. And yes, we can see the pressure starting to come on out from the teams who are boxed up next to them as Aspect starts to get tagged a little bit. Crumbler now making his way in. Also, Slacks, Acorn, Jack creating that big tunnel. I do want to know how our height teams have done. Have they gone down? Have they managed to claim the spot? Have they built over some of these teams that have put themselves in at the edge of the storm?
It's a big fight here. Our 5th place team, Slacks, Jack, and Acorn, wrap up the 2nd place team there of Aspect, Kaz, and Hufishi, officially taking their position, taking their spot here in the tournament. Not only that, placement points were just given out, so at least teams were lucky enough to kind of break that threshold, but this is the worst time to go down, guys. They've committed, upwards of 15, almost, we're starting to approach that end game mark at that 18 to 20 minute mark. They've committed so much time to this game only to fall here and now. And not only that, to a team that is rivaling them for the positioning now. Before this, Aspect, Kaz, and Hufishi did get 2 second places, guys. So, again, this is a team that has been very impressive so far today. But Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, consistent, slow and steady. They're really starting to heat up here and now. They already have the win. Remember, this is the team that won that very first game here. They have tasted the FNCS crown before. They've had that championship title. They've been there. They want another one. On high ground, though, Kanata, Stretch, and Staff. But then that was the question you were asking. Who's holding it? And it looks like it's coming their way again.
Look, this is why they build up so early. They build up here in the 3rd zone. The RNG is being good for them in the 4th and the 5th, and that's what they're playing on right now. They're playing to make sure they get the zones, and they can capitalize on those games if they need to. This could be another victory royale for them. Jukes' team, you can see, did not decide to keep a high ground layer, so they are now lower. I was thinking it could be Jukes' team on the contesting high ground with Saf's team here, but I think Saf's team is going to potentially be one of the only teams built up on this zone, because not many players are going to be on the south side of them based on the way that the zones are pulling here. So we need to watch out for them. Are they going to be able to maintain it? Yet again, the question is always asked. This is one of the hardest teams to take high ground from in the entire game, not even just on this region.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, their skill, reigns true internationally here, all of which you've had experience doing so. But back with Acorn, Jack, and Slacks, they're sitting on the rewards of Kaz, Aspect, Hufishi's loot here, but even that full team wipe was not enough to keep them away from the surge here, and things are getting very dicey for them as now they have to start focusing up these teams that are just above them. And Acorn with his back to the enemies, that is not the way you want to enter into a box. It's the riskiest way to do it, and they get completely cleaned up. It only took one player with the side angle there inside the box to catch him off guard, and down they go. All that work for nothing, just to get taken out on high ground. Kanata, Stretch, and Staff have to be super happy about this, because top teams that are quite literally, neck and neck with them are now out, right? This is going to open things up for them to start breaking away.
Yep, and you can see that on high ground there, we saw Saf already mark that new zone when it comes through. They've found out where they're going. They've built across. They've already basically claimed high ground for the first entire moving. Down on low ground, User's team, 5 eliminations on him alone. Huge plays. These team is just popping off after game. Now they're going to hit launchpad. Go ahead. They're not going to play that high ground play style this game. They're going to look to play the low, and hopefully I think we're going to see some magic from them if we've seen the same amount of eliminations as we have in previous matches.
Users did have 5 elims. They're getting pressured right now. I mean, it'd be tough to ask for any more from him. To take out Day here would be a big ask. They're just on the other side of the wall. They have to be careful. Users does have the launch pad. Here it goes. They're coming out. They managed to heal up. They're back in this game here. 125 points now. Top 15. They're above the surge. Have to be careful, though. Slow and steady is how they end up landing here. But luckily, no one gets focused. No one gets tagged. And they get to touchdown unharmed. And look at this, another endgame Reese.
Another one. But on high ground of the top stretch is actually having height contested by him. So for the first time, they've seen them lose it as they trade shots. A 92 back when he's taking a 70 chunk at the same time. Saf extremely weak, unsure. Potentially DJ's team on height. That's usually the team who goes for it at this moment, but we're unsure. We'll see in a second as they still go for it. They have a tunnel vision focus going for it. Stretch goes for the side jump, tries to make up the other player. He gets him in a box. Full cone to this point. Will he be able to get the shot off? No, the other player's playing so carefully, but he trades the shot back to 37, stretches down to 10 HP. The only player up on high ground, he's chopped out, and he is going to be knocked, and it's Gabe. Gabe is up on high ground with Tahi and Sprite.
Oh, Tahi tries to get the launch pad and he misses it. Down he goes, and Kanata gets away with it right there. But no, he gets caught trying to touch down. Donnie, Jays, and Knife see what's going on there. But don't worry, there's still one inside the game here, potentially, because that was just a knock onto Kanata there. For users, Dukes and Justice, they play the ultimate low ground here. They're doing it better than anyone else today. Typically, we'd see teams like Commandment down here, but they are nowhere to be found right now, as users, Dukes, and Justice have been playing exceptional Fortnite today. There it is, Scented Edge and Commandment on the outskirts trying to wrap their way around. On the mid ground, though, Avery, Booga, and Nas here. Another end game for them, guys. This is their first time breaking into the triple digits here this FNCS. This is the middle of the competition, mind you guys. We are now officially past the halfway mark. Avery's gonna sneak up, grabs the wall, pieces him up too. There's a shield break. Can he get the follow-up third shot? His teammate does. They're still cooking here. Big plays for them.
Big plays from him, down to only 22 white HP at the same time. Almost no builds on the entire trio right now. They've claimed the front low ground, but again, exactly the same as the last game. They're going to have to be able to pick up some form of refreshes. Sented's team we see up above, applying the pressure to their usual home, the low ground spot. We see Avery's team, like we mentioned, still there. Users now, 6 eliminations, with Justice with another one as well. They've picked up 2 more on this low ground since we've last seen them. They have been in the commanding position down here just every single match that we've seen. Going for the edit, going for the reset, trying to bait the opponents up above to do something so that he can trade them, chunk them back with any damage that they can, as they're getting pressured, and no users will be picked up. Justice is also weak now too, and I think that's the full team down. No, Justice is still in this on the low ground, and it's Scented, Commandment, and Edgy who are in that low ground alive as a full trio. This is what we are used to seeing from the team, but it is a 3v3 situation. 8 eliminations total. Scented with 4, Edgy with 4, Commandment with 0, but it's Donnie, Jays, and Knife up on high ground. This is a classic high ground versus low ground finish.
Yeah, definitely, and this is the time here and now for both teams to jump back in this, grab this top 10 slide. It's gonna all go down here. Mats are starting to finish. Jays gets taken out. Edgy wins his one-on-one. Back over to the Storm here. He finds a second, and a third comes through, and just like that, 11 eliminations. Everyone went head-to-head with a big clash there. How in the world did Commandment, Scented, and Edgy pull that one off, Reese?
Look, the first couple games,
oh man,
not great for them overall, realistically, but you cannot count out Scented, Commandment, and Edgy. Never, ever in a finals, in a Saint lobby environment, do you count out the, well, I was going to say the three-peat double, if that makes sense, where they got second 3 in a row. They've picked up the Victory Royale this game, 11 eliminations too, flying up the leaderboard, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. Just great job for them. They're going to keep themselves in the running here. But hey, we got to continue. The show goes on. We're going to toss down over to the Destin to show us what they got.
Hey, Eve. Oh my gosh, it is a competition today, friends. I cannot believe that this is happening. It is so insane. This is so very different than what we're used to seeing. Oftentimes we come into games like this and there's these outliers. There's these top 3 teams that are just kind of stealing away all the points, but not today, NA East. Everyone is so absolutely hungry. You watch any trio, doesn't matter where we cut to in game, you just watch the way they play, and you can, I'm literally sitting here thinking, like, is this them? Is this the trio champion? Wait, is that the, like, if there's so much, like, high level, crazy, next level, trying to push the very bounds of what we understand as a Fortnite viewership. This is ridiculous. And I don't know how this is possible, Vivid, that they keep doing this, but Dukes, Justice, and User held down first place now for 4 games.
Yeah, what is... They're at 145... Hello?
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I don't really know what's going on. I mean, these guys are like flying under the radar while like not. I don't even know. Like they're like flying under the radar, but it's so obvious that they're there, right? 145 points. It's obvious that these guys are doing something, but like it's almost to the point where it doesn't feel like they are. But they have 29 eliminations. Quite literally, if we look at the leaderboard here, that's 11 more than the second most eliminations trio has, right? Like they are flying ahead right now with a 37-point lead above none other than Booga, Avery, and Nosh. I mean, these guys are popping off. But you know, the big hindsight that I like to take away from that game is that, you know, Scented, Edgy, and Commandment, as Reese was saying, they did not have a good first 3 games, right? But back there, they obviously get the victory royale, and I feel like it was a wake-up call on the low ground for Dukes, Justice, and Users, right? Because they have been dominating from the low ground because Scented, Edgy, and Commandment haven't really been able to be found the first 3 games. But Scented, Edgy, and Commandment in that game, I don't know if you guys were watching, but there was a straight-up head-on 3v3 between Scented, Edgy, and Commandment and Dukes, Justice, and Users, and I'm going to go ahead and say it. Justice, Users, and Dukes got absolutely wiped by these boys. So I feel like it was a wake-up call. Hey, Scented, Edgy, and Commandment have found their groove. They're here to take back their low ground.
Yeah, Commandment, Scented, Edgy have officially entered the FNCS Finals party, baby. It's great to have them here. And you know, obviously you guys chose them for a reason, you and Reese, and this is why, because they are capable of dominating low ground like that. And you know, that balance as well, we can see at the top there from Users trio as well, 87 I think placement points there, 29 eliminations. That balance we talked about of the points, the standing and the eliminations, perfect. Looking at 11 through 20 position here as well, we can see my actual trio is the only one in our predictions that hasn't actually managed to get a victory royale yet so far. Ooh. You can see Damir in reverse there for the first time ever. Vivid, all right. 18th there right now, 30 placement points, 16 eliminations. But you can see a lot of teams are up. P-God's trio there as well. We can see Durant, we can see DJ and Ages and Skittles have been there or thereabouts. It's still so tight at the top here. But let's take a look at some of the highlights that we want to show you guys as well. Some of this the contesting that we've seen in certain POIs. And let's look at Bully's trio. Obviously, we know these guys are landing at steamy stacks, but it was a little unfortunate for them because this entire time they have been messed around left, right, and centre by other trios trying to get them at steamy and take over their area. We know that Click's trio have been trying to change up their POI and be there as well. But then usually P-God's trio have been pushing them. The one game they don't, suddenly we have Reverse, Day and Miro, our current FNCS champions, doing exactly that, Vivid. And it makes it just so hard. I mean, you got to take a step back and go, we feel for the guys because they can't seem to get anything right now. When you're getting pushed by 2 of these major trios, it is simply impossible.
Yeah, I mean, Bank Teller and Co., they actually, in the last 3 games, are 3-0 against none other than Clicks, Bucky, and Kriya, right? A huge name in the trio category right there, right? And they've been winning out, like, undoubtedly. But then those games where P-God and them have pushed in, we saw that they cleaned up the fight almost immediately. And then Bank Teller was like, all right, listen, we know P-God's coming. They've done it the last couple games. We're going to go hide over in this corner. And then Reverse, Day and Miro like, oh, look at you guys over here in the corner. Let me just set up my own little trap right here and wait for you to walk right into my pump shotgun. It's like, man, these guys are, it was so hysterical. We had to show you guys that.
Man, you gotta feel for them, absolutely. But hey, you heard the battle bus, which means we're going back in. We only have 2 more games before we set the stage going into tomorrow's day number 2. So for now, MDF Reese, take it away.
I'm telling you, we're getting those, 3 seasons ago vibes when Reverse Decay, Miro, and Day had an exceptional day 1, came in day 2, and all of a sudden they took home the crown. For Dukes, Justice, and Users, they're doing just that so far. Exceptional play so far, Reese. Contested at a drop. The best we've seen any team ever do it. They just seem to be so much far, I guess, ahead of the competition right now. And it's showing off, man. These end games are impressive.
Yeah, I mean, they're impressive in every aspect of the game. I hype them up for their fundamentals of positioning. They're winning the draw spots, the speed, the efficiency. And look, they've clearly practiced, clearly got everything down to a T for Dukes, Justice, and Users. But for Commandment, Sit, and Edgy, I think they're just getting started, right? We've seen 2 good games out of them, 1/9 in that last game, which was a victory royale. Big match from them. I'm thinking this is the momentum that they need to keep going. I saw that the spirits were kind of low before this from Scented, but right now the victory royale, he's hyped. They're turning it all on. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, especially when you jump right back into things like right inside the top being inside the top 5, right? Like this is where you want to be, right? Game 5, game 6, top 5 spot, bring it home. That's all you have to do now. And that last game, way to really close the deficit, way to close the gap there. Even impressive to Illis, Macwin, and Tragics, who managed to continue to find their little bits of consistency, right? In that last game, another back-to-back top 10 finish for them. They had 10 elims in game number 3, 6 elims in game number 4. So that is nothing to overlook either. It's a team that's being contested here at the drop. So a couple teams contested inside the top 10 right now, continuing to find their strides, find their little bits of success.
Yeah, looking really good. And if you actually, I think, looked over to Catty Corner there, I think we saw Justice, User, and Jukes uncon in this game. So I feel like, you know, they were uncon for the first 2 games. We saw Wrigley's team where I think they were in Coral. Then they moved there. They said, okay, this ain't working out. I think we're going that. Or they've just finished them off that quickly, and they've already gone off the map.
Now, I would be very, very impressed if the team just backed off and gave him the drop back, right? Like, because that also just shows, like, hey, man, you know what? You got a chance to win this. You know what I mean? It's camaraderie, camaraderie a little bit there. So I am curious to see, you know, what all is going down there.
I mean,
yeah,
also,
man.
on top of that, they are currently got 0 points after 4 games. So
I mean, yeah,
you know,
that's what I'm saying.
Also, they also got to think, right, this ain't working. We got to figure out something that will work at the same time. So fingers crossed for them that it works out for everyone at the end of the day, right? As we see moving back over to Elsa's team, who's lost Bank Teller so far, and this seems like Bucky's team is managing to finish this one off a little bit quicker so far. Actually, I take that back, as Creo has now been finished too. So seems like it's 2v2. Every single time we check in on this fight, it's the same story. 2v2, someone's down in each team. It's always someone different, it would seem like, from every single team. And now they're going to use that reboot van to try and pressure, right? At this point, if they can get the 3rd player back up, if they get Bank Teller back in the game, that's so good for them.
Yeah, this is giving them a huge advantage here. Bucky can hear the reboot going off. He is going to be able to notice the window here. Will he be able to sneak a shot in? No. Elsa gets the save off, and just like that, it's a 3v2 situation. Bank Teller back in the run right now. Clicks and Bucky are the ones that are up. No shield on their party, though, so they will have to most likely back out of here and play the long game. Probably go back up for Bank Teller's card inside the box there. Or sorry, for Creo's card, who fell right on top of where Bank Teller was when they ended up diving in and they picked up that first elim. Here it is. They do end up grabbing it.
Managed to get it back, get the sniper upgrade. There's not really much of an upgrade unless they can hit a big shot. The body shot. I take it back. That's additional damage. That's another 10 damage that comes on out, which could be critical. If we see later on they're 10 above Storm Surge, we know that switch is going to be absolutely the thing that did it. But no, the other team's starting to come and land on them now. A big 35 shot comes out. Clicks is just looking up to the skies. The player lands on again. He's got no shield. Basically, any big
on the way.
shot will get it.
I think P-God, I think they're on the way. I was watching the map. I was watching the map. I saw them get to the stack there, and I was like, oh, wait a second. Going for it. I had to call it out. Oh, no.
Gone. Yo, they got the reboot, and they dipped. They said,
Clicks
nah.
is down.
They see them flying. They said, no thanks. We're out here.
Yep, and they caught Clicks. Look, P-God found Clicks right there. Oh, it's so wrong. But it's the play to make. It's the right play to make.
It is. I mean, from Pigo's team, they've been managing to get extraordinarily good loot, given the amount that they loot, right? They get a little bit when it comes to their drop spot in Craggy. A couple chests and dip, but they always look really stacked, which is interesting. So clearly they've got their plan efficient, mapped out. They've got the elimination right now. Do they need more? They may end up just rotating, get a good spot, get their metal, and just get out of there. For Pigo's team, this looks like a really good game, but again, we haven't seen them capitalize on it like we have seen them capitalize on those matches in the qualifiers, right? When we saw them off spawn, we saw them have good games. Then towards the end of the qualifiers, it seemed like when they're getting off spawn, they weren't having the biggest matches. Now, again, we're kind of seeing something similar. 71 points is really good. Absolutely. That's kind of got them into that top 15. I think they're 16th right now. But at the end of the day, like, you know, they want to be pushing higher up than that. They want to be having bigger games. They want to get more top 10s than just the 2 that they've had, rather than the other 2 which just have gone basically nowhere.
But that's the thing. I'm in my mind, I'm thinking these guys got a real chance at taking FNCS right now because of the times that they've broken away. You know, when they've really broken loose, they've gotten in top 10, right? 7th place, 3rd place. That is like absolute end game. That's near win, like, worthy, right? You put a little bit of luck on their side, and all of a sudden they're very much up there. So I'm super curious to see how it's going to work out. As Bucky finds Bankteller in the feed there, so it seems like Bucky's just continue to get active on this team. Here comes the rest of the company, though. Bully's going to finish up. Bucky's going to wrap things up there, and just like that, things are going to end for them. But all in all, this is what we expected. Scrappy finals for everyone being contested here at Steamy Stacks.
Yeah, this is we know the story by now, right? We understand. We've seen this so many times from this drop spot every single season. Basically, it's just one of those drop spots that's always contested. It's probably the most contested on any East. I think, I'm trying to remember if I've seen I was even going to say a week, but that we've seen it uncontested. But obviously we saw Clicks in the qualifiers manage to get it uncon. So for them, look, this is going to continue to be scrappy, and fingers crossed that, again, we already mentioned Pigo's team's going to be able to capitalize on it. You are right. They've had 2 big games that they capitalized, but they've managed to get almost 2 or 3 elims off spawn both of those times. And this time, they only moved in and got 100 tag on to Clicks, or even less. I think it was like 60, 70 HP, so they didn't manage to get too much out of it, and they still had really bad mats rotating out of there. So, you know, we're hopefully going to see if that's going to be another one of those mid-20s where they get the 26th or 27th, or if it's going to be one of the top 10s.
Yeah, for sure. Users, Dukes, and Justice get their drop spot completely uncontested. That means, or that question has officially been answered. We were wondering if maybe they just wrap the team up super quickly, but no. They don't have a single elim. That's going to be their drop to themselves. Miro seems like he's the took maybe a potential sniper shot there, so he's going to have to bounce back, and enough time for Justice, Dukes, and User here to go ahead and give themselves a little distance from the vets there. Go ahead and start positioning themselves up. This is another super sneaky spot. They still have eyes on the prize here for Reverse 2K and company to see if they can catch them on the rotate.
Yeah, classic bush strat. Trying to see, do not be going anywhere near this. You could already picture, you imagine the tweets that'll come out of a player who walks by this bush. Can you imagine the scenes?
That's it. I mean, we already saw one big ambush, right? Like just a little bit ago with Miro at the Steamy Stacks there. They caught that player. It was one major pump, one AR follow-up. Like, it was over. Like, what are the comms like, right? Like, it's over. Look at this. This is a big clash here. Acorn, Slacks, and Jack setting up the ambush here onto Sensed, Edgy, and Commandment. Oh, they sniff out Stacks there, though. He's going to back up.
And we're thinking, what's the plan here from Scented, Edgy, and Commandment? Because sure, this is in zone, but what's the goal of this? Are they trying to fight? Are they trying to get some tags? Because their positioning's a bit odd from here. I'm not sure what the goal is here. Trying to figure out what their Storm Surge mentality. What's the idea for this? Especially now, given the second zone is pulled to the northeast. Potentially, they're just thinking that next zone's going to pull extra down to that southwest, and they're getting there early, trying to position themselves in a good spot. But didn't end up working out that way because the next zone ends up just pulling back to the northeast.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You know, sometimes maybe they're just trying to move on a hunch, right? Like, hey, it's been a while. Like, then the zones got down here. Maybe it's just gonna pull this way. We've seen crazy things like that happen before. But this could be a center zone. This could be a weeping finish here.
Yeah, this game will have very minimal dead side as well, given the way that the zones are pulled back. So there'll be a lot of players who just get power positions set up in that spot, and it makes these rotates really hard when you see like a max distance zone to edge, and then it pulls back the opposite direction, like this first and second zone has. It becomes really awkward, and we're moving back over to the remnants of the fight right now in Believers Beach, which actually we see obviously Paper, Nico, and Kwa with some eliminations here. But what I've seen is Nutchucky and Yomzo have actually moved in here and managed to contest this rather than contesting the east side of the map near the Cami split. So they changed up their drop spot too. I have genuinely never seen a finals with this many teams switching their drop spots up.
I like it though. Team staying nimble, staying flexible here. You know, trying to figure out what's going to work best for them. And I prefer more when teams at least switch up the drop when they realize, and it just clicks, this is not working. Let's try something different, right? Like that's okay. That little bit of difference, like you might as well, right? There's very few chances you're going to get to do things like this inside the FNCS. And you don't want to have any regrets. Like how many failures does it take before you realize, okay, this is a fail, right? This job is just not working. This strat's not working. Let's try something different. So, I mean, Paper, Quant, Nico, I've talked so much about Paper and his lack of success with being contested and stuff like that in these finals, but he has only been on an uphill trajectory for us. Like, we've really watched him improve so much in these final settings, and even now, like, he's very much in the conversation right now, like fighting for a top 15 spot so far here on the first day.
Yeah, and you don't count them out. at the end of day one, they're in a top 15. Like, we've seen crazier clutches of people manage to get up into top 5. You know, it'd be tough to clutch up the first place, but in day number 2, but it's still possible, right? And for Paper, Nico, and Kwa, I remember very, very vividly through the qualifiers, they were, you know, I'm trying to put this in the right way, not good at fighting off spawn, right, when it came to their drop spot in Stealthy. However, the one game they got off, I think it was qualifier 1, qualifier 2, they won that game. So every game they got off spawn, they capitalized on it. Then when it came to the next qualifier, they absolutely dominated, or was it their heat? Whichever one they qualified to, they dominated.
Yeah, it was the heat. Like that's what I was talking about. Like they were just stepping it up. Once they had that drop spot uncontested, and all of a sudden you can really see what they can do with loot in the game. Like Paper, Nico, and Qual look like a solid trio. Look at this as we're kind of gassing them up here. Seems like a little caster luck. They find themselves a nice little airdrop here.
Yeah, and for them, like that's what I mean. For them, they have the ability 100% to clutch up, which is so good. They have the drop spot on con, they have the plan, they've clearly executed. It was qualifier 2, they play second. There you go. Now I've just done my check workout. So for them, like, I'm looking forward for them to pop off some big games. Like I mentioned, even if it doesn't go so well today, which it is, right, but they can still catch up further in the next day.
Scary position now for Saf. Cannot in stretch here, holding this top 3 spot, 97 points in the tournament. This is a telltale sign from Saf. They don't want to take the full fight here. He's using more mats to open up the base here, show the opponents, hey, we're healthy. We're not sitting on light material here. Back off of us, and they do. And the read ends up working out. The bluff is good. And just like that, the opponent's back off for another team, not as positioned. Crumbler gets steamrolled by Zlem, Narwhal, and Divine. Quickly wrapped up. Is that enough confidence, though? Is that enough confidence for them to re-engage onto Saffron Crew? Because the zone's going straight north.
I think so, but for them, they want to get out, right? They're not wanting to take these fights. For Saf, Stretch, Canada, and Stretch, they just want to move. They want to get to the next zone, but because they're so far edge, there's so many teams holding them. And they're being shot in the back, where they're getting shot from both angles, pinched all the way through. They're just trying to use that wood because there's not that too much pressure coming out so far. So this is always such a tricky situation to be in, and this is one of the reasons why rotating earlier in gets you in such better positions. You don't have to use all of this wood, all of the little bits of mats, the metal that they've used here. You don't have to waste that on your rotate, but now they're also in a good spot because they can just hold Elite's team behind, who's getting tagged by Storm Surge at this same moment. Saf's team isn't going to be getting the audio cue because they're too far away to be able to understand that they're there, but still, they may be able to see that they're scuffed at the same time. As we move back over to Scented Command and Edgy, who have 2 eliminations. We saw them in that interesting and maybe awkward position in the middle of Slurpee at the same time. They obviously capitalized on it. Tons of mats, absolutely capped. Great AR, great ammo, great heals. This is looking to line up to be a very, very good game for Scented Commandment and Edgy.
But once again, they don't have a vehicle. They are late on the rotate. They're going to be moving right into the elite trio of Zlem, Narwhal, and Divine there, who were, you know, in shambles. But more importantly, what I'm nervous about is they're going to be on the heels of Saf, Stretch, and Kanata. That can be a major clash that can quite honestly determine how this round's going to work out for the 2 of them, depending on where they end up basing up, because they're moving right into the same exact position. Now, the ambush is set up, though. Like, look at the map there. That's Saf, Stretch, and Kanata. They have not moved. They're waiting for Zlem, Narwhal, and Divine here to get the rotate to catch up to them. They're moving in unison now. The Scented Edge and Commandment. I mean, the forest has been deleted, so where normally there's some cover here, there's nothing to work with. They're going to go and back on out, get back to that mountainside, play this edge here.
Yeah, and one of the ways you can do that,
the snipe shot.
Oh, I was going to go analytical, but no, Edgy's getting tagged. That's way interesting at this moment. They're gonna have to build out, but no, Edgy goes fully down. That was a headshot snipe that we actually saw, so he's been completely picked up, and that is Wrigley's team, who did change their drop shot up, who at this point now may actually benefit, and this is the deepest they've been into a match so far in game number 5, and they're pushing on the back of Scented Commandment and Edgy. They're feeling confident after that shot. They know they need to also have some big matches to be able to start flying up the leaderboard from that current last place, but no, Edgy team gets the reboot off, gets the kind of the heal up. Now does a great rotate, hugging the hill to cut off that line of sight, but the elite trio is still right next to them too, and that's where they're going to start using those hard mats, start using that metal. It's not ideal, but at the same time, it's going to get them in. It's going to get them into that good position where they can slow down, right? They can give themselves some breathing room.
And now they're right next to Saf, Stretch, and Kanata there, who are just based up right above them as well, who have the same idea in mind. Gets this little side mountain, distance herself away from the team that was, again, rotating very late, trying to do those little cheeky ambush plays. They're trying to get away from those other teams. But look at this, Slacks, Jack, and Acorn. This is just a powerhouse pot right here, a powerhouse melting pot of players that we have right now. No one's safe by any means. Sensitive, Commandment, and Edgy already on the move. They end up crossing paths here. Look at this, right next to Jack, Acorn, and Slacks. They're looking at one another, and both sides pause. Like, well, wait a second now. Wait a second now.
Yeah, they just cannot get away from top 10 teams, honestly. Anytime they rotate, they're just kind of continually funneling themselves closer and closer to these really top level teams who are performing. And now because of that little bit of rotate, that snipe, that additional mats in particular they had to use, look at how many they've used now. Sent it from, remember I said completely capped on 150, now down to 60, but hold on, up above Kanata gets picked up, fully finished as well, and so does Stretch on the left, leaving Saf as a complete solo. That was such a switch, a change of events. They've just picked up two of the top players in one of the top 3 teams right now. And now Saf also just goes down. All of a sudden, just like that, Narwhal's team, from being completely at the back, punished really badly by the Storm Surge, now has flipped the switch, picked up 3 eliminations, it would seem like, and all that loot too.
All the loot. They're going to be able to pick up everything from Stretch, Saf, and Kanata there. They went down in such close vicinity of one another. So big refresher there. Keep them in the game here. Bounce them right back into things. And more importantly, you know, the mistake there is just going up one different layer shows you the difference there. You open up your sight line. So many other teams were able to kind of look in. And normally, like I said, typically there are tons of trees here. You have all this cover, but when the trees are gone, you know, it just becomes that much more difficult to play this one out. Take a look at the quick stat though. In Chapter 2 Season 4, Edgy's trio has the most low ground elims in NA East. I mean, there's a reason we gave them the crown, pioneering this style of playing dead side rotate, which is basically low ground, front side on the dead side of the zone on the low ground rotate. So they take that same philosophy that most people were just figuring out, I guess, for like the early and mid game rotates, but they applied it to end game, which again, players were not doing until this last season, honestly.
Yeah, they've been doing so well, but hold on, Booga's team now alive as a solo. Nosh and Avery down, Booga now dropping down, trying to get away, also hearing the surge tags coming out of teams all around him. He seems to, that layer change have benefited him so well, just to make sure he gets away. It's Kaz, Aspect, and Hoofishy, who up above is getting pressured by the Storm Surge and by the rest of the lobby, it would seem like, as well as Nico, Quan, Paper have managed to just get themselves away.
No, if this is going to be back-to-back games where Aspect, Kaz, and Hoofishy fall, you know, where they basically have almost made it to endgame, it's going to be terrible for them. They were up in that top 5 positioning there. They fell because of a 20-second place, going down early to Surge in the last game. It looks like things are starting to repeat themselves again here. The struggle really starting to kick in. Mind you, they had 2 second places already. They've already picked up such major endgame finishes in this day 1 of finals already.
Yeah, Nico's team, I think, then was again getting tagged by Storm Surge, and Booga, again, remember, a solo 700 above the Storm Surge, just going to land on a nice high ground layer, and he is going to have to play for whatever he can. Right now, the worst position that they've had was game number 1, where they came 12th. So 12th is the worst game they've had. Every other game so far has been 5th, 6th, and 4th. Super incredibly consistent. Very low eliminations, very low. But no, as I say that, he is picked up by Day, Miro, and Reverse of all teams as well. So these guys are still in the running. This is probably the best position we've seen these guys in all day. In 5th zone, good materials, some good heals at the same time. It seems like they have a launch pad as well. So for them, this actually finally could be the big pop-off game that they need.
And to add a little more pain to that story, it was right before top 17, so you know, 3 points or so left on the table there, you know, or 5 points, just big points that you do not get to grab. Look at this, Miro, Day, and Reverse 2K spot out a little chip in the armor here. They're trying to see if they can break this whole entire build down. They want to reveal what's behind this. Can we actually take this down? But no, a sniper shot comes in. The server's not having it. Other teams use that as an opportunity to find their surge tags here. And the big punishment comes in, so they won't be trying for that again. But they still have to rotate in that direction. They still have to go south here. It looks like they do have a launch pad, though. Versus 2K trying to set it up right now. See where they're going to go for.
A good spot. They go for the short pad as well, so it's going to put them on a roughly ground lair, which is going to allow them to get more eliminations where they need it. They need to be able to pop off down on that low ground, up on high ground. Tabs, G, Pledge, and Teo now making one of their biggest appearances today. A team that had been really, really good throughout the qualifier, and they've been consistent today. They're currently in 4th, but just we haven't seen them much. They've just basically placed 10th in every game. It's kind of crazy. 11th, 11th, 10th, 11th, with just a good amount of eliminations at the same time, which has just kind of slowly crept them up the leaderboard. But they haven't done a game that we've actually been able to watch and be like, yes, this is the match. This is it then for us. Tabs G also goes with a huge beam. They are on high ground, coming into the first moving. They have claimed so much space. They have so many materials. They're in such a good position to have one of the best games, if not the best game so far.
Yeah, definitely. It's their time to shine now, and they're going to show us why they've been able to stay as consistent as they have been. Like we mentioned, they have just been pushing top 10, falling a little bit early, but now they finally get end game here. What can they do with it, with this high ground hold? They are starting to run out of material, though. Take a look at Tabs in particular there. He does have very little to no ammunition inside his inventory here, which means they're going to have to possibly give up this high ground, jump on down and take some close range battles where, again, that is where the guns need to do the talking here. What can you do with this shotgun? He only has a gray and a common. There goes a great knock onto Rokane. Can he get the loot? No, the Storm's going to push it on over, and this is it. He's officially running out. Dubs is going to fall too, and Tabs G finds 2 already, and he can actually grab this loot, and there it is. This is going to keep him officially in the game, but no, he did not find ammo. That was all he needed from that.
He didn't even need the mats. He just needed the ammo. Unfortunately, that was the only thing he didn't manage to get picked up. But they're still up on high ground. Hopefully, Teo and Pledge have some form of ammo left that they can spray. If not, they'll have enough materials to hopefully keep themselves going deeper into the top 10, into that single-digit placement points. We see so many full trios still alive down below. Acorn, Slacks, and Jack still in this as well. Eclipse's team alongside Bizzle is in there too. We see Jukes, Justice, and Users, a full trio alongside Sentient, Commandment, and Edgy down on the low ground as well.
Yeah, definitely. Klaus is going to get tagged up here by Justice and company on this layer here, but they're going to go in and switch it up. They want to get up and over. Justice officially out of material here. So this is it. This is going to be the final commitment right now. Who on this trio actually has material to push on through? Doesn't look like it's going to be much. Out comes the split here, and all of a sudden Justice is right back in it. Here goes nothing. Look at how many points they have. This is by far the best team of the day. Justice, Dukes, and Users have been phenomenal, and they're continuing to push on through teams. Down goes Agers, another player that absolutely needs this top finish, but they're shutting that down. They're pushing back all the competition here. There is no resistance in front of this team right now.
4 eliminations total under Justice, 7 on the full trio right now. A beautiful layer claim for them to just continually tarp on, opening the floors out to see Spegu down below. So many teams getting picked up down on the low ground by Scented, Commandment, and Edgy at the same time. Lazar goes down to Edgy. Scented actually gets picked up by Spegu, but Commandment goes back to Klazu, and Edgy also finishes that next elimination too. So there's tons going down on low ground. Justice now popping off with more eliminations on this low ground, and mid layer 2, he's up 4. Jukes now has 3. 8 eliminations total for the full team, consistently getting refresh after refresh to keep them moving and on high ground. Pledge, Teo, and Tabs G are still holding the power position with no AR ammo. Those 2 shots he had just did not go very far.
Yeah, definitely. He's just trying to hold on at this point. The high ground team has no ammunition. Jack's going to fall to the storm there. Down goes Duke. Users and Justice within the top 5 to the hands of Edgy, Commandment on the low ground. Slacks is still up here. Edgy's going to win that one too, though. Edgy's just been on fire today. And now we're looking at a 2v2 endgame. The low ground team once again might be looking to turn this one around here and get this Victory Royale finish. Commandment's going to crank on up. Low ground peak, no heal. Down to the storm he goes. And just like that, Tabs G manages to win it out because they had the chug cannon, a win condition there, and he didn't even need ammunition to do it.
Yeah, usually on that low ground, we will see Scented, Commandment, and Edgy have medkits. They normally always have medkits in their inventory, which usually held by Commandment. But unfortunately, he was the one who went down earlier, so they lost those medkit plays out without that ability to play the heal off then. And even though there was the double chug cannon on high, I think they probably still would have lost it, given obviously the double chug cannon is so much better than just playing a single medkit. But at the same time, they had to go up, they had to make the play. And a second, following the fact that they just came first in the previous game, is absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, for sure. And not to mention, that's the second time now we've seen a team take high ground, hold it all the way out nice and early, and this time they did it with no ammo. So it's just, again, showing that the lobby, they're not looking to do their high ground retakes. Nothing crazy here. But Zeke, we're going to toss it on over to you and the guys, because we need the standings. We need everything. We need to get caught up.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic as always. My goodness, Tabs and company pick up the victory out. 7 eliminations. Now, I want to give all the congratulations to Tabs G. However, it didn't quite go that way, right? Edgy and Commandment, the damage is done. A second place, 11 elimination. That is absolutely terrifying. It may not have been the victory royale, but you're looking at 22 points on Elims alone. However, Vivid, they're doing it again. They're holding down. Okay, this feels super reminiscent of an Arkham Rex and Epic Whale to me. Like, I feel like the same thing happens in West. We're like, oh, we never see these guys, but they're always on top. And for Duke, Justice, and Users, they're flying beneath our radar. But it's like you kind of said earlier, Vivid, it's like we're aware of what they're doing.
Yeah, those dudes are doing absolutely amazing up there at the top. Commandment, Scented, and Edgy are finding their groove though, right? First place, followed by a second place. And you guys really got to pay attention. I'm telling you, if Scented, Edgy, and Commandment are live, you know, production always does a great job of doing these panovers of, you know, how the end game is going from like a wide angle. And if you watch, that is the second game in a row where Scented, Edgy, and Commandment have taken out Dukes, Justice, and Users on the low ground. These boys are here to play. They're like, listen, we are here, we found our groove, you guys are not controlling the low ground anymore, and we are just taking everybody out. Watch when production pans over from these wide angles and just watch the elim feed. Watch these boys just rack up these eliminations on the low ground as they take it. It is phenomenal to watch, especially from that wide angle, because I watched it happen in that game, and it's just so amazing to see second place taking out first place as they find their groove.
Yeah, they really have done incredibly well the last 2 games. I'm no surprise they're in the top 3 now. But a big shout out to Dukes, Justice, and Users again. At this point, they've actually equaled the record for the most time in FNCS finals spent at the top of the leaderboard right now. This being, I think, their 4th game being in the top spot, which is incredible to see. 40 eliminations, 109 placement points, breaking into that triple digits placement points, and 108 times still 48 points. In the lead right now. It's getting very exciting and stuff. But, you know, I should ask you, Commandment, Scented, and Edgy, this is a trio that you've chosen to win FNCS finals. Tell us why they are such a good trio, because they just seem unstoppable right now.
Yeah, gonna have a great time looking over some footage from the last game, not the one that we just watched, but the one previous to that, because these guys, the main thing that separates them from every other trio is cohesion, in my opinion. As you can see, I wanted to take a look at this push. This is actually when they took out Duke's, Users, and Justice. You can see all 3 of them are on these walls at the same exact time. They go in, they press this box at the exact same time, they get in, and instantly catch this team off guard because there's just 3 people automatically in the box. Now, I want to just highlight this again because these guys, this was the first game where they took these boys out. And like I said, they are dominating the low ground. They're here. They're letting Dukes, Users, and Justice know that they are here to play. And then again, on the cohesion, I want you guys to pay attention to Edgy, Scented, and Commandment, how they have their shotguns out at the same time. However, if you look over here, Knife Fishy, he actually has his builds out. He's placing those 3 walls that you see placed right now, right? Edgy, Scented, and Commandment, even though Scented has about 14 builds right now, he doesn't build. The call right here is to have your shotgun out and fight this. The fact that all 3 of them have their shotguns out and they are fighting it means that they have the edge, because Knife Fishy actually put his builds out and lost some like DPS, some damage per second, because he went to build instead of fight like Scented, Edgy, and Commandment did.
I love the masterclass, Vivid. It's fantastic. It's so good. I love it. The very Vivid masterclass continues to just blow us out of the water. Incredible stuff. We got a spotlight here as well, very quickly. Dukes, Justice, and Users, eliminations versus top 10. 28 of those, 10 plus eliminations game, 2 out of 5. Top 10 games, 4 out of 5 eliminations versus different teams. 19 making their way through the leaderboard. Incredible to see. I mean, so much to celebrate right now. There's just so much going on.
Dude, I know, and there's so much more that I would love to talk about, but you heard the battle bus beep beep. Today is moving quick. 1 final game on day number 1. How will this all unfold, and what will this set the stage going into tomorrow? Let's find out, Fortnite fam. MDF Reese, take it away.
I'll be honest, I can't believe we're already swinging on into the final game of the day 1 here of the finals of the FNCS. I mean, so far, you know, so good for the boys at the top, but man, will users Duke and Justice here be able to hold this one out here, Reese? They have such a strong lead, but the vets, man, they're trying to catch up, right? Slacks, Acorn, Jack, and forth. You got Commandment Sense and Edgy on their heels. Tabs, G, Teo, and Pledge, they've been here before. They've been making these finals. They're doing better and better now as they continue to make their reappearances. So, I mean, it's still a competition on our hands.
We still got a competition in our hands indeed. I mean, honestly, when it comes to Dukes, Justice, and users, I just can't find a weakness in their gameplay right now. Their ability to frag and be consistent in placement is crazy. Like, they have 8 average eliminations, the next highest being 5.4, and their best average placement is 5.2, the next highest being 9.8. So, like, they're infinitely better almost when it comes to average eliminations and average placement at the same time. So, for Dukes, his team, like, how does someone beat this? Like, Commandment, Sint, and Edgy make their way back up to placing and going for first. Like, you know, there's the meme of Sint and Edgy and Commandment placed in second, and they placed second in the last 3 FNCS finals. And honestly, it's currently looking like that's already set up to happen.
And the other very impressive thing to look at is Dukes, Justin, and users, they've actually picked up a victory royale today. So they're, you know, very deserving of their #1 spot right now.
No doubt.
All of our teams inside the top 4 have actually gotten a win, which is not something we usually get to see, right? More often than not, a team gets pop-off victory and they slip out. And then you see the teams that are consistent, but no, we're watching consistency. Winning teams and everything in between just kind of hold up right now for the first set of games. Even Safkanot and Stretcher just outside the top 5. I mean, they're right in that conversation here. And that's the thing about these 2-day finals, right? That you have that second day to come back, hit the drawing board. I mean, teams like this is kind of our muse for the early game at this point now. Elsa, Bully, and Bank, you know, they're going to hit the drawing board, but we know they're not going to change anything, right? They're just going to continue to fight at this point. I mean, yeah, it's kind of distracting.
We know what the storyline is for this, I think. You know, Bucky, Clicks, alongside Creo, like, you know, they're in 31st. Bully's team's in 29th. This fight is just for fighting's sake now, I think, at this point. You know, they're just going to keep doing it. We see Bucky just disengaging, leaving Clicks behind as a solo in there. I'm just trying to figure out which way that's going to go, you know? I'm trying to figure out where he's going to find, what he's going to manage to do in this match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they got to do something here, but Skittles, Ages, and DGen do have a tournament run on their hands and one that they want to hold on to. Skittles tries to go for the call to get out, but Ages and DGen not there to follow up, so... Communication, they get back with one another. Colazzo, Trashy, and Lazar end up giving up the battle here. Now, mind you, this is a fight that has not really gone the distance between the two. Probably one of the first time they've actually full clashed like this, because we haven't seen Skittles, Agers, and DGen based up this early, still here at this drop spot. More often, we see them already outside the zone, maxing out material, possibly at the bridge. But now that they have to rotate south, now that the game's coming to, I guess, the closing instances, right? This is where fatigue sets in. This is where players get a little more desperate.
Yeah, they definitely need to start making something happen. You know, if you're Colazzo's team at that point, looking for eliminations, really good, because they're 14th, right? 14th, this team is really, really good at the same time. And, you know, if they can get a couple easy eliminations onto DGen's team early on, a couple free points, and they can keep just flying up the leaderboard, too, at the same time. You know, I think they're only 4 points behind actual DGen's team right now. So they're both teams, like I said, splitting this POI, still doing a really good job of it overall, actually managing to keep gaining points, right? You know, a lot of times we've seen these contested teams just not doing so well. Like Bucky's team right now is sitting behind the door. The full box comes out onto the opposing player, but the full shots don't come through at the same time. And eventually, I think this contesting team, the fighting team, is going to realize that Bucky is just a solo with 100 HP. He's dropped down into the box, and he is picked up. A valiant effort, I may say, for DGen, Agers, and Skittles, but hide and seek's not going to work out too well for him.
Yeah, how generous of Bucky to donate the 2 points to Skittles, DGen, and Agers, who really needed to get inside the top 10. That's going to officially jump them on up. Now officially tied for Aspect, Kaz, and Fishy's 8th place spot there. Back over to where things are also getting interesting here for Scope, Blake, and Okis, who are inside the top 10 right now. We haven't seen much of their early game battles, and look at this. Scope still showing us he's got it.
Still showing he's got it indeed. Picking up Chucky, who had been, I think, contesting in Sweaty. They said they'd moved their drop spot there. Nut is claimed up on the high ground. I see Nexy's team pushing in, who has struggled a lot of spawns so far. So they've clearly managed to get off their spawns point. Nut potentially as a solo here. I'm not sure where Iomzo is. Oh, Iomzo's right there. I'm blind, apparently. They're right next to each other in a 2v2 situation. As we see Nexy's team, like I mentioned, a full trio looking like they might want to push this fight. If they're hearing these shots consistently go on, this could be their opportunity to move on in.
Yeah, definitely now. Things are starting to heat up here. Back with Edgy Commandment. Oh, wait a second. I'm going to swing back to Scope. Scope's down to 10 HP. Another team's going to roll on through. So we're talking about here. Danger always lurking nearby. Mind you, these are their builds. He takes advantage of that. Great edit there, but no, Okis gets caught out. And now Scope's trying to see if he can actually exit, but there's another team out there as well. He senses those fresh builds too. This is just rough. Now this is really a bad spot to be in. It was looking okay. It was looking recoverable for a second there, salvageable, but I'm not sure anymore.
And he was so hesitant for that medkit. You could see he could hear the opposing players around him. He just didn't want to pop it because that audio cue will come out and those opponents will know he's weak here. He has that car in. If I'm him, I'm looking, can I get these cards? Can I get this car? And can I get out of here? You know, trying to disengage from this absolute madness that's in the fight as you see tons of these builds now on fire going down as Sprite and Gabe right next to each other. Scope just sitting inside this box, trying not to do anything. Okay, they've been spotted. Here he comes. It's down. The shots have already traded out. He's been tagged, and he is almost instantly picked up as the full trio assessed his location and just triple sprayed from that beautiful pinch. Now they've also managed to get that car. It would seem like, well, no, it's gone. They don't want to pick up that at all, and they're just going to get out of there from now on as they move over to Commandment and Edgy, who are in a very, very nice spot.
Yeah, and just a worst case situation for a top 7 team to get in an early game fight in Storm number 1, and then you know cross the caliber of like a Gabe, Ty, and Sprite who's on a third party. So just again unlucky, unfortunate. But that is it. That's going to be wraps. This is finals, guys. Day 1, last game of the day. All of these games matter. Where you end up tonight is important to your jumpstart tomorrow to see how you are going to be able to close out this 2-day tournament. 12 games of Fortnite in front of us. I mean, Commandment, Edgy, since it have proven that they can come back from even the worst starts. Their first 3 games, you know, pretty bumpy road. The last 2, exceptional. All of a sudden now, right back inside the swing of things here, holding a strong second place right now. I'm curious though, like I said before, though, Reese, you know, where is Duke, Users, and Justice? How are they going to play this one out?
They are. I'm sure they're doing fine. Let's be real. I'm confident they are still in it, in the running right now, coming into game number 6. Like, the way that they've positioned themselves ahead of the rest of the lobby with their points right now, like, again, I'm just not seeing that weakness. I'm not seeing them taking a fight they don't need to. I'm not seeing them put themselves in a position that they can't get themselves out of. I'm just seeing such clinical gameplay when it comes out of them, and honestly, that's going to be so hard to beat, even for a team like Commandment, Sent, and Edgy. You know, we have this game to play out. We have the remainder of the 6 games tomorrow. But at the end of the day, you got to remember, if one game they slip up, if Juke's team slips up one single match, and Sent's team keeps that consistency up, they can fly over it. They can claim that first place.
Yeah, that's the thing. Duke, Users, and Justice basically have a full buffer of a round in front of them, 40 points ahead of anyone that can, again, their next best competition, right, of Sensitive Edge and Commandment. That's not including just, it gets even worse as things start to stack and jump down. So they have such a lead right now. Back over at Teo, Tabs, G here, and Pledge, who have just been playing a great set of games so far today. They did win game number 2, like we talked about before, one of the few teams that are up there, you know, picking up these victory royales. And again, they have been inside the top 10 or just inside or almost the top 10 round after round, playing very consistent, not really dropping a beat, making all their end games. And I'm curious, right, because these are teams that this team in particular is not contested at all, but they found their surge. They haven't been victims to the surge the way like Sav, Stretch, and Kanata have been, let's just say, you know, in game number 2 or game number 3 there.
Indeed, and that just shows that they have the plan laid out. Like, they have the understanding. And Storm Surge, like we mentioned, has really been a bit weird for this lobby, because remember, in game 1 and 2 was so super stacked. Game 3 was was chaotic, to say the least, with so little players alive. That first threshold didn't even come through, and now the players have kind of figured out their game plan, so they've slowed down a little bit. That means the games have gotten a little bit more stacked again. You know, we're back up to a normal gameplay, right, where we're looking for tons of Storm Surge tags, like users teams situating themselves up here in this great split where they've claimed so much of this mid-map hills and just focusing the teams from Lazy that are rotating on in. This is kind of the more NA East gameplay we're used to seeing.
Yeah, but not really used to seeing in the last game of a finals day. Like, wow. Even I feel like even in finals,
game 6 of 12 though, you know.
I don't know, man. I feel like it's still, even on the 2-day formats, that last game, like I said, fatigue typically tends to set in. But yeah, the players are showing up, I think, heavy resilience right now and being very consistent, sticking to the game plan. So it does excite me for the 2-day format to see teams trying all the way through to the very end. I'd say the only one game was that game 3, like we mentioned, or there was a game where you looked at like what would happen here. Every team tried something different. They were way aggressive. Yeah, it was the adjustment. It was like, all right, this is a little too tight on the string here. Have to loosen up a little bit to get the tune right, and now we're right in tune.
Yeah. Beautiful, right? You know, that's actually interesting that we saw so many teams doing that at the same time. So many teams made that adjustment. Now it's all back to that solidified gameplay that they know exactly what they're doing. Same with like guys like Bizzle's team. They haven't really changed up much. They've just been kind of wading through the contestation that they've had most of the games. It seems like now there's 0 eliminations, which makes me think that they've not been contested of spawn this time. They've managed to play out a gameplay that are much better. You know, Bizzle, a player who is significantly better when contested overall. You know, we've seen season after season that once he's uncontested, he can perform so well. So this game, he's getting himself in a much better spot, in particular Surge, everything else, they're looking good. Users team, it looked like they were going for a little W key onto Avery just quickly before as we swapped off, has now not picked up an elimination, but moved pretty drastically on their positioning into not the best spot. If you notice how many teams are going to have to rotate through.
Yeah, definitely. And take a look at the stat here, because these are the boys finding all the elims in the lobby respectively across the board as well. Dukes, Justice, and Users are in 1st, 2nd, and 4th for total individual elims, just showing that they are each carrying their own weight and on fire here. Now, one thing we haven't mentioned is the fact, yes, that does say Twitter, Users FN, Twitter, Dukes FN. Check the guys out, all right? Listen, they're doing it right. We like to promote when the boys are doing it right. This is about as good as we can, imagine any team to be, especially for Fortnite. We've all been through some wacky names here. So check the boys out. Show them some love, show them some support. Oh, no. Talking about that, though, Reverse 2K and Miro end up getting just crossed out here in the last game. Struggling today to really find their footing here, and it's showing right now that they're having a tough time.
Yeah, I've seen Miro mention how not playing any of the qualifiers and not having good scrims has basically made them struggle a little bit, right? Yeah. They're definitely out of practice. And, you know, when it came to the Cash Cups, it didn't seem like they're out of practice, but this is a whole different kettle of fish at the end of the day. This is the finals. This is the most difficult games you're going to be playing all season, and there's 12 of them lined up. So far, day 1 has not been going their way at all. Hopefully, we can see it kind of turn around for day number 2. We can see them potentially get some more eliminations, which we're very capable. We could see those, 15, 16 elimination games that, they're known for popping off in day number 2 and see them fly further up leaderboards. It would be very, very tough to see them take first after this game so far, though, after the way that day 1's been playing out.
Yeah, they're going to need to really pop off here. And remember, teams are still fighting for top 3 minimal, right? So you can punch your way through to the next finals as well. It's always something to think about. At the end of the day, there's a few things on the line here outside of the cash prize and the pride of actually being the #1 team on the region. It is, of course, punching your way to that next finals, getting that full ticket there. Users, Justice, and Dukes, I mean, they're going to be there. I think we've seen enough at this point to know that, hey, these guys are going to be up there somewhere for sure this season. Definitely all that practice, all that hard work coming through for them. You love to see a team find their stride here, especially on the final stage, especially doing it big when it matters most. Mind you, that's a grinding team. This is a team that's been around for a long time, guys. They're just finally starting to get their day in the sun here today.
Absolutely. And, the only way I could see them not doing so well on this next day is if, things really change up. People Vodru, they figure out what's going on. But hold on a second. Canada, Saf and Stretch down again in the third zone. That is, I think, 2 games in a row that we've seen the same thing. If they either make it to the end game, play high, and do extremely well, or it's just wraps with them losing these mid-game fights. It's happened multiple times today. I think that may actually be the 3rd time I've seen them. So 50% of their matches that they've managed to lose mid-game fights like that. Be it they want to be fighting or not, if they're being pushed by these teams. But not winning those is really tough for them. And that is actually definitely going to impact their leaderboard a lot.
The crazy thing is, Dukes uses Injustice. They walked in, wiped up Saf, Stretch, and Kanata, and just ran out. Like nothing happened. They don't even want the loot. They don't want to sit there. They're like, nah, dude, you guys aren't even in the zone. Like we're done with you. They're already gone. They were there for too long. So it does make you wonder, like, what was the strategy? Why were they sitting around lingering so long in the Edge of Storm? It really backfired when you have a team that is just on fire like this today. Kind of meet you at your box, right?
Yeah, one team you don't want to run into. Like today, of all the teams, this is the team you do not want to just be running into accidentally as we fly up onto the high ground. In the best spot in the lobby right now, Commandment, Sentin, and Edgy situated up on height as this kind of edge of the third zone is here, as they've now started to see that fourth zone has appeared. You see they're not built in. I think Edgy, no, it was Sentinel just dropped down there to start building up in Storm, so I think that's going to give them an area that they can connect to and actually stay on height. You do not often see, you really don't see Commandment and this team on high ground very often at all.
Yep, they might be granted a free one here. Now, also notice they do have that natural terrain here to play off of. So a team that is probably more prone to taking this high ground, Nosh, Avery, and Boogie here, as they're starting to slide their way on in. And it's going to come down to who does the homework, who does the scouting first, who realizes that, hey, this is a position worth taking, fighting for. Because right now, there's not a single team that's really poised up to be the high ground team for the half in, half out. So even if you get up just a little bit right now, just have some visuals, that could be huge. But Wrigley, he's going to take advantage of that first stab here. This is exactly what I was talking about. K-Burbs, Wrigley, step on up, dictating just on the heels here. And they have first position here.
Yeah, remember, we mentioned them before, the first 4 games, 0 points. The last game we saw them in, they ended up with a single elimination in 23rd, so they got themselves 7 points. Now they're deeper into this game at the same time, so each game they're establishing their game plan, figuring out a little bit more and, you know, doing a little bit better. Now they're even on height at this time, right? So they could be moving from 33rd all the way up to another position that's not at the bottom of the leaderboard, basically, after this one. So coming to day 2, like, they honestly, that could be a huge change. So that could be big momentum swing. So fingers crossed for those guys. But for Sentinel, Command, and Edgy, they are currently below Storm Surge and looking like they're going to need to hit some shots.
Yeah, I was going to say, you talk of fingers crossed. Fingers crossed for Edgy, Sentinel, and Commandment right now. They just need a single tag to at least keep them from getting tagged up by the Surge here. And so far, nothing's been revealed to them as far as an opportunity to find the tag here. Commandment, pretty adamant and trying to keep this high ground for the next potential half in, half out pull. 48 below, 57 above now. Okay, so the shots come through. They end up finding something here. And they are positioned way up here. They commit to the builds. Nothing comes from it because the zone pulls far. But it's all right. They have so much material here. We should be seeing them set up for the launch pad here soon. I wonder if it's going to be a low pad or a late pad for a high ground snatch. That's going to be the question now.
I'm just wondering more where they're going to be shooting. They're trying to look at this teams who are going to be rotating early, trying to shoot them in the back, but unfortunately they weren't moving at all. So situate up on high ground, that's definitely going to look like a tough one. But again, they're so close, so on the boundary of the Storm Surge. But Teo, Pledge, and Tabs, currently one of the teams who's looking real contention for a top 3. Also looking for some eliminations, trying to go through these old builds, the back of the tarp, the players who are unaware that they're there, and you can see them just playing the angles, playing pumps out. That other team has no clues. Tragic's, Illest as well, which I don't see Macwood. It seems like a full duo, and here we come. They're sneaking in the back. The pre-edit play comes out, and they are wiped so quickly. Look at all of the loot that they've managed to obtain. Capped materials from that. What a fantastic time to go for those eliminations.
Just a huge play. They didn't even have to be that aggressive with the tactic there, but they decided, hey, you know what? We have control of this entire low ground here, and they pulled his own there. But hold up, big sniper shot's going to come through. Justice is going to go down there. Dukes and users have to play, basically have to play savior here, as DJ, Agents, and Skittles are the team right up above them. Luckily, DJ, Agents, and Skittles did not recognize the fact that the snipe came through, so Dukes gets a virtually free defensive pickup there onto Justice. He gets to get picked up and now back in the game, but that could have been very, very close for our first place team. Already now, the first team to break 200 points on the day here today.
That's still going to eat away at their heels at the same time, but they're going to start applying that pressure. Everyone who is around them is not safe. We've seen this time and time again from the players who get close. They're just going to get sprayed. They're going to get eliminated. Users, Jukes, and Justice have such good box fighting prowess and end game time. They do. They've got the launch pad. They're understanding the first moving zone.
I think they're going to go for it. I think they're going to try to end this game off with a victory royale. I'm not going to lie. They might just be trying to end this one with the bang here to get real flashy with it. They're starting to look on up. That team is not high enough to be protected from this pad if they wanted to go for it. Pay close attention, guys. This Y shot might catch it. There could be a fight that's going to break out here soon for high ground. Out it goes, though. They end up breaking height. Launch pads get thrown out. Jays is fighting for it. Aspect Q Fishy's trying to fight for it. Out comes Acorn, Jack, and Slacks. They might go for it. They see an opportunity here. Acorn lands. He touches down. Down goes Bizzle. Skittles is up for it. Eclipse is now trying to go for it. Squish is going for it. Durant's going for it. Everyone wants a piece of the high ground. Up goes Rokane, Dubs, and Mega now. Position themselves on second height here. That is how quickly high ground can get snatched up. But you saw how many teams were hungry to try and get that win because they need it now.
With the chaos, the pandemonium, all of the teams up on high ground, completely landing over and over and over again. Users, Jukes, and Dictate landed on low ground, found themselves a clean layer and just got themselves ahead. Same with Pledge as team. They managed to get themselves to a good spot. All of the teams we're watching consistently are not the teams who are 50-50 in the high ground. They're getting themselves set into this good position, going back to the old builds now with their pumps out, looking to pick up some form of eliminations.
I was going to say this is a scary spot to be in, though. These are enemy tarps here, and you can see there's another player just lurking, riding his way around the outside, and in he goes. Onto another layer, though. Users chunks that player with a big 145, and now trying to hold him out into the storm line. Great, great tactic there as the team's starting to heal him up, and instead he switches back over, goes back into leading the tarp here. They just forget about that player. This is them showing that they want to make as many points as possible. Slow and steady can win the race here. On high ground, Aegis and Skittles end up being the team that is going to be the kings of hype for now. How long will that be able to hold up?
I don't think very long. See Dubs, Mega Ricane fighting for it at the same time. We saw Degen up there, like you mentioned. We've got Booga, Avery, and Nosh down here on this mid-ground layer just above the threshold at the same time. Jax, Acorn, and Slacks still in it as a full trio as well. As we move back to Booga, he goes in for the angles, but no, he's going to start playing it safe, playing that dead side, playing the safe edge of the storm on that north side. They're going to triple spray through it. They have nothing to work with. 0 builds to their name, barely any heals outside of the Chug Cannon as well. They're trying to find any angles possible because they need a refresh every time we see them. They do, and 100 shot comes into the team down below.
Oh my gosh, Booga's just on a different level right now. He can tell he's got these builds and he's got control of this entire fight here. Down goes one. Can he get the second? Yes, he does. Quick follow-up right there, and they're earning the points that they need to stay in the conversation here for the second day of finals. Remember, this is the last game. These are the final clashes in the feed. Down goes Jack, down goes Acorn, and so does Agers, all to the hands of big names as well. This is a top 10 clash here across the board now, Reese.
I know, and Who Fishy popping off as well, but getting picked up by Pledge, who we saw playing that low ground. He's picked up Kaz too, but no, Users, Jukes picked up as well, leaving Justice alive as a solo, but he's also managed to trade Pledge at the same time and Scented. So many eliminations, so many players in the back of the zone, and another one, the trade comes out, and that's yet again another elimination now, down to 3 total onto Tabs G at the back of the storm. That is a huge clutch for him in the leaderboards.
And Justice is insane. He's still alive here. He manages to get to the zone just barely, but no, he's gonna fall there. Big plays for him. Commandment jumps into the storm to grab some of those heals. Rokane's gonna hop down. He wants the final piece of the action here. Can he get these last points that are here? But he is a solo. There is one duo left alive, and no, he's gonna go down. On high ground, it's actually the full trio. Nosh, Avery, and Booga up against Commandment here. It should be all over here as Avery falls to the storm now. Booga's got the 1-win condition. Nosh has got the ground to himself as well. Commandment slips down, and just like that, the victory royale goes to your World Cup champ, Booga, Avery, and Nosh. Well played to close out game number 6.
And they were in 5th Before this, they were in 5th, and out of those teams in the top 5, they were the only team who did not have a victory royale. So now coming into game number 6, I definitely think they're going to fly up the leaderboards, but not only that, they also have a victory royale, just like everyone else that's currently in the top 5. We also have to give our props to Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. They're another second. That was a first, second out of them in the last 3 games. Crazy consistency.
Yeah, listen, we were questioning that game 1 and 2 from them. They had a pretty rough take off the gate there, but wait for them to claw back into this and keep themselves in the competition here, Reese. But Reese, I mean, listen, that was just day 1, right? The stage is getting set here. Let's set some expectations for day 2, man. What do you got?
Look, day 2 is gonna be awesome. Day 2 is going to be awesome. You've got these leaderboards half set already, following up day number 1, 6 games halfway through. But one of the things that usually happens is that we always see leaderboard switchovers in day number 2. Players VOD review, they figure out what those top teams are doing, and they implement those changes onto it as well.
That's our face Reese Hub here. This is a great way to close out day 1, but it's not over yet. We still got to get the leaderboard and everything else. Let's toss them over to the desk. Zeke, bring us home.
Thank you guys so much. Seriously, what an incredible 6 games out of NA East. Oh my goodness. Absolutely supercharged games. Like, absolutely, I don't even know how to, I can't continue to do this, but I'm going to contain myself. Vivid, Adam, wow. This is the finals out of NA East.
Yeah. I mean, NA East always shows up. The battle, I'm excited to see the scoreboard and see how close Scented, Edgy, and Commandment are here. Huge snipe from Abrams there. Very well done. And then, Hugh Fishy has been popping off, so I'm excited to see how he's getting some of these elims because, he is getting a lot of elims. Curious to know how many elims he has as a solo himself. But yeah, here we go. We're going to be checking out
No way.
Wow. Yeah.
Guys, you know what this means?
Holy smoke. What's that?
So this now, with this trio holding that number 1 spot, this means that they now have the record for holding in NA East the number 1 spot the longest. 5 games in a row. Last game they tied, but now they have officially broken that record.
Record breakers, baby. You'd love to see it, boys. I'd love to see it. Yeah, that is incredible, isn't it? And FNCS Finals holding it for that long. And look, the first team as well to cross the line over into the 200-point category as well, with 47 eliminations. 47, that's 15 on second place. We've got 131 standing points as well here. I mean, these guys have just been in every end game, more or less, in the last few teams or so. We can see, as mentioned by Reese and MDF as well, top 5 teams all have a victory royale under their belts, despite the fact that, Duke's Justice and Users right now do look... It's crazy. And this is the first time ever that we've got, obviously, these guys all in the top 5 there with victory royales. It still feels like in NAE right now that it is still all to play for. I know they've got the advantage right now, but we do have 6 games to go, guys. And Vivid, every team in the top 10 there deserves to be there. We've got teams in the top 11 through 20th as well, equally so, who have done incredibly today. But what a way to start off this competition.
Yeah, and I think the big thing there for me is that there's so many teams actually finding themselves up on top of these leaderboards here while being contested. We saw Degen, Aegis, Skitters in the 7th place spot, and we know that they're contested at Corny, Bizzle, Eclipse, and Coop in 10th. They are contested at center map split. And then as you can see here on the 2nd page, Illis, Macwood, and Tragix in 12th. They are contested at Craggy Cliffs. Ocus, Blake, and Scoped are contested at Holly. Lazar, Colazo contested at Corny. We usually point out all the time that uncontested trios have an advantage, but the contested trios are finding themselves up towards the top of this leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at some of the victory royales today as well, because we've seen so many great moments. Acorn, Slacks, and Jacques here, who are always, we respect them so much for being previous FNCS champions, of course, but still today as well had a great start to proceedings, moving into Duke's, User, and Justice. This is when it kind of began for us. We saw that incredible game there. We had 14 eliminations in a victory royale to really kickstart their play for the Axe of Champions. Saf Canada and Stretch, we called it Game 3. We'll see if the lottery comes through, but then we move into Scented, Commandment, Edgy, and you picked these guys. You picked these guys to win FNCS.
Yeah, so Dukes, Justice, and Juniors picked it up Game 2, right? Scented, Edgy, and Commandment picking it up there with their victory royale in Game 4. So excited to see what happens because we go into tomorrow. Both of these teams have technically picked it up by then. Huge victory royale out of Tabji, Teo, and Plejo. Love seeing Teo get some wins because I've been loving those guys ever since Teo, Tabney, and Chimp popped off a couple seasons ago as a trio. And then who else other than your reigning World Cup champion Booga there to finish our day one on a victory royale? That's huge for those guys.
Yeah, the thing for me I'm most excited about seeing now is whether or not, because obviously our top spot right now held by a trio that have not been in this position before. So it's all going to be interesting tomorrow to see whether the experience and the mental side of things, preparation, it's going to affect them because they know they're so close to potentially winning FNCS. We'll have to wait and see how it happens. But, that's what it's all about. It's all about seeing trios that are the rising stars for tomorrow and celebrating the veterans as well, who can deliver a great show for us at home. So it's going to be an amazing day too. Can't wait.
Oh my gosh. Day one did not disappoint. Fortnite fam, we are done with the competition for just day number one. You gotta come back tomorrow, okay? After 6 matches, we're crowning champions. And for Duke and his trio, they're looking extremely strong right now. But if Fortnite has taught us anything, it is in game number 6, everything will change. So make sure you guys come back tomorrow. Don't forget, we're going to go to a break, and then we're back for NA West. As always, give these guys a follow. Give MDF and Reese a follow. We love these guys so very dearly. Until next time, Fortnite fam, we love you, and we'll see you on the battle bus.